Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno wao. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting it right and getting it faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting it right and faster. Never freedom. Is another Savior. Never freedom. Holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno wao. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is. Mawo Miroro Bioma Jigolu. Orlando War. Mawo Miroro Bioma Jigolu. So that's so what do you think? That's my audition for a one man. Well, maybe we should run a session for talent spotting. A one man went to most Got Talent, and then people can come and demonstrate just what talent they've got. So good to see you, dear friends. Good to meet you again. Never taken for granted your company. So with gratitude, I receive it every single time I come online. So good to see you, dear friends. Good to see you. So good to see you. So I can't quite position this thing quite right. One of these days I'll have a proper setup. But that proper setup only has to be paid for by the platform, not from my wallet. So if the platform ever gets to that stage that affords itself a proper setup, then I'll set it up properly. So welcome there, friend. So good to see you again. I said good to see you again about 3 times. So it is good to see you again. So the usual protocol, click on the like button as you're coming in. So help us with that. If you're not already subscribed, then help us with that as well by correcting that. If you want to come join us on the studio, there's a hyperlink that says StreamYard. If you click on it, I think it's the first item in the comment section. So if you click on it, it brings you into a studio space. As soon as I finish reading out the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and the conversation ensues. Nothing more complex than that. It is not a complicated process. You simply click on that thing that says StreamYard, and then you appear on the screen, and then you're part of the team. It's nothing more complex than that. And if you're a female voice, we are especially looking for you. So if you're a female voice, we are especially looking for you. So come on board. If you're a female northern voice, then you go to the top of the pile. That's the voice that is missing. Pardon me. That's the voice that is missing in our conversations. So female northern voices, but every other voice is still welcome. Come be part of the team and let's hear from you. We want to hear new and refreshing ideas. You see how new talents come onto the screen all the time to expand the conversation that we have. So you can be one of those new voices. Just click on that link and then you're part of the team. Nothing complex at all. And if you feel inclined to tip towards the platform, several portals, you can use the super chat, but that's not really the preferred option of the platform. The preferred option of the platform is this Buy the Coffee app that is showing right there. So if you feel inclined towards tipping towards the platform, click on that hyperlink that says buy your host cups of coffee and go there and go wild. So you're not obliged to do that. That's at your discretion. What you are obliged to do is to click on the like button and make sure that you're subscribed. That's the obligation you owe to the space. So fulfill that obligation, then everything else is optional. Optional for you to click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, but highly recommended because we want to hear from you. And optional for you to click on the link that says buy your host cups of coffee. No pressure there, but of course with gratitude. But of course with gratitude that is received. So enough of all that, to the talking points. So this one is coming from the BBC. Nigeria election 2023, the allegations against the presidential candidates. So a lot of people are of the thought that there's some puritanical candidate opposing a field of rotten elements. But really, this piece hopefully will enlighten us that they are all as rotten as each other. That is certainly what the headline leans towards. The allegations against Nigeria's election 2023, the allegations against the presidential contenders. So quite what allegations those are, we'll find out shortly. Probably almost certainly a rehash of what we already know. Wike declares war on IU over suspension of G5 loyalist, reveals next move on PDP chairman. And an irresistible object comes across, what's that phrase again? An immovable object is confronted by an irresistible force. I think something along those lines. That is the narrative going on with the, pardon me, that's the narrative going on with the PDP. Wike would never yield to anybody, and Atiku as arrogant as can be. But something has to give. What gives, though? Wike declares war on IU over suspension of G5 loyalist, reveals next move on PDP chairman. So the latest installment in that never-ending saga, we get to interact with that. I have political disagreements with everyone in military who annulled 1993 elections. You don't have to. You don't need me to tell you who's making that headline. It can only come from one direction, of course. AAC presidential candidate Shore confronts ex-head of state Abdul Salami. So Abdul Salami, of course, the arrowhead of that peace mission that they, or peace accord rather, that they sign every single time that an electoral a cycle is in play. So he rolls out his usual spiel, but Sowore, of course, rolls out his usual spiel. I have political disagreement with everyone in military who annulled 1993 election. AAC presidential candidate Sowore confronts ex-head of state Abdul Salami. So there it is right there. A lot of people should be in jail. Those two people actually should be in jail, both Abdul Salami and Sowore. 2023 elections, why Oshibanjo Ngige are not campaigning for Tinubu. So, of course, there will be all manners of excuses, which probably certainly work-related, but the real reason, as we all know, is a sore loser. It's a sore loser narrative because, of course, they've tried to pet Oshibanjo as much as a man can pet another, and he doesn't want to yield. So if he doesn't yield, then he doesn't really. Yes, it would be good if they had. It'd be good if they had Oshibanjo on the campaign trail, the AAC, the APC space. It'd be good. He adds to it, but he doesn't really significantly remove from it, because what he will add is some form of credibility. And that campaign certainly does need that credibility. But is he a fatal blow? Some people will say no. 2023 presidency, why Oshibanjo Ngige are not campaigning for the looter of Lagos? So quite what is in play there, we'll find out shortly. This aligns with the Sowore headline, so I'll probably read them in tandem. When you become president, we will leave the country. Abdul Salami laments as he begs Sowore. So it starts with Sowore. So Sowore, when you become president, we will leave the country. Abdul Salami laments as he begs for forgiveness. So quite what Sowore is forgiving Abdul Salami for, we'll find out in the course of that readout. So a rich menu, as always is the case, potpourri, and also, I'm inviting anybody that is coming on board. If there is, I always encourage you guys to send things to me via Instagram, which would like to be the talking point, so that it is not just what I have researched that we end up talking about on the platform. So if there's anything that you found especially engaging in the headlines, you can bring it forward, and we make the decision if it's something that the platform wants to take on or not. Mischief makers dragging Sultan's name into politics, Obidati campaign. So this is hopefully an apology is embedded in that, because you recall that space they published. We even read it out here. They published this whatever it is, saying that the Osa Sultan of Sokoto had endorsed Peter Obi. So it is just that overstepping the mark that we get from that space, but it's an apology forthcoming from that space. So all of that in place. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol: click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come join on the screen. If you want to tape towards the platform, click on the link that says buy your host cups of coffee. A short little musical intermission, and then when we get back, we get straight into the throes of it. But first, the Kegites. Egwelemu, the Kegites.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido, hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ibe sọ́ni kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o.
Gbé bọ́dì ẹ̀ gbé.
Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o.
Ìrẹsílẹ̀ yàdọ̀.
Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sọ́nàmẹ̀ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o.
Kẹ́lẹ́ ìrèké.
Petro Sódùkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o.
Ẹgbẹ́ ó lè jò. Bẹ́ẹ̀ jò jò dáadáa.
Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀.
Òdìyà omi òdì náà wọ́n ta káàdà èmi. Ayé ìlú.
Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
Àmì o.
And there it is right there. Powerful, potent prayers by the Kegites. Akuko Orun Meiko Igbala Tiele Iku Kuniriwa Gbeche. So may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friend. So Iku Kuniriwa Gbeche, as guys, I bring you this. Nigeria elections 2023, the allegations against the presidential contender. So I'll speed through these because it's quite a lengthy one. This is from the BBC. Nigerians voting for a new president next month will have 18 contenders to choose from, but the three men seen as the leading candidates have been separately accused of trading in narcotics, money laundering, and global tax evasion. None of them have ever been indicted, which would rule them out for running for office. But the high-profile allegations have raised questions over their candidacy. It is choosing between bad candidates, said Anwar Rafsanjani, head of the Nigerian branch of anti-corruption watchdog Transparency International, pointing out how widespread corruption has caused devastating levels of underdevelopment and poverty in the oil-rich nation. The three top contenders are Bola Tinubu from the governing All Progressive Congress, Atiku Abubakar from the People's Democratic Party, and Peter Obi from the Labour Party. All three made their fortunes legitimately. All three say they made their fortunes legitimately and deny wrongdoing. So the Bola Tinubu file, Mr. Tinubu, who served 2 terms, pardon me, Mr. Tinubu, who served 2 terms as governor of Nigeria's richest state, Lagos, is probably the most talked about candidate on the ballot. There are endless debates about his age, name, health status, work profile, and the authenticity of his university certificate. But it is for the source of his wealth over which he has faced the most scrutiny. This thing is, the fonts are somewhat faint. Many believe that Mr. Tinubu 70 is one of Nigeria's wealthiest politicians, though there are no official records. The most visible extent of his wealth is a mansion which sits in a sprawling compound in Ikoyi area of Lagos, an upmarket part of Nigeria's commercial hub. It was here on election day in 2019 that onlookers witnessed the rear side of 2 armored vehicles similar to bullion vans used by banks to transport cash driving through his gate. His aides denied the subsequent accusations that he was involved in vote buying. But questions about his wealth have been raised. In December, he told the BBC that he inherited some real estate, which he then invested. But in the past, he also said he became an instant millionaire whilst working as an auditor at Deloitte and Touche. He said he had saved $1.8 million from his wages and other allowances, nearly the same amount found in accounts linked with him in 1993 by the United States Authority. In documents that have been publicly available, the United States Department of Justice alleged that from early 1988, account opened in the name of Bola Tinubu held the proceeds of sales of white heroin, a banned substance. Kevin Moss, the special agent that investigated the operation, alleged that Mr. Tinubu worked for their prime suspect, Adegboyega Akande. The agent said that Mr. Tinubu initially admitted to him on the phone that he knew Mr. Akande, but later recanted and said he had no financial transactions with him. While the court confirmed it had cause to believe the money in the bank accounts were proceeds of drug trafficking, Mr. Tinubu and others denied the allegation, and the court never made a final order about the money's origin. Instead, Mr. Tinubu, who was not personally charged over the money, and note that, by the way, he was not personally charged over the money, reached a compromise settlement with the authorities and forfeited $460,000. Mr. Tinubu has also denied any link to the drug trade, and his spokesman, Festus Keyamo, said the forfeited funds were part of a civil forfeiture and not a criminal one. So he goes on to tell us about Tinubu. I'm not going to go into any great depth. Atiku and the United States. So we go on to Atiku. Mr. Atiku touts himself as the most experienced candidate on the ballot, having served as vice president between 1999 and 2007. And it is this period around which it is this period around which there are some controversy. His former boss, ex-president Olusegun Obasanjo, accused him of embezzling $147 million from the Petroleum Technology Development Fund in 2003. Mr. Obasanjo, who does not shy away from publicly sharing his opinion about other politicians, dedicated a chapter in his book, My Watch, published in 2014, to the alleged transgression of his former deputy. Mr. Atiku denied the accusation, saying $145 million was placed in commercial banks to accrue interest so it could be plowed back into the PTDF projects. The 76-year-old said the 76-year-old said he first made money from farming and owning houses in his home state, Adamawa. A former customs officer, he said that he recognized early in life that he had a good nose for money. It was in the 80s that he established an oil servicing farm that catapulted him into the world of the wealthy. Opponents have accused him of flouting a law that prohibits civil servants from engaging in a business other than farming. So he goes on to list the retinue, and then it lands on Peter Obi and the Pandora Papers. So those are the allegations, really. It's somewhat of a difficult read because the front's not so good. So let me go on straight to the next one. Wike declares war on IU over suspension of a G5 loyalist. Reveals next move on PDP chairman. Kemsin Wike, the governor of Rivers State, has declared total war on the national chairman of the People's Democratic Party over the recent suspension of some members of the party. According to the governor, the suspension of loyalists to the G5 governors would not help the PDP in the forthcoming polls. The governor said the latest action of the chairman the battle lines have been drawn with IU, whilst promising to challenge any illegal action of IU in court. So all the fires and brimstone is only really a legal suit. So only really a legal suit. So let's go on to the next. Hopefully this is a better read. So this is Omoyele Sowore. I have political disagreements with everyone in military who annulled June 1993 elections. The presidential candidate of the African Action Congress AAC, Omoyele Sowore, on Friday confronted the chairman of the National Peace Committee, NPC, and former head of state, General Abdulsalami Abubakar, when Abubakar, told him, Sowore, to reconcile with Major Hamza al-Mustafa, presidential candidate of the Action Alliance. Sowore, who earlier kicked against the lopsided sitting arrangement at the venue of the National Peace Committee meeting with presidential candidates in Abuja, told the former head of state that he had a political disagreement with all military officers who contributed to the annulment of the historical June 12, 1993 elections. I think there might well be a clip of it actually. Addressing the gathering, when he was asked by Abdul Salami to reconcile with Mustafa, Sowore said, "My disagreements are not personal. They came from the military era. I have political disagreement with anyone that was in the military in 1993. They annulled election, including you, every one of you." So that's Sowore, of course, who never shies away from controversy. In his response, Abdul Salami asked Sowore to forgive and forget everything that happened whilst they were in the military. He said, "I think you are talking about 20 years ago. I think by the time you become the president of this country, I think some of us will leave the country. So I think, quite honestly, let bygone be bygone. What has happened, and we can't cry over spilled milk." The June 12, 1993 elections was also, it goes on to tell us the history of June 12. Hamza al-Mustafa, who was the former chief security officer and controlled the strike force and presidential bodyguard under the late dictator Sani Abacha, was fingered in the torture in detention of Abiola and subsequent murder of Kudirat. In December 2000, Sergeant Barnabas, alias Rogers, a member of the strike force and presidential bodyguard, narrated how he took part in 3 assassinations under the order of Abacha's former CSO, Mustafa. So there is Sowore doing as Sowore does. All right, I give you one more readout because I tire of the readout. Said then we come into the room to see if we can build a conversation around all that. So 2023 presidency, why Oshibanjo in Gige are not campaigning for Tinubu. The All Progressive Congress Presidential Campaign Council has disclosed the reason why Vice President Yemi Oshibanjo and other stakeholders in the party are not involved in the campaign of the party's presidential candidate Bola Tinubu. Spokesperson of the Presidential Campaign Council, Festus Keyamo, said Oshibanjo did not participate in the campaigns because he was acting on the directive of President Buhari to concentrate on governance. So I'm not quite sure what that means, that he should concentrate on governance. Buhari himself is campaigning for Tinubu. So quite why Oshibanjo cannot be on the field, a real mystery. He added that the Minister of Labour and Employment, Chris Ngige, had also not campaigned against the APC, even though he asked to be. Let's read that again. He added that the Minister of Labour and Employment, Chris Ngige, had also not campaigned against the APC, even though he asked to be excused from the rallies for his own reason. I'm not sure what it means that he's not campaigning against the APC. I suspect that Ngige will be in the obedient camp. Since the APC flagged off its presidential campaign in Jos, November the 15th, 2022, some members of the party, including the vice president, have not been seen campaigning for the party's candidate. Oshibanjo, who has been attending other social activities, including the recently held centenary celebration of the Baptist Boys High School in Abeokuta, Ogun State, had been silent on Tinubu's campaign since he lost at the party's primary election. So the distancing of Oshibanjo from that campaign is entirely. So I'm just reading comments coming in. The distancing of Oshibanjo from the campaign is entirely wrapped around what somebody like Obasanjo might describe as bad belle. So it's entirely wrapped around bad belle and nothing else. So that's just bad belle in play there. So bad belle in play there. let's have the rest of it. Yes, Oshibanjo, who has been seen attending other social activities, including the recently held centenary celebration of the Baptist High School in Abeokuta, Ogun State, had been silent on Tinubu's campaign since he lost at the party's primary elections. Even on social media, where the vice president has a strong base and posts all his major activities, he has never posted any material to show his support for Tinubu's candidacy. Similarly, Minister of Labour and Employment Chris Ngige had also been absent from the campaign train of his party. Kiyamo said Rotimi Amechi, former Minister of Transportation, was there in Adamawa State and just recently. He has been going to rallies, but he has picked the ones he wants to attend. For the vice president, it was a directive for him to face governance, and you can see Mr. President has been going round campaigning. Also, Ngige is not campaigning against our party. He just said he will remain neutral for his own reason. So how is that possible that a senior functionary of a party in a keenly contested election is making the determination that he will remain neutral? Is that not in itself an anti-party activity? Is that not in and of its own an anti-party activity? For the vice president, it was a directive for him to face governance. And you can see that Mr. President has been going around campaigning. Also, Ngige is not campaigning against our party. He just said he will remain neutral for his own reasons, and that is just one minister out of 43. We have an absolutely strong coalition in the APC, unlike the PDP that has virtually collapsed. So there it is right there. So internal bleeding still within the APC. Internal bleeding still within the APC. Actually, let me give you two more. Mischief makers dragging Sultan's name into politics, Obidati campaign. So hopefully an apology is embedded in this. The Obidati Presidential Campaign Organization has denied involvement in what it described as wicked rumors by mischief makers, purporting that His Eminence the Sultan of Sokoto endorsed Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi. This was contained in a statement signed by the media head of the campaign office, Diron Onifade, in Abuja on Saturday. So Diron Onifade, so it looks as though there's very much a large embedding of Yoruba names within that Obi campaign space. The Director General of the campaign, of course, one stepped down to be replaced by another both Yoruba men, and now this now their media spokesperson, Diron Onifade. So does that add some credence to the narrative that Peter Obi is essentially an Obasanjo project? He said, "We have no hand in the wicked rumors of a purported endorsement of our presidential candidate by His Eminence the Sultan of Sokoto." So is there an apology embedded in this? Okay, so yes. We are deeply in sympathy. So that's not an apology still. We are deeply in sympathy with the Sultan, who has been dragged into partisan politics by unscrupulous and morally bankrupt political operatives seeking power at all costs, including by disrespecting the religious symbolism of the sacred office of the Sultan. We make case to, and by the way, the Sultan participates in partisan politics because there was a gathering a few months ago with all northern stakeholders at the Arewa House insisting that power should be retained in the north. At the head of that meeting was the Sultan of Sokoto, so he's very, very much a partisan man. We make haste to categorically state that there is no trace of offensive statements to the Obi Dati campaign. We are aware that the claim of the Sultan endorsing Peter Obi as president was deliberately contrived to force the Sultan to denounce it by using unusually strong words. So what are we reading into this, though, is the thing. So So the claim first went out there that the Sultan of Sokoto had endorsed Peter Obi. So that claim rested for a couple of days, and the Obi space did not push back against it. So then the Sultan is then forced to come out to push against it. Now, having pushed back against it in a strongly worded press release, the Obi Dati campaign then after that then come to distance themselves from the from the fake news, which is essentially what it is. So what is that? What's in play there is where you have to query. And if you look at the wordings, they are trying to infer that is bad actors are from the opposition spaces opposing to their candidacy, of course, that are actually behind this. So you can see it's all embedded in that. We are aware that the claim of the Sultan endorsing Peter Obi as president was deliberately contrived. So those are the words you're looking for. That's the phraseology you're looking for. Was deliberately contrived to force the Sultan to denounce it. So it's just the way they play these things, you know. We believe that such a fraudulent scam and prank speaks volumes on the character of those who employ them as an acceptable political strategy, regardless of the grave danger of creating political divide amongst along religious lines it portends. Nigerians are alert, and so it goes on to make all the ready excuses. But then, of course, I'm not. If you are fooled by that, then you remain a fool because patently, it was put out. Maybe not directly by the Obika Data Campaign Organization, but directly to their awareness, it was put out. So quite why they didn't push back against it? It's all politics. So if the story had rested that the Sultan had endorsed Peter Obi, and the Sultan is not bothered to make the effort to distance himself from that claim, then the story would have subsisted that the Sultan is endorsing Peter Obi. Tinubu backed Buhari like a baby. He deserves more support. Mumuni is the person making this headline. Former gubernatorial candidate of the defunct Congress for Progressive Change CPC in Lagos State, Ambassador Abayomi Mumuni, has urged President Buhari to reciprocate the good deeds extended to him by the All Progressive Congress presidential candidate Bola Tinubu in 2015. He insisted that the APC flag bearer deserves more support from Buhari. Mumuni stated this via a statement made available to newsmen at the weekend through his media aide, Rashid Abubakar. Correspondents recalled that Buhari won the presidential election after Tinubu and other political godfathers joined forces to form the APC in 2014. Speaking on Tinubu's presidential bid, the APC stalwart begged the president to also do what Tinubu did for him before he clinched the presidency. He opined that Tinubu, his followers, and APC in general need more support from Buhari than what they were currently getting from the president. So that because that is an internal thing within the Tinubu camp. So this is a Tinubu sympathizer making this plea to the Buhari space. So what does that tell you? That lends to the narrative that Buhari doesn't really want Tinubu to succeed him and is begrudgingly aligning himself with the Tinubu campaign. But if Buhari doesn't really want Tinubu to succeed him, then who does he want to succeed him? So it's almost certainly supporting Tinubu by default because Atiku Abubakar is unacceptable for all of the reasons that he may be against Tinubu, even more of those reasons to be against Atiku Abubakar. So let's set aside the tribe for a moment. So for all of the reasons that Buhari may be against Tinubu, which are reasons of dishonesty, of being crooked, of being a looter, and all of these things. If those are the reasons that Buhari is against Tinubu, then all of those reasons manifest in even higher degrees with Atiku Abubakar. So he would not, for all of the tokens that he's not supporting Tinubu, by larger of those tokens not support Atiku Abubakar. But if it's not supporting Tinubu fully with his full chest, that they like to say in Nigeria, and it's not really for Atiku Abubakar, who can he be for? It's certainly not for Peter Obi, no way. Because Buhari fought the Biafran War for 30 months and he carries the wound and the psychological carry on since then. He still sees somebody like Peter Obi as a Biafran. But people like Buhari, that's how they usually think. Mumuni, while speaking, further insisted that Tinubu carried Buhari and backed him like a baby, learning how to crawl to win in the 2015 and 2019 elections. He said, Buhari should reciprocate what Tinubu did for him in 2015. We expect more support from Buhari than what we are getting. Ashwaju carried Buhari, backing him like a baby learning how to crawl in 2015 and 2019 to win both elections. Basically, we are expecting President Buhari to reciprocate the gesture that was extended to him during those trying periods. So, yes, it carries on still. Myself and Buhari have gone into polls during the days of ANPP and CPC, and we both lost elections woefully. There was no election held in the day of ANPP and CPC that I was not at the polls. So what are we talking about? Buhari should do better than what we are getting in APC today. However, Ashwaju will surely win the election. That is cut. That's to cut the long story short, because Bola Tinubu has what is required to deliver good governance than those clowns masquerading around the country soliciting support or vote. So those clowns, so the dirty language has come in. Those clowns are seeking, but there it is right there. Is there strong enough of a backing of the Tinubu campaign? A lot of people will argue differently, but what is our panelist arguing? So we're a bit sparse for panelists at the moment. Man of Prestige, we say you. Babati joins us, and President Obi. Who is this President Obi character? So let me see. So let's President Obi, Moses of our time, laugh out loud. So that's, of course, Solly from Amsterdam. So, Solly, are you there? Abotutemuboyo? Solly?
I'm here. I'm here.
Look at that. Look at that. Yes. All right. Good to have you, Solly. So, good to have you. So, is the body language of Buhari showing
One man. Can I go second? Because I'm waiting for something.
One man, can I say something?
Yeah. Okay. Good to see you, UK. Yeah, come here. Let's hear from you.
Yeah, I just want to thank you, for what, you gave to me, but, I just came back this Monday.
Oh, brilliant. But that was done privately now. That was between friends.
I know, but I just want to thank you. I mean, I didn't even expect it, but I just want to, I do appreciate.
No.
The way people look at you is not even the way you are. I mean, you're truly a nice person.
What do you mean the way people look at me? The people know I'm a nice guy now.
No. Because the sometimes maybe due to your platform, but you do say the truth. But sometimes people might have different opinion, what you're doing, but I just want to thank you.
All right, brilliant. So has the event taking place? The event?
No, well, actually, my mom just left 2 days ago. But me, I can't go back now because I'm already exhausted on my leave because I have almost 1 month leave. So they have to continue where I stop.
And how is the farm coming along? It should be all ready to go now.
Yes, I mean, this year we're planning starting like a production, this year, because I was just taking it gradually and doing it the way, I feel that so that
it's cattle, isn't it, that you want to farm?
No,
Or
no,
is
we
it
want to start chicks. We'll do
chicks?
cattle, yeah, but we want to do chicks and pig.
Mm.
Chicks and pig, yeah. So even my younger sister self, them they are doing fishery and they saw a whole lot of fish this December.
No, there's money in that space, that
Yeah,
fishery
yeah,
something. Yeah.
they make so much money, even chicken too. You know.
All right.
Mm.
Good to have you back. You sound tired.
Okay.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you back. So let's kick it off with Man of Prestige. Man of Prestige, are you there? Are you ready to go? What's happening? Anybody that's not speaking, I have to remove them. So, Man of Prestige, are you there?
You can't remove me. Why you want to do that?
No. Now, why? How can you come on the platform and be silent? You know. Yeah. So let's have you. So are you ready to go, or do you want me to skip you and go to
Yeah,
Uptown?
go to the next person. Don't kick me abroad, okay? Don't do that. I'm here.
All right, let's go to Uptown. But a conversation has to take place at some point. Uptown, are you there?
Well, man, good day.
Good day to you, Uptown. So good day to you, Uptown. Let's kick it off then with the body language of Buhari in terms of his support for the Tinubu campaign. It is quite noticeable, and a lot of commentaries has been run on that space. But it looks as though the Tinubu inner caucus, they are now alarming to the public space that they need more from the Mala, from the Sahel. So what are you making of Buhari's body language and also the distancing somewhat of that from that campaign by our seniors like Oshibanjo and Ngige?
One man. Let me start from the last question. Distancing by Osimanjo, I think we know why. I mean, this guy was called.
Is this sour grapes still? Is this sour grapes still?
Not necessarily, but I mean, this guy was called the Judas Iscariot, was made jest of just because he tried to answer or respond to his supporters who urged him to run for presidency. And I mean, he was embarrassed by Tinubu right there at the national TV when he was skipped. When Tinubu skipped him to go and shake the rest of the people there on the podium, he took Bajabiamela to ask him to do the right thing.
Yeah,
And that's the sitting.
I've forgotten that.
Yeah, and that's the sitting vice president. And that is when we are raising these issues. It looks like we hate Tinubu or we hate, but you're giving us option. You're not giving us a better option. So I won't blame Osibanjo, and it is instructive to also consider one man. Why we are talking about the fact that he's not showing a green light to us, we should also look at some of his statements in the last couple of months. He has always been making statements like Nigerians don't vote in criminals, and I think I saw another one. He said the youths have to take back their content. It has to involve and be part of the process and all. So you can see he's dropping some statements. The last time Tinubu came to the church in Lagos for the um, event, and he was calling out, he was recognizing the dignitaries there. He jumped Tinubu. It took somebody to come to the podium to remind him, and then he was like, "Oh, so how that he forgot about it," and then recognized him. That's like eye for an eye. you know,
Do you think Buhari does want Tinubu to succeed him?
Buhari does not want Tinubu to succeed him. That's not the truth.
Okay, but do you think Buhari is resigned that Tinubu will succeed him?
The thing about Buhari is here. No matter how much he has his preference, he's let's give it to him. I know this guy. He's a man of integrity. He wouldn't. The last thing Buhari, at least the Buhari I've listened to people that was close to him talk, old people, old men that works with him even in the military. This guy will not compromise. He will not use the power of his seat for selfish reasons.
He used it
If not,
he used it in 2019
to do what?
to rig
Atiku did
himself
not win
back
that
in.
election.
Atiku
Forget what
won that
PDP
election.
did.
Atiku won that glaringly. Atiku won. The people
Well,
rejected him in 2019.
I think if Atiku lost that election, I think we, even the populace, would have felt it, felt like Atiku should have won this election. You know what I'm
Sorry,
saying?
Uptown, sorry. Why are you
Yeah.
saying this? Why are you saying this now? Why are you talking like this? That
About Buhari.
Atiku, that Atiku didn't win that
About
election.
I
Are you
mean,
saying?
I'm not INEC. The last time I checked,
No,
last
you're
time I
not INEC,
checked.
you know. So why are you
No, no,
speaking
no.
like this?
The
Are you
thing is
speaking like
that
that because you're not praising Buhari because you feel he's not supporting the Buhari? That's why you want to try to give praise
but what are you
to
saying?
him.
The ticket you're talking about is not Atiku Obi
Atiku
ticket.
won that
Was Obi not in
election.
the ticket?
Wait, hold
Was
on.
Obi not in the ticket?
Hold on. This is the same thing I've accused Tinubu people for if they are saying Buhari is performing well now. This is the same problem both of you have. Atiku lost that election clearly. The protest vote for
Atiku
people.
lost it or won it?
Sorry, in won the election clearly, and Buhari lost that election clearly. The protest vote from people, everybody was fed. 1999 people were fed up. People were concerned.
That is
Then,
not true, my brother.
so how did he win it? Which vote did Buhari use to win from the southeast?
Let me tell you, the only amount of strength or energy, protest energy, that is capable of removing a sitting president was the level at which we had it in 2015. It wasn't like that in 2019. The one that removed Goodluck Jonathan, like everybody was on the street, all the known voices, the strongest voices in Nigeria was out in the street. Everybody was tired. There was bomb everywhere. The country was collapsing. In endemic corruption, we knew the sitting president was shaking. We knew, even though we still doubted that you can defeat an incumbent. It was not like that in 2019. That's the strength of the opposition was not like the strength of APC as an opposition was way stronger in 2015 than PDP. PDP is the worst opposition party we have ever had in the history of Nigeria, and that is why they lost that election in 2019. They lost it. They lost it.
All
So
right,
let's
that's your
continue.
view. That's your view, not
No,
popularly held. But
see, one man, if PDP was a good opposition, they would have won that election because they had grounds to use to remove APC, but they are so terrible at the opposition job. They are so relaxed. Atiku went to Dubai, came back months before election. Like, are you serious? They went to
Uptown,
unseat the sitting
Uptown,
president.
Uptown. Uptown. I will remind you. On the 26th would be too much. On the 25th, they record the result. Whether whoever wins between PDP and APC, and we are saying it now, because Labour will not be in the picture. Don't complain that
the
Labour
election was rigged. Yes.
ring because the Labour is not in the party. They are not. They are the worst opposition right now from the way you are speaking. Because the same false momentum Labour is enjoying, and that's what articles are enjoying 2019. And
Atiku
you
is the
say
worst
they were
opposition in the history of Nigeria, my brother.
hold on, let me land. And you are saying right now with your own word that they were the worst opposition at.
Worst.
So if
PDP.
Labour
I'm
lost,
not the only person that have said this, my brother. Every
if
political
Labour
analyst in
lost,
Nigeria believes
don't worry,
PDP
now
is the
next month
worst
now, because
opposition
I cannot
party
imagine
in Nigeria.
sometimes what you guys say here. I'm just like, what?
See,
One man, can I interject?
even PDP members, even PDP members, they usually come out and say it is because they are not used to opposition. They are used to being in power. That is why.
One man,
Take
can I
your back
interject?
opposition.
From what you said,
It was only
Uptown,
Wike that
from what
was
you
trying.
said,
Wike was trying, but he was a lone voice.
Can I
what you
interject?
said,
Atiku was in Dubai.
okay.
Uptown, can I interject?
Yeah, you can.
Okay. I didn't follow the election, of course. I'm trying to understand the criteria. People used to say the election was rigged. I'm not saying it wasn't rigged or whatever, but because I've been hearing it for a long time. Not even in this platform, all over Nigerian space. So I'm trying to get. Can anybody inform me why you think the election was rigged?
Yeah,
I'm not saying it wasn't rigged.
let me tell you how it was rigged.
Okay.
In Borno State, let's start from Borno State. In Borno State, they declared 90-something% voter turnout. And then in Borno State, you have to remember during that time, was heavily under the curse of Boko Haram and insurgency. So they are telling us that people that were fighting for their lives, they have the time to go and vote for Buhari, who was responsible for their safety. And they said over 90% of that 90-something% voter turnout, they voted for Buhari. Now, in the southeast, that was heavily against Buhari. They are telling us that the voter apathy in that space was about a 35% turnout. So 35% turnout in a space that is very lossy against Buhari, the totality of the southeast, but then 90-something percent in a space that was essentially a war zone. So the two don't marry. The southeast that was relatively peaceful, 35% something turnout. The Borno State northeast area that was heavily like a war zone and 90-something percent turnout. And then in that space also, we visibly, and it was played out in video, see senior functionaries from government in Niger Republic coming to spaces like Kano with heavy buses filled with voters, and they were just being bussed in. And they even mounted the rostrum in Kano to be campaigning functionaries of it was heavily rigged. And then they were doing voting, and they were telling us that INEC had no server when they wanted to interrogate the server of INEC to see what the veracity. It was heavily rigged. It was it was the worst election Nigeria has ever experienced. 2019.
Thank you, one man, for that info, man.
I beg to differ.
It's what really happened. It's
one
quite
man.
obvious, you know. Thank you, one man.
And one man, Buhari has already said international bodies should not interfere. He has said this before, and that's when
in 2019, El Rufai, he was on NTA. He said that if international observers, if they try to discredit the elections, they will leave the country in body bags. They said that. So it was the worst election we had.
Everything that happened was on air. It was on air, physical evidence.
It was the worst election we've ever had.
Worst ever.
That's the typical power of incumbent.
Why do you think they signed this new electoral act? Because our last election
they refused to sign it before that. They were meant to sign it before that, but they wanted to read. During that space, man of prestige, the Chief Justice of the Federation, he came to that time that he had to step down. But then the next in line, because they have a policy of who steps into that position, was a guy called Walter Onoge. But that Walter Onoge, he was from the south, and they were intending to rig that election. And then they just removed him and then put Tanko Mohammed there, because they knew, of course, that the rigging of the election was going to be so brutish that there would be legal fallout, and they needed their man in there to legitimize the criminality. So they removed Walter Onoge. We still don't know why. They said he had money in foreign accounts. Who doesn't have money in foreign accounts in Nigeria? They removed Walter Onoge, replaced him with Tanko Mohammed, who had no legal training, because his legal training was more in the Sharia law type of training. And Nigeria, it was the worst election we've ever had. Awful, terrible things happened.
One man. I remember this page.
Now,
this one is just
can I just say
when,
something?
You know, I remember this, George, when you came in. Thank you, one man.
You see how they rigged that election? This is what has been going on in Lagos. You know, the one that's the magic, the things that they are going to perform in this election. You people will now recognize Lagos election. All this hypocrisy.
I know it'd be a bit more. Hold on. You don't know. It'd be a bit more difficult to do it this time around because of the new laws that has come in. It was quite brutish. It was. I thought it was the last vestiges of those ballot snatching, thug shooting. You know, during that phase, there was a robbery that happened in Offa in Kwara State, and the person, and when they caught the criminals, they were the political thugs that Saraki had armed. According to what those criminals said, they were the political thugs that Saraki had. It was a terrible election. Terrible, awful.
Well,
but Saraki is a PDP man now, isn't it?
No, he was an APC man then.
In 2019?
It was APC. It was APC 19. You didn't even know? It was an APC at 2019. Yes, coming back to the house. It was APC. He was APC speaker. He was the speaker. He want to return back to the House of Assembly. They ring everything.
Speaker.
No, the
Senate president. I mean,
Saraki
Senate
is the
president, I
Senate
mean.
president, and he's a
Yeah.
PDP
Yes,
Senate
now.
president now.
Yes, now. He was a president, Senate president, want to come back to the house,
So,
They
so which
ring
party? Which party?
was APC. They were APC, whatever they
No,
call
Saraki
themselves.
was
He
on
Hold
decamped
on,
to
they
APC in
were
PDP. He
2019.
decamped to PDP.
PDP. Okay, fine. They get to PDP.
He was a PDP senator.
Before the robbery was APC. Before the
No,
robbery.
no, he was
You
PDP.
say
All right.
After
Saraki
he was APC
PDP
senator
this
first
before the
before
when
he
he
robbery,
decamped to
decamped in
robbery now.
PDP.
What are you
2016 or
talking
so.
about now? So even though he decamped, I believe he decamped at the tail end, like maybe a month to the election.
No, he decamped in 2016. Barely 1 year into
My
Buhari's
guy,
presidency.
wait, hold on.
Please, somebody
During
should go
one
to
man,
Google and
your please,
confirm for us.
hold on.
Let's not
Let
No,
me
argue
tell
no,
this
on
guy.
no, no. Hold on. That it was pre 2019 that did that he was arming people. By the way, but
Yeah,
that's not really the point. The point is that even after the legal phases and they went through the Supreme Court, Atiku alarmed that even under the military, they never rigged elections so brazenly. It was terrible.
I know. One man, let me clear this guy before he move on. Saraki was a APC member almost the end of 2019, close to the election.
It's not true,
Saraki
my
was
brother.
hold on now,
Get your facts.
hold on. Let me land up time. I know you have data. Look at the data. Saraki became APC a Senate president as an APC man, first time in history. While his deputy Ikoimadu was PDP. They're all true. Then Dino was the first to leave from APC back to PDP. At the tail end, even when they were using when Buhari was in hospital, when they arrested the DSS, this guy, he was still an APC man. When there were fraction of APC, there was screwed to APC. It was at the tail end it decamped to PDP when they read list of APC member that is decamping to PDP. So tell me, at 2018, when Saraki was a PDP member, tell me now.
2018, he was a
Buhari
PDP
lost
member.
that election. Forget
He was a
Saraki.
PDP
Buhari
member.
lost that election. No. You must be one of the very
See,
few
wait, hold
people.
on. In those states so we know we always vote against Buhari. When Abasakibu lost his own police unit, yet they still allocated about 200 voters to APC in Edo State. That 2019 election, they lost woefully in Edo State. It was PDP. How come in Edo State, the House of Rep, Senate, everything is PDP? Yet they said Buhari won it almost won the presidency in Edo State. It was they didn't even get to 1,000 votes in Edo State to give you 200,000 votes. I beg.
All right.
Come
So
on, let's
Matthew,
continue.
let's continue. So Buhari's body language to the point that
Yeah.
functionaries of the Tinubu campaign team, they are begging him to give them more.
Yeah, one man. Like again, PDP is the worst opposition in the history of Nigeria, and I stand by it. With the body language of Buhari, it is clear the body language is not start today now. And what I know about that space, Buhari had two people in his mind. He had Osinbajo, and he had Nwajuba, Emeka Nwajuba. Those are his two preferred candidates he
Are
had in
you
his mind.
joking? Are
You are
you
joking, guy. Where is
I'm
Amechi?
telling
You
you.
come
Do you
here
know
and
how
you
close
just
Emeka
spill
Nwajuba was to
things
Buhari
that
from
guy
CPC
is
days?
Amechi that Buhari wanted, not Sibajo and
Forget
Amechi. It was even
Amechi.
Amechi. He says Emeka
Some
Wadoba.
northerners wanted Amechi. Some northerners wanted Amechi. Buhari's personal preference, wait, listen to me. He wanted Prof to take over, but again, before then, he pushed for consensus adoption of Emeka Nwajuba. You can go and meet any APC chieftain if you know anybody and talk to the person if the person can confide in you.
Do you know
Emeka
who
Nwajuba has a long history, standing history with Buhari since CPC days. And if you see, at some point after Emeka Nwajuba declared, he refused to tour around the 36 states, and then they started accusing him that why is this guy arrogant, because he was even sounding arrogant as if he already had the tickets. Go back and look at his speech that he made to the APC caucus. He was sounding like he already had the ticket.
No. I'm not going to say yeah. I don't want
Let's
to
just
use
leave that space one man. Let's leave that space.
I don't want to use
But
words like naivety, but
I mean, it's fine.
Emeka, some whatever it is that you just said, he doesn't even have the name recognition to be president.
Wait,
It doesn't. No, look. If you look at
Opta, calm down and listen.
you do you not know that name recognition matters as part of the packaging of a.
How many of you knew Yaradua when Obasanjo brought him out?
Everybody knew the Yaradua name.
Oh, he was like
are you new to Nigeria? Opta, are you new to Nigeria politics, please? To be speaking like this.
Maybe the length of my interest in Nigeria politics is probably longer than yours, so maybe we should leave that space.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for.
All right.
One more. Let me continue what I'm saying about the body languages.
Yeah.
So for me, let me leave the unknown, because that one you can really know it from talking to people that know. Let's talk about the known. For me, the body language of Buhari has never supported Asuwaju. This, I believe, this one we can agree on this one. So even on the primaries, we saw that. I don't think the Buhari I've heard about were not like a typical Asuwaju, because he has great, he hates corruption a lot. That's his personality. And he does not want Asuwaju. Obviously, Atiku is far, far down the list. I believe, again, a Buhari will not mind a Kwankwaso or an Obi succeeding him. Why? Because they both are closer to his kind of personality or kind of people.
The Kwankwaso I can understand, but I do not believe that Buhari still carries the vestiges of Biafra. Certainly, when he was referencing the Nnamdi Kanu space, you could hear that it was still. It was 30 months in that war, and do not feel that he recoils somewhat from the Southeast still.
Okay, one man. What I'm going to say now is the person that gave me the greatest insight into the personality of Buhari was after I had long hours of talk with the former chief judge of Anambra State, who I followed my sister's husband to his office. And me, I like questioning when I see people that are involved in the war, that are aged. I like questioning them. I can engage them for 20 hours because I want to know what happened there. And this guy unraveled Buhari like onion to me. He's an old man. He was in his 90s. And what I learned about Buhari that day, I learned a lot about the man called Buhari. He does not necessarily hate Igbos. Unlike the popular word on the streets, he just has a PTSD over anything that would look like or sound like division of Nigeria, because he feel he sacrificed a lot to keep the country one. So anything that sounds like threat to that unity, he has PTSD over it. So that is what people misinterpret as maybe a hate for Igbo nation. No, it is a hate for what IPOB is doing, which is threatening that unity he feels he sacrificed his adult life for, and some of them in the military as well. So it's a misconception that people from my tribe do not understand, and then they feel it is hate for the tribe. It is not hate for the tribe. If you go back, according to this man, he was mentioning to me some of close Igbo guys that were with Buhari back in the days, even at 1999, 2000, 2003, they were close to him. I think at some point he picked an Igbo man as vice president too. I think so, but I can't remember the name. So this man does not hate Igbos. And I tell even when I have conversations, since I learned that from this guy, when I have conversations, I try to explain to these guys that there's a lot of misconceptions about the personality of Buhari. There's a lot of misconceptions. And because he does not even know how to express himself, it's easy for people to keep riding with their narrative that have already been sold to them. So what this guy is threatened about is what IPOB is doing, trying to open that wound of the likeliness of this country dividing. That is what he's threatened about, not necessarily the Igbo nation as hatred for them. That is not true. Buhari is a good man, as far as I'm concerned.
He's a good man. You'll extend
Sorry,
that
one
far.
man, please let me interject.
Wait, this is my opinion again. I mean, out
Upton,
of
sorry,
what I know.
I understand your opinion.
And
But
again,
what
it's
I
not
want to say,
popular. It's not popular, so I understand it's not popular as well.
It's not popular, but is it accurate? Is the thing. It can be unpopular, but is it accurate? Is the thing.
One man,
so
I believe
Buhari,
if you talk to anybody that is willing to tell you the truth within the political class, they will tell you exactly what I'm telling you.
Yeah,
so the
Buhari used to,
Even both,
he was
even
using
from
the Igbo
opposition
guys
self.
in APC. Even the ones that he's just using them. All this ones they just say you're just
wait,
talking, guy.
me, I don't know. Me, I don't understand
Look
this
at that guy
man
that
of God.
came out and say,
It's
how many
not
of you love
popular, but
Buhari?
I'm just telling you what I'm telling you.
Sorry, Uptown. How do you explain the gross underrepresentation of the Southeast in the 8 years of Buhari?
I have an explanation for it.
Right.
Can I go
They
ahead?
they don't have talent in the Southeast. They don't have talent.
No. They have talent. Let me tell you.
Right.
Buhari is not one of the best administrators that I can accept. One thing about Buhari is that, as much as I know Peter Obi in and out, I can claim to know Buhari because I've taken out my time to ask questions that matter. The representation you're
And
talking
there's
about,
an
yes.
over-representation of the Yorubas, by the way, but a gross underrepresentation of the Southeasterners.
What did you say, woman?
I said there's an over-representation of the Yorubas in the Buhari administration, but a gross underrepresentation of the Southeasterners. So how do you justify that? Unless you are going to say they lack talent in the Southeast.
No. They have talent. The thing is that if I would have loved it, Buhari adopted Obasanjo's model of governance when he came on board, which is government of national unity. It would have taken us a long way more than what is happening now. I wish that's one of the first mistakes he made. But what he did was he followed the pattern of the people that came on board when they were forming APC. And largely, it was a north-west, southwest coalition, largely. I can almost count the number of southeastern stalwarts that was an integral part of that merging with one of my hands. I can almost count them. Counting Ngige from Action Congress, I can count them. One of my hands can count all the Igbo people that was involved. So all the Igbo guys put their egg in one basket in PDP. All of them concentrated in PDP. Just the few. Even when Ngige joined Action Congress, he almost lost credibility in Anambra State. They were like, you joined the Fulani party, you have joined Yoruba party, you have joined Fulani, that kind of thing. That's what I'm saying. So they moved to PDP in droves and then left just a handful that gathered the mind to join the APC coalition. So when APC government came on board, it's almost like the percentage is like maybe let's say 40% out north, let's say 45% north, 45% southwest, and 5% Igbo. You understand what I'm saying? So there is no how, unless you incur or unless you bring the government of national unity. That's why Obasanjo remains one of the best presidents we've had. If Obasanjo was the one in that situation, not minding the great self-inflicted underrepresentation of the Southeast, he's still going to find a way to even go beyond the political class and probably still get people from private sector to make up for that their underrepresentation in the political space. But Buhari didn't have that administrative skill. He just followed the pattern of how the things was already set out. There are a few Igbo guys, Ngige, a few of them, he gave them their what they deserved. You know what I'm saying? So that's just what happened in that space. That's just what happened in that space. It's just, but then I mean, my Igbo brothers don't like hearing this, so it's fine. But that's just what happened in that space.
All right, I'm back to why Buhari. How is somewhat recoiling from even though he has offered to campaign for him and he is campaigning
he's just
for
forcing
him.
himself one man. He's just trying to be a APC leader. You know, he doesn't want to be seen as an anti-party president.
One man, I wanted to send before I entered the show. I wanted to send you. Well, I was just seeing a Tribune, the headlines, but it disappeared because of my Instagram. Before I should scroll to send, it disappeared. I was reading that most APC governors most APC governors said is working against Tinubu. I wanted to send you the
Yeah,
caption,
I
the
heard
first
that too.
page.
I mean, that story have been flying around for way too
No, it's on
long.
the
No,
first page of
no.
Tribune.
Is that in
Yesterday
the
Tribune.
Yeah,
north?
I know. He came on stream again. The story came on stream again.
And they didn't put it. No, they just said most of the APC governors are working against. That was the title they used in Tribune. Against Tinubu. I just saw just when I woke up. Before I could send it to your this thing, my Instagram page just scrolled and I lost the page. So that like this thing is really serious, but we are trying to just brush it away. These other people they
No,
will
it's not.
move.
It's not being brushed away. Like Uptown is saying, these are stories that come and go. You don't know the veracity of it.
I think
Okay.
till it's really
Remember,
established that that's the case, then I'm just gonna see it as stories.
Because Tinubu, a campaign lead, organizer, DG organizer from North just resigned, but now he's resigned.
no,
She
no,
said,
not
so
from North. Not from North. It's from a specific state. Was it for the whole North or for a specific
I don't
state?
know. So I don't know, but he said she resigned. But when I read it, I felt maybe she
It's
resigned
just a
on.
state. It's just a state.
They
Yeah.
said, okay, when I read it, I felt she resigned under maybe they tried, maybe she's the anti-party anyway, because for the way I read it, maybe she was the anti-party, but that's why APC stepped him down. But it's not, things like start playing, it's not going well. I don't trust these northern people. They are very, very, very corny people. They are more
No,
corny.
no, no, no.
I think
Hold
these
on.
northerners have to be
Hold on.
very careful.
Hold on, Uptown. That's too big a leap. Those stories are too vague and they're too spurious for you then to use it to land on that comment that you just made. There was a story that was making the round that 14 governors from the north, they were meeting Atiku. When they packaged the whole thing together, they were saying that about 200 over APC functionaries were meeting Atiku in Dubai. So a lot of these stories, they just make it up to throw it into the space just to throw spanner in the works. So I'm not sure that there's enough strength in that story to reach that conclusion. Oh, sorry, back to you, Uptown.
One month, I don't know what exactly is going on in that space. And for all our sakes in this country, I just pray that doesn't happen. They should not do Northern gang up. That is going to cause problem in this country. It's going to cause instability in this country. You cannot be doing Northern gang up where power should be coming to the south, and you are doing. They do not even try it. APC governors
Why
should
are you
support
saying?
Asowaju.
Why?
They should support Asowaju.
Hold on.
Atiku
Give him the room
hunt.
to carry on, Uptown. Yeah.
APC governors should keep to their word, support Asowaju. Atiku should face his constituency in the north and get whatever is this that is left for him. Because if this gang up happens, do you know what's going to happen? It's going to sharply divide this country, north versus south. You understand what I'm saying? It's going to sharply divide. No, I don't even want to see. Let them not even think about. Let them just not play that politics at all in the north for all our sakes.
Do you think, even though Buhari might not wholly be in support of Tinubu, he surrendered to the fact that Tinubu is likely to succeed him? And do you think that is what we're seeing in the body language of his campaigning for the ticket?
Yes, true. One man, that is it.
So
He does not necessarily want it, but then again, he surrenders to whatever it is that is going to play out.
All right. So this storyline then, the Sultan of Sokoto feeling the need to push back against the obedience. This story that he had endorsed Peter Obi, the Obi Dati campaign organization, they've now come in. They've written this rather long-winded essay, but no apology embedded in it. So is this fake news politics that seems to have seized this electoral cycle?
Well, man, it's really very funny enough. The only time I saw that Sultan of Sokoto, do you know how Bomba to Bomba I follow Obi's campaign? Yet the only time I saw that Sultan of Sokoto endorse Obi was when the Sultan debunked it. They said it's debunked. I was like, okay, sorry, what is debunking? Did anybody ever say he endorsed Obi? And then someone was saying, yes, there was this thing flying around. I was like, obviously. I remember, endorsed Obi. Obi never went to see Sultan. So where did they endorse him through Bluetooth or what? Obi has not even gone to Sokoto yet. to campaign. So where is it coming from? It's obviously very stupid. Even Sultan should know that it's very baseless. It shouldn't even have fallen for the bait. That is if that is not even coming from the north, because that Sultan does not even look like he wants power to come back to the south.
No, it
I mean,
doesn't. It
I've
doesn't.
been monitoring his body language. He probably wants power to be retained in the north, trying to blackmail
Uptown,
our
easy
southern
the way you are
targets.
talking
Uptown,
about him, please. Or
Uptown.
easy.
Can you hear
Is the
me,
Sultan.
Why? Why?
woman? I
Yeah.
think the way we speak in the realm of speculations, as if we are capable of reading people's mind. You understand? Or we now come to the level and say the body language. I mean, how do you read someone's body language? How do you draw a conclusion from someone's body language? And you are making a statement, and we are spending time to
This is not
discuss
a
it.
categorical statement now, my
No,
friend.
but you said from it. Now we are spending time
I
to
said
discuss it.
I'm
We
even
are
suspecting from his body language that
no. We
so
say
and
I
so.
think. I'm just speaking generally. I
I
think they
think
are beginning
no,
to.
I'm
These are just
allowed at liberty.
speculations, and that's why we are
It is called
different.
speculation now. I didn't say it was a fact, did I?
That's why we are different here. Let's begin to, if we can't get fact, let's be closest to the fact as much as possible. We're
Okay,
not
so
just
how
trying to
are we
come up with
able to look at
interesting discussions. Yeah.
We can speculate based on what is known now because we
now
know
we
the
can speculate
landscape
now.
Based
based
on
on
How
what
what
many
is
is
facts
known.
do we
known,
really need?
Yeah.
not based on
We are
what you
even
think
speculating
somebody is
about the winner
thinking
of the
in,
election. Is that not
not,
speculation?
but we are basing our
All right.
speculation on
Hold
knowledge,
on.
not
Hold on,
because of what
Patrick.
you think somebody is thinking.
Patrick, let me ask you. And this will be. I'm asking you to speculate now. Do you think that do you think the body language of Buhari towards the APC campaign? Do you feel it is full-throated and wholehearted? Is it a wholehearted support that we're saying by your?
I don't have enough information to make that decisions because the body language does not mean anything. I can't even see any body language. I see a man who has been busy running the country and takes time out to campaign occasionally for his guy. Not everybody will be like Obasanjo who goes out campaigning. And the fact that Obasanjo was the first Nigerian civilian president that is now handing over to another one and his approach to it does not make it the standard practice. Because Obasanjo is the only person that ran for 8 years, just like Buhari did, and now he's handing over to his successor, and he's trying to present somebody from his party. His approach of imposing Yaradua on everybody is not necessarily what everybody is, not a standard that to suggest that he's supporting someone everybody must follow. I'm sure if it was Buhari that time too, he
When
probably
Buhari,
wouldn't go around doing all that too.
sorry, Patrick. When Buhari did mount the campaign stumps for Tinubu, even
Yeah.
the way he was campaigning, it was quite telling. He was inviting people not to vote for crooks, and then it took a real pressure for him to actually mention Tinubu by name. In one of those campaign spaces, he was mentioning the local politicians, and it took a real effort for him to even mention Tinubu. And even when you read his countenance on the rostrum, it looks like somebody that was there against his will.
To me, he's the president of the country, and I don't see anybody who can force him into doing anything. Especially when I know that Buhari, I don't know very well, so I don't want to also speculate. He's probably personally not having too much, if he has any skeleton in his compound on a personal level that can be used to blackmail him into supporting Tinubu by force. You understand? So if he's coming out to support him, people should be trusted. Like I don't have any reason not to trust the Northerner. That's the truth. I don't have any reason not to. The way we speculate, this Northerner are going to be like this.
Hold on. Even based on historical antecedents, you have no reasons not to
Show
trust
me
the
one
Northern.
historical antecedent that shows that Northerners cannot be trusted. Give me an example.
What about the way Babangida shafted Abiola? What about
That's
that?
not a Northern decision. That's some cabal in the military. These people that are involved, I'll mention it today. David Mark was one of them. He's from Benue. Jerry Hussein is one of them. It's on Plateau. You understand? You understand? David Mark was an Idoma man. You have some people from the north who are in that group. Ebitukwe, yeah, I say Ebitukwe. Home was there.
The president was from the north. The president
now, but
was
what
the
I'm
north.
saying is that it wasn't just the president decision. Home was there. He's from Edo State. Aigbe was involved. He's from Edo State. There are so many other top military officers that are there. So it should not be seen as is the north. Tell me one instance on a political landscape where the north cannot be trusted. Look at Shagari now. Shagari became president, and one of the bargain that they gave the Southeasterner was that they were going to recognize them very well. They gave them vice president, they gave them senate president, they gave them president of, they gave them speaker of the House of Representatives. What else is remaining in that government now that they didn't give them? You understand?
All right.
So we don't say, oh, we don't trust this north. We don't. It's just like somebody saying we don't trust southwest. Why? What have we? It's like southeast too. At a point, they don't trust Yoruba now. Some of them say we don't trust these Yoruba people. What is there not to trust? Are Yoruba not supporting Obi now? What is there? What has Yoruba done not to trust? So we are just claiming that I don't see the north has proven over time that they are as trustworthy as any other tribe in the country.
Well, this will be the acid test because it's payback time now. They like that piece said. Buhari rode into government on the back of Tinubu. So quid pro quo, you scratch my back, I scratch yours. So it's not.
They not voted for Jonathan now in 2011. In 2011. They not voted for him.
Well, we'll see. So a gentleman's agreement between the Northerners and the Yorubas. So they brought Buhari into government. So it's payback time. If Tinubu does not become president, then it solidifies that notion that the Northerners are trustworthy.
If Tinubu does not become the president, what you now begin to look at, did not vote for him. If a large percentage of the North voted for him,
if that
vote is not enough to make him president,
well, then they did not vote for him. Because the North is the determinant factor in Nigeria's election.
What if he loses a large chunk of Southern vote? What if he loses a large chunk of Southern vote?
It's unlikely, is it? It's unlikely. It's more likely that he will take the abundance.
It's still speculative too.
Yeah, no, but from antecedents, it's more likely that he will take the abundance of the Southwest votes, and then.
But one man, he will not. He will take less of the South. I think he was talking about Southern vote, not Southwest. Like
Southern vote.
No.
Southwest is. You have 3 regions in the South.
Because
Obi is taking 2 of that region.
Well, no, that's speculation, isn't it? You just said
no. But Obi is going to take the lead, or if he's not taking the lead, he's going to have a substantial vote in those 2 out of 3. Obi is going to take Southeast hands down, almost completely.
But it's not going to matter, though. It's not going to matter. Tinubu just needs a percentage from the Southeast, which I'm sure he can
that's
get.
what I'm saying. I say if, for example,
no, we are talking about
Tinubu loses a large Southern vote.
Hold on, Patrick.
The Northern vote might not matter too much now.
All right. Well,
if he's not able to get all those 60% that we speculated in Southwest, you understand what I'm saying? The Northern vote will not really matter now. It's not as if all the North is grasped for him now. Plateau State, you classify as that as North. Plateau State used to vote for Southeastern candidate. They did it in 1979, 1983. Plateau State voted for Nnamdi Azikwe's party. In Benue, I think they voted for Nnamdi Azikwe's party, or was it Apaku? Was Apaku from?
All right, Patrick. Let's get back to round off and let's get back to Opta.
So what I'm trying to say is that the North has not done anything that suggests that we should not trust them. The Southeast, for example, has not done anything that suggests that we should not trust them. Neither has the Southwest. So all these things are speculations, and we just keep selling these narratives. For a long time, the Southeast now say, this Yoruba, you can't trust them. They are slicky. Yoruba will say, Igbo. They always, when we have a bargain, they always leave Southwest and go to support the North. and as if that will continue to happen. So it's possible. It makes it difficult for Igbo and Yoruba to even come together. That's not so. Uptown is an Igbo man, so why can't I trust him?
All right, brilliant. So back to your Uptown. You were rounding off on Buhari's what his intentions
No, on
are. So
Sultan.
sorry, on the Sultan, on the Sultan of Sokoto and fake news.
Yes. So one man, that again is the effect of fake news. I think I sent you. I don't know if I sent you the video where the French TV station was debunking a fake news on Obi that was flying around in Nigeria, especially in northern Nigeria. That
Yes,
they were. I sent you the video, Abi. So
Yes.
an international media is debunking a fake news in Nigeria. So that's the menace of fake news. One man, and I think by now all of us we should have been getting used. There are some news that immediately you see it, you feel it, you can almost taste the fact that it's a fake news. I don't know if I see people reposting some of these weird news. I used to think like, are you still in charge of your brain at all? I mean, and from all quarters, though, you find like when they had a rumor that Obasanjo endorsed Tinubu after Tinubu went to see him. It took Obasanjo. Obasanjo had to come and write an official letter saying, "I do not endorse anybody. I'm running a national agenda." And it across all quarters, the same thing. Obedience as well. Some of them carry fake news. It says this person endorsed Obi.
What do you mean some of them? You mean most of them?
Most one man, all of them are the same thing. See, I've found and one man.
When an obedience says good morning, you have to go outside and check the weather.
One man.
I'm only joking also to the obedient.
One man, even me, yeah. I've found myself in several positions on Twitter where I have to caution and obedience. I got a comment section and say, "This thing you posted now, does it sound like truth to you? You just post anything. This thing, just you say, reason it with your brain. We are both obedient, but reason it, does it look like just with your normal thinking sense? You just want to post something and get engagements." So it's just across board, man, and it's just it's just the reality on ground. But regardless, we move one man. That news is a very fake news. Sultan's didn't endorse it.
Yes, going back to that Buhari space for a moment, do you think Buhari, do you think he has just given up on this election and he just wants it to be as free as he can make it?
Yes.
And
one man.
He doesn't really care for Tinubu or anybody else in that field.
Yes.
And he's just saying, okay, I've done my best.
One man, funny enough, the topic you raised now, I was having the conversation with somebody yesterday. And the person said exactly what's in my mind. Do you know that if Obi win this election, Buhari will go down in the history of Nigeria as the greatest president ever that conducted the freest election in the history of Nigeria? Are you aware?
Well, explain. How did they arrive at that? Obi is
the
a
president
Nigerian
that conducted an election that enthroned a party without structure. That guy will go down in history as the greatest president of Nigeria.
No, it will not. It's the process, isn't it? If Obi is able to gather enough votes, then he becomes president. So it's nothing to do with Buhari now. So he's provided.
No, what I'm saying now, no, I'm not talking about Buhari influencing. I'm saying that normally, this is Obi's winning this election is almost close to nothing to normal person, yeah. So imagine winning this it's almost like a democratic miracle, like I always term it. And then that miracle happening under the watchful eyes of a president, Muhammad Buhari. First of all, if Obi wins this election, it's going to be a world story. CNN, BB, America, everybody's going to be talking about it because it's almost like an impossible situation. And then who is the man on the hem of affair under who it is a president, Muhammad Buhari? He's going to be a signboard of democracy in the world. He's going to, in fact, they're going to be. It's going. In fact, Jonathan will not even meet his standard in terms of being a worldwide statesman in terms of democracy. He's going. Jonathan will be a baby.
All right, I find that somewhat far fetched. That's a bit too far fetched. But that's what he means. I don't say how that permutates because if Peter Obi wins the election, then that means he has structures because it needs the structure to win the election. Is nothing. The only contributory factor that Buhari would have had in that election
free
was to have
election, free and
made
fair.
was to make it free and fair. So
That's what I'm
that's the
saying. That
only
means
thing.
that
Yeah.
it was so free and fair that a French party candidate emerged in the biggest black nation in the world. That's what it means. So
Okay, but how?
Buhari is going to reap from it till he dies. He's going to reap from it. His name will not be erased anytime soon in African
All right.
politics.
All right. Thank you.
But that's by the way.
Yes, but, I'm going to ask you what caught your eye in the in the news today. But before I do that, we are getting very very strong viewership on Facebook. So
Nice.
yeah. So to the people on Facebook, make sure you are following and sharing the link, which seems to be the custom there. We're getting probably one of the strongest viewings we've ever gotten on Facebook.
Nice.
Yeah, what caught your eye in the news cycle today?
One more news cycle. Sure.
Oh yes, and it's
Come on.
Agbero. He even took the
You,
Agbero
you,
to the
you
peace
took
accord.
your touting to a peace community. Like, come on now, come on. Even Nelson Mandela no do rich like that. Like, one man. Please, I hope Ajali Koko is not on the platform.
He is,
Uh,
but unusually
ah,
quiet. Even I say call to Jore Agbero.
why would Shore be dragging seats and saying he's supposed to sit in the front? He said, why would they give Tinubu seat that side and give him this side? Why would they give vice president of this one here and give? Come on now, everybody's seated. Like, what's all that? You just want to cause trouble, cause wahala there. So that again, one man that was viral. That was viral. What else was viral? Obi campaigns in Southern Kaduna. One man, it was a shutdown, massive shutdown. Every single place was looking like Obi is a native of Kaduna. You can, so it was almost like he was a native of Kaduna. It was massive.
Did they okay, so you feel they pull the crowd, but every time we do check, it doesn't pull sufficient enough crowd as
Kafanchan was on fire today. One man, Kafanchan was literally on fire. Is everywhere. It's on fire. In fact, the first half that they did Kaduna 2 days ago. That one was like testing microphone. Kafanchan was on fire. The whole entire Southern Kaduna is in the bag. There's no contest
Hold
about
on,
it.
Uptown. So he went back to Kaduna today?
Yeah, he went back to Kaduna. They say it's phase 2.
So like Southern
He's
Kaduna
doubling down. He's
specific.
doubling down on Kaduna. He's doubling down. I think they're gonna go for phase 3.
No,
Maybe
he's gonna
Zaria.
get 25% in Kaduna. So
He's
anybody
doubling
can
down
doubt
on
it.
Kaduna.
Any doubting Thomas here can doubt it.
The videos that was coming out from Kafanchan today, I was asking the question: are you sure El Rufai is still? Everybody was tagging El Rufai on Twitter. He taunted obedience like 6 months ago that they won't see anything in Kaduna. So everybody was tagging him today on Twitter. We're like, El Rufai, are you sure you are still in charge in Kaduna? Because what is going on in your state? It was on fire, literally. Like, it was a celebration. If one man, I don't know. Okay, I was so busy today, I didn't bombard you with videos as usual, but I would have done that as well.
Southern Kaduna, I'm not quite sure who has the abundance in Kaduna, where the population is. But Southern Kaduna is somewhat. It's still.
I think it's
along
60-40 or so.
Yeah, Southern Kaduna has population than Northern Kaduna.
No, that's not true. Southern Kaduna is only 30%.
It's like
No,
70-30.
Southern Kaduna is 30%.
Northern Kaduna has the more
I heard
population.
60-40, so I don't know.
It's 70-30.
70-30.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
So 30 being Southern Kaduna.
Yes.
I mean, according to
but even with doubt, Southern Kaduna being a predominantly Christian space, is still that accusation of mounting pulpits. Is still the religious politics that stands accused of. preaching to the
But
converted.
he has done Kaduna proper now. He started off in Kaduna proper. We also saw the crowd there.
Southern
And then he went
Kaduna
to
is
Southern. I
a
think they're going to go to
PDP.
Zaria.
Southern Kaduna is a PDP stronghold.
Is that Kulota?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Don't worry. PDP is gone in Southern Kaduna. Southern Kaduna was on fire today, literally.
I hope you guys get fire extinguishers.
I keep thinking.
Everybody has to buy some fire extinguisher because Obi is doubling down. I think I even heard he wants to do round 3. They're heading to Zaria, heading to a couple of places as well. I think he's doubling down Kaduna. He's not seizing fire.
Has it left it a bit too late to start making incursions into the north? Because
I think it was planned that way. 1 month. They have been working on that north low key all these months. Now they want to start their distance. So I think it's for them. I think it's strategic for them. So, but I think what they want to do 1 month is they have located some spots where they are targeting their 25%. Yeah, and they are going to double down on that places, and anywhere they feel they can make up to 25%, they will leave it completely for the 3 other candidates. I think that's one of their strategies.
All right. You of course are an obedient, so we will.
One man.
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, I told them that I just said here that Southern Kaduna have the population than Northern Kaduna, and they are saying is not true. You can check it yourself and find out. Yeah, somebody from Kaduna even told me this. Of course.
Wait a minute, Eze, are you saying it's more than Northern Kaduna? That's not true.
What are you saying? Somebody that lives in Kaduna told me this. I was saying
Did they know the geography of that state?
One man, please just check. Let's not argue too much.
I mean, Google is your friend. You can always use Google, guys.
No, that's what they did. They Google something, and you know, Google is not like it's not the be all and end all. Like Google something, and it's a bit like when people are quoting Wikipedia. You know, Wikipedia, anybody can edit it and put anything there. So it's not the best test of anything. No. Let me play you this clip. Actually, this is Shore doing his thing they call it a peace accord, but did Shore get the memo? Watch this.
Yes, disagreements are not personal. Okay. They came from the military era. And it includes you. Okay. Please. I have political disagreements today with anybody that was in the military in 1993 that annulled the election, including you. Every one of you. And it doesn't go away. Thank you.
Okay, I think you are talking about 20 years ago.
Yes.
I think I think if you carry that idea, by the time you become the president of this country, I think some of us will leave this country. So I think, I think quite honestly, let bygones be bygones. What has happened has happened. You can't cry over spilled milk. And let's go on with what is in front of us. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you again. Before we close, I will ask His Eminence Onaika to give us the closing prayers.
So that was Shore at the peace accord, having a back and forth with Abdul Salami, the former military dictator.
I actually respected Abdul Salami. Like his level of cool has to be studied. Even though I think at some point it was like if you can't stay, you can actually leave. But then I feel he even tried to. I think he really respected him. Somebody else might not. If that was Wike, statesman Wike, I'm wondering how the response would be. But I think he was.
But it was the one that killed off Abiola now, Abdul Salami.
Oh, he was the one that killed Abiola.
Well, it was under his watch that they gave him that infamous thing. Was it Condoleezza Rice? It was Condoleezza Rice, wasn't it, that administered that?
Yeah, and Upton said he has been in politics more than the way he think I have been in politics. We don't know who killed Abiola. You don't know. You don't know.
The last time I checked, I was not in the room where he was killed. So, and I guess you went.
And then
But
you
it's a
didn't watch
popular
on.
story now. If
It's a popular
somebody that
story.
is
No, 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 no.
conversant
There's a
with
lot
Aya.
of
history
popular
Two
stories I don't. But
questions. Two questions. Two
in
questions have come
93,
up
Abi.
after.
popular stories like who killed Bola Ige. I don't know.
Uptown. Two stories that have come up, and you popular
You
story.
don't know
You
anything
said you don't
about.
know. You don't know about it. That you know something more than somebody that voted in 80s. How old do you think I am? Uptown. There is God, though. There is God, though. Uptown. There is God, though.
Let's calm down. See. Let me tell you.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, go on.
When you talk about maybe politics in around 1991, 92, 93, if you notice in this platform, anyone I know, I talk about it. Anyone I don't know, I have the courage to ask. When Ajali Koko discusses, I ask Ajali Koko, is this? Because I always want to learn, unlike some people that claim they know all. But when I know what I'm talking about, I will tell you I know what I'm talking about because I have been part of that. I've listened to that. I've asked questions about that, and I've been part of them as well. Like maybe if you want to come and challenge me about when Obi was governor, I was there all throughout, and I know you can't challenge me there. But where I know there's a part of it, I ask a question. I tell you, okay, is this what happened? And then I go back to read on it as well. But what I always ask questions on is all this idea of who killed this person, who killed this person. Last time I checked, none of us was there. Like someone coming to say Tinubu killed Bola Ige, this person killed this person. It is all speculation. You will never see me talking about all of those things. But when we're talking about other things like politics and all that, yes, we can talk about it. But when it comes about conspiracy theories, part of it, I'll always be like, what did you say? Okay, you say this is this, fine. I'll know that is you. That's your position. That's what you say. It's a conspiracy theory. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. So that's it. One month.
All right. Sorry. Quick one. Solomon is right. Southern Kaduna has 51% of the population. So you're right, Solomon.
Oh, yeah, let's give it
See,
up for
Labour
Solomon.
Party will not win. The way they are making noise about, I want to tell you something. Labour Party will not win Kaduna. Leave
It's
this
not
noise
about
and make
Labour
it.
Party.
Nobody
Don't
said they will
worry.
lose.
See, I just want you
I don't
people.
think they're planning to win Kaduna now, my friend.
It's not
It's not
about
even winning. It's not
calming
even winning
down.
Kaduna self. Your 25% is not even in the bag. You don't
Oh, really?
don't come and dream. Yeah, see, if you are talking about 25%, you are dreaming. They just mark this thing I'm telling you
hold on,
today.
Solomon. Let Solomon talk. Solomon,
You are dreaming.
you want to bet?
Guy, I know they
Now
bet
leave this
anything,
betting.
but
Leave the betting alone now.
Man of Prestige is
But I
just
like to
very
put my
easy to
my
bet.
mouth. I like to put my money where the mouth.
Okay,
Solomon, wait.
man of
No.
Prestige. Man of Prestige, let's bet $22,500 each. Obi is coming third.
25%.
25%.
No, Obi is coming third.
We're talking about 25%.
Forget about what
That's
it
their
come out.
target
It's
there.
not the point. It's
No,
Obi gonna
I
get
want to
25%. Well, let's bet on that.
Okay, hold on. Okay, because we are going to shut this down right now. So, Kulata, repeat what you said.
I said Obi will come third in the election, $2,500. Prestige, you want to go?
All right. Before you say anything, man of Prestige, over the last 3 days, you've been coming, let's bet. So there's a bet for you right there. Take it or leave it.
1 month.
Obi will come third. So you are telling us Obi will be president, but Kulata is telling you he will not even come second. So take it. You see, he's run away. Look at that.
But I think
Obi will win. Obi will win. One of Prestige bets. Obi is going to win.
He don't run. Look
at him.
Obi will win.
1 month.
Hold on, 1 month.
Hold on. Let's hear from man of Prestige.
No. I didn't run anywhere. My seat and keep on kicking me out. You see, when I was number. You keep on kicking me out, so I need to reboot my YouTube. But anyway,
all right. So
where are we?
Bet.
Where are we?
Okay, Pukulata, please put it to him again.
Prestige, $2,500. Obi comes third, ready to go.
That's not what I'm betting. I'm not betting on position. I'm betting on percentage.
Over the last 2 days, 3 days, you've been coming. Everything. Let's bet.
Wait a minute.
1 month. Be coming down.
Everybody, calm down. Everybody,
look at that.
Hold on, 1 month. Let me speak.
All Bluster, no bank. All Bluster, no bank. Where's your bank?
Can I speak? You can't tell me what I'm thinking.
Okay, go on.
The conversation was. It was never about who is going to win, who's not going to win. Everybody.
True. Let me support him. It's actually about.
Hold on. The conversation was about 25%. That was my first interjection. 25%, and that's what I'm sticking on. It wasn't about whether he's going to win Kaduna, whether he's going to come third or fourth. So don't
all
shift
right.
the goalpost.
You guys want to blackmail man of prestige?
No, hold on.
It was about percentage.
Hold on.
And that's what I said.
Hold on, man of prestige. Hold on. Uptown. There's a backdrop to this. I'm sure you've been following over the last 2 days. He's been coming. Any conversation, let's bet. So he clearly wants to take on a bet, and the bet that Kulata is proposing is not unrealistic, because he tells us Obi is going to be president, man of prestige, but Kulata is telling us is going to come third. So if you have confidence in your man, put up now, or don't say let's bet ever again.
Kulata's bet is very fair, man of prestige,
yes,
to be
now,
honest. And you people believe in
your
business. Why don't you take up this bet?
You say? Yeah. They support no rich pocket, no rich wallet. You don't rich wallet. Like just about. You see? Look at
this guy too, now you say challenge.
It's a
Challenge.
newsmaker.
PDP and APC.
Look at that. They support no rich wallet. It doesn't even have a good internet connection. It's wanting to bet everybody. Look at this guy. Why are you mocking yourself, man of prestige? Why are you mocking yourself? Look at that. Let's bet.
One man. Hold on. Hold on, one man. It can't rubbish me and get away.
I'm not rubbishing you. We are only. It's just banter.
You don't know what kind of pocket I have. So you don't.
No. Settle down. I'm only joking now. Everybody is in their feelings over the last 2 days. Everybody is in their feelings.
Don't start your banter with me.
Okay.
Let's go back to the conversation.
Maybe no.
Let's go back to the conversation. Because when I say I'm going to bet, I started with Thomas. He reneged. Yesterday, we talked about River. I said, Obi is going to win River. I said, we want to take my bet. Nobody did. Today, the conversation was strictly 25%. It wasn't about first, second, or third, or fourth. And that's what we want. That's where the conversation originated. I said, I want to bet. Yeah, I'm eager to bet in what I believe. If I know I'm going to lose.
Okay. Do you believe Obi will come? Is telling you that Obi will come third?
But I'm the one that proposed the bet, so you can shift the goalpost. I said 25%.
Okay. So a new bet is being proposed, and it's testing your confidence in your candidate. Obi will come third.
You can't tell me what you bet on. I'm betting on 25%.
No. You can reject it now. It's been put to you that he's confident that Obi will come third or less in the election, and the obedience space are telling us the momentum takes him to Aso Rock. So are you willing? Because that's not.
I'm not going with third. I'm going with 25%. Anybody can take me on there because it doesn't mean somebody can. Hold on. Somebody can win 30. Obi can win 25. I'm going with 25%. Anybody take me on right now?
Okay. Okay. Before we move back to the conversation, do you concede then that Obi will come third in the election?
No, I'm not going to concede anything. But I'm going to accept what I believe. I'm going to on my bet 25%.
Look at that. Look at
Obi
that.
will win now.
It's all about. We had it from too many of the obedience.
What is all mad? I'm the one that proposed it. That was my proposal.
But somebody
so
should take up his bet now. 25%. Somebody should take it up. 25%.
That's what I said.
No. What 25% of what?
25%. He's gonna get 25% in Kaduna.
No, that's not even a bet now. That's just ludicrous.
How can it be ridiculous?
How can it be ridiculous? So ludicrous. So that would be ludicrous. And third is not ludicrous.
$10 for that.
Why just $10? Kulata, you got money. Kulata, you got money to waste. Let's bet.
Let me add 10p on that. So $10 and 10 currencies.
No, I'm not gonna bet $10. $10 ain't nothing.
One second. Kulata, you should be able to because you didn't give Obi 25% in your spreadsheet.
Me, I want
exactly.
So you should be able to vote
bet on
this.
With 25% in Kaduna.
No, that's just a nonsense.
That's just statutory now. Let's say
no, you did, but you didn't give him that credit to your spreadsheet now, so you should.
Hold on,
but I took his bet. I said $10.
Kulata.
What is $10? What is
$10? I'm gonna give one.
Hold on. And I'm adding hold on, and I'm adding a British 10 pence on that. So it's 10 American dollars and 10 British pence. So $10
Hold
and 10
on.
pence.
One man. Let me speak to Kulata. Let
Look
me
at
speak
this
to
guy.
Kulata.
Yeah, funny man, though.
Let me speak to Kulata a minute.
Yeah,
$10. Then we
Why
speak.
why do
$10.
you want me to
Agree to
accept?
$10.
Hold on. Kulata.
$10.
Why do you want me to accept your own premises when I'm the one that proposed it first, 25? Then you
I
want me
gave you
to
a
accept your
better
own
bet. You
premise and you don't want to
rejected it.
accept mine. How is that fair?
You rejected my bet. Then I gave you a low ball offer.
But it
Take it or
was
leave it.
me that made the bet first before you.
All right, this is not going to happen. So
It's okay. It's fun.
one final question, and then we move back to the conversation.
No
And this
problem.
is
This is the same what assertion Emeka was making that Obi will not win the Southeast. He was, I don't understand. That was the first time I heard so shocking thing in my life yesterday. That Obi will not win.
No, he backed it up with figures. So he had an
No,
argument to make.
that does not count. Like the battle is his opinion, his own figure. There's no
Yes.
way Obi will not win 3 states in Southeast.
One man.
Just like
the
you're
figure that
saying.
he brought yesterday was incorrect. Go.
That is figure. And funny enough, a day before this thing, I was reading on Nigerian newspaper that Soludo is saying Obi will win Anambra. It's on the first page cover. That he's coming up. That is saying that I'm not obedient, I'm not a Tinubu, but Emeka died yesterday. I couldn't target. I was so busy. His analysis yesterday is well understand or understood that he's a Swiss sword. He paid analysis or he paid whatever he is because it was so one-sided. How can you say that Obi will never win any state in the Southeast? There's a state that said, you cannot beat me in my village. Even though Obi is not popular, he will still win his constituency. He will still win one state in Anambra, but you say he's not going to win anyone.
Somebody said an obedient took Emeka's girlfriend.
I was shocked yesterday. I was shocked to my marrow.
Emeka has always been like that. If you listen to Niger Watch, Emeka is like that. Okay, that's the person he is.
I don't know him.
All right, man of President, let me ask you one last question, and then we'll move the conversation back to where we were. Is Obi going to win the elections?
Okay, this is my premise. It's going to go second round. I've always been saying it because I don't see the permutation. I don't see the permutation in terms of 24%.
Is Obi going to be the next? Hold on. Is Obi going to be the next president of Nigeria?
Is Obi going to be the next president of Nigeria? That yet to be determined.
I'm
realistic. I'm not gonna.
Right.
I want him to win.
Right.
I want him
Vote
to
for
win.
PDP, please. Let's move it. Leave Obi alone.
Look at that.
Look at that. When somebody
sorry, one man.
What
One man, sorry.
Look about?
Let me quickly say this. One man. Let me quickly say this. This is the reason again. I would say the British don't know where to draw their first blood. Yesterday, when people were giving the analysis about Tinubu's daughter doing vote buying openly, taking money to a campaign DG or whatever the person is, giving the person 10 million, and the person bringing out, taking 1 million, giving 9 million to their people for appreciation. That is vote buying. Yet they are talking about
that vote buying. That's logistics.
It's not logistic, one man. It cannot be logistic. In the same country, that guy and Dele should be in jail. Even taking cigarette or even tobacco, anything concerning election, it's vote buying. You are influencing the vote.
Hold on. What are you talking about, my guy?
I'm talking about my brother. Listen, one man.
Hold on now. Let me present it differently. The person that Tinubu's daughter gave the money to was an APC functionary who was working on behalf of the party during a campaign phase. So, are you saying then that functionary should be using his own personal money, or
he should not even? Yes, one man. He should not use his personal money. Not that use the lady Tinubu's daughter should use his own personal money too. There's what they call campaign fund. You create a fund where they donate money to. We are all learned.
Crowdfunding.
Yeah, you cannot take money openly. Even Biden even do this. You cannot take money openly. Like one guy said, like probably he wants to tarnish our reputation. Because that thing he did is clearly a breach of this electoral law. You cannot take money to a campaign for how you say you came to appreciate him and you give it 10 million in his house. You didn't give it to him in the campaign ground there. Obi don't know where to draw their blood most of the time. I'm just saying this. Huh?
What piece?
Yeah. Sir? Oga Koko, I greet you.
Tinubu, how you doing, my brother?
I did fine.
Tinubu's daughter did not give that money to that guy in the public.
Doesn't matter, but the guy brought it out. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on. He went to his house, gave him that money, maybe in appreciation of the work he's doing. But the guy voluntarily came out in appreciation to that money given. And the guy, I think, is a kind of leader that is always honest to his followers. And that's why he reported that in group, in the presence of his people. So you cannot say you want to hold who do you want to hold responsible? Who do you want to hold? Who is violating the law?
Even what law was broken first? What law was broken?
Yeah, let me tell you, Oga Koko. Since we are following Western standard, every person that have been prosecuted in abroad for vote buying, they didn't give them the present or money in open, did they? They did not. They gave them in private.
In open now. She didn't give it to him.
That's what I'm saying. No, hold on. I'm saying people that have been prosecuted, even in Japan here, they put somebody called tobacco, Cuba tobacco. They gave him in personal, and yet he was being prosecuted and removed from the House of Lord here, what they call it here, their parliament. Vote buying is not in the open. Vote buying is what you do secret. That's why I call it vote buying. You are not supposed to do that. You're not supposed.
I think you're presenting the wrong case. Isn't this Money Laundry Act? I think this is more.
Okay, yeah, okay. No, I'm just using it general. Wait,
that
yeah,
thing that they caught Donyo Coupe on.
Hold on.
I think that fits.
Yeah, no, because what I'm saying, I'm just putting everything together for the basis of argument basis. We just vote buying. Because we start going money laundering in every aspect of immigration. What she did is wrong, and let's say the truth. But because Nigeria is this kind of, so many shit happening in Nigeria. Not like obedient are free of it. Not that article is free of it. This is the same story that happen every day. It becomes the new normal. What she did is a clearly offense. As far as that guy came out to say, that's admission to crime.
It is not an offense. Let me explain something. The guy that Tinubu's daughter gave the money to is an APC functionary. So she did not go to give it to an INEC official to rig an election. She did not go to give it to another party to cross over. She did not go to bribe anybody. She gave a functionary of the political party that she belongs to either financial appreciation or money to administer whatever he is administering.
Yeah, to continue to mobilize and work for the.
You donate that such money to the guy's foundation.
But what piece? You know that happened in our politics everywhere in that country.
That's what I'm saying. It's becoming a new normal. That doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it right.
People donate money to the leaders, to use for mobilization of people or to carry out campaign, and stuff like that happen. Even when it comes to what do you call this thing, organizing rally and the rest of it, money have to go from one place to the other, and to effect that. So that lady, to me, to us in abroad, we can look at it like that. Why are they doing that? They're supposed to.
I understand what you're saying. Just like in the primaries when dollars is flying around, which we all know.
No, that one.
Let me just make this point.
Yeah,
I understand. Wait, let me make the point. Okay. We all understood dollar is moving around, but we cannot see it physically. But we are hearing dollars flying around, and does not make it right. But that's their tradition. When it comes to primaries, they must share money, but it does not make it right. Does not mean if the SEC wants to investigate that place, people will not go to jail because it's the new normal. All the parties are doing in Nigeria. It becomes a normal thing, but does not make it right.
Okay. Let me put this to you. Let's say, okay, you are my friend now, World Peace, and your brother is contesting for election, and that your brother I know him very well. You understand what I'm saying? And you, World Peace, have been very close friend. I see what you are doing on the ground, mobilizing people to your brother. I mean, for your brother to win the election. And I come to your house and give you money that, hey, in appreciation, I mean, as a little way, I've seen you spending your own money for your brother. You understand what I'm saying? And the little way that I can support you, I give you money as well. Hey, my friend, take this 10 million. You know, that's the little way I think I have to support you because I've seen you spending money. You are doing a lot of things in absence of your brother to ensure that your brother win the election. What have I done wrong?
Angelica, let me
What
say,
have I done wrong?
Angelica, where are you coming up with all this speculation? Do you know what happened? Were you
Wait,
there?
hold on. Oh, wait, hold on now. Let
What
me,
are you saying?
Proceed. Let me answer Jaliko first. Sorry, Jaliko,
Yes.
so that will not deviate.
What have I done
You
wrong?
know, wait now, Jaliko, sorry. You know, before I started this, I said, since we are following the Western standard of democracy.
No, forget about
Hold
Western
on, I
standard.
know. Hold on now,
Forget
hold on,
about
Jaliko.
Western
I
standard.
know. Hold on now.
Yes.
Hold on now. That's your forget. This is where it comes in. Because we are doing the same thing, it becomes a new normal. It does not make it right. Now, in a politics, in an election, any functionary of your party to collect donation, he gets money from the party donation account, or he gets it from the foundation he creates for that movement.
Where is that rule written? Where is that rule written?
That's how election is designed. Go read our constitution. But we are doing something. We are doing something. Hold on.
Are you making up your own rules?
I'm not making my rules. What's the electoral act? What are the things against vote buying and not vote buying?
But you are not. You didn't answer my question. No, World Peace.
I'm asking your question. See, because that guy did that.
Is Folashade, is she a member of APC?
Why is she donating to APC directly, openly, secretly?
If she's a member of
she's
APC,
a member. Is that the way Nigeria is? His father is running.
So
That means that makes him a.
If she's a member of APC donating money to her party, that probably does not violate campaign finance laws. The law that maybe she violated, if it's cash, then is that money laundering something?
It's cash. And again, could I answer your question? If she's a member of APC, should have known better to donate to the foundation account or the APC account and write it to this man.
But you don't know the mechanism now. You know that.
No, that's what I'm saying. He has. That's why I said there's no ignorance of law. She has breached the law. She has breached the law. I'm not speaking.
Hold on. War Peace, you are not on firm footing in what you are saying. It doesn't hold. At best, it's a misdemeanor. It's certainly not a felony or something. At best,
no, man, you are the one breaking it down. This is the same thing I'm holding obedient for, and I'm holding APC. But when it comes to anything that affects APC camp via Tinubu, is not a crime. Anything that affects Peter Obi via a crime now is not a crime.
It's not a crime because you say it's a crime now.
No, we are still creating a crime. It was we have facts. It's not opinion. We saw it. The man came out and said,
War Peace. If it's APC to APC, that may not be a crime if it's through the bank or something. If she takes 10 million naira cash and she goes to give him, that's a crime.
Of course, you have nailed her on one there, and which is very grievous. He took cash there. Ghana must go, and we saw it on TV. And the guy said, I took 1 million. That guy's supposed to go to jail. I'll give you for the rest people 9 million. This I'm donating to the foundation. I'm giving you people. Who are the people? You are saying about the crowd that APC catch carrier. These are both buying and influence. Anyway, I'm saying obedient don't know where to stand their ground and make their case. They make their case on not only obedient, other people. They don't know where to hold their ground. That's why sometimes election will speak out.
You've not made enough points.
We don't have to be talking about our opposition parties all the time.
Okay,
we are the leading party.
We
are the leading party. We don't need to be.
What Peace? If you are standing on that premise that okay, what she did was wrong. Okay, if I have somebody in Nigeria that is organizing in my area for AAC, that I, as a supporter of Shore here in America, and I appointed somebody in my area, a trusted person, hey, without the knowledge of Yore, without the knowledge of even the AAC, I said, go and start coordinating AAC, go and start mobilizing people to vote for AAC, and I send money to that person to effect that. What have I done wrong?
I'm saying it again, like you're not getting my this thing. For the fact you are
You are
doing
not.
that does not make it
Answer
right.
that question. Answer that.
I'm
Hold on.
answering your question right now.
Okay.
What you just said is offensive, chargeable by law. If you want to,
Forget about it.
hold on now, hold on, because Nigeria, hold on now. I not just want to make a case.
Yeah.
Because we are Nigeria, do the same thing. It becomes the new normal. If you want to fund Showore and you want to fund somebody to fund Showore, the first thing you tell the person, go form a group. Maybe so you're a supporter in Ilashe zone, or so you're a supporter for this. Then you fund that group. Then you are not going to fund that group. In any form of shape they want to use the money for, is left for them. But you taking money like yesterday, let me ask you this. Yesterday, you were saying people sending money from diaspora are doing vote buying. This is the same thing you are doing. People agreed here. People sending money from diaspora is vote buying. But people sharing money at that same time, they couldn't hold the Tinubu. I came and spoke. Now you are saying you are in diaspora. You saying
no. You cannot characterize
the money was for party members, though. Was for party members.
Yeah. The money people send for diaspora. Money people send for diaspora is not for party members.
Leave that. No. It's
so
not
we
for
cannot
party
leave
members.
it. Crime is a crime. What I'm saying,
you're just making up your own rules, man. You're making up your own
rules.
I'm
not making my own rules because it comes to Tinubu daughter now is not making up rules.
Clearly, forget Tinubu's daughter. Stick to the logic of what you're saying.
Who did the crime? It's not Tinubu's daughter.
No, forget Tinubu's. If it's somebody else, is it not still the same thing? So
that's what I'm saying. It's somebody else.
Can you hold on? Just steady down. Forget Tinubu's daughter. The matter is really what matters. The lady, Tinubu's daughter in this instance, but the situation is that she was giving money to a senior functionary of her party for support to support that space.
Support. So that is not vote buying.
How can it be vote
that does
buying?
Not constitute vote
buying. Can you hold on? Can you hold on? Hold on now. If you don't even hear what is being put to you, how can you counter it? It's not. She's giving money to functionaries of her own party. So that cannot be vote buying because it's not people outside of her party, because functionaries of her party are almost certainly going to vote for that party anyway. So how is the vote being bought?
That is not vote buying. We agree with you that donation should have gone through the right channel to the party, so that they can so that they can keep record of how much they are generating, as income for the party, and they can keep record of how much they disburse out for expenses. But giving money to a party member or leaders for logistic purposes, that does not constitute vote buying.
I guess what's the crime?
Hold on.
So what piece is just making up his
own.
What
piece? So just hand as one man always say here. Just hands up your hand. Just hands up that. Okay, I give up.
I got it.
I'm in elevator. No, I'm in elevator. I'm getting out of my hotel. Just hold on. I'm checking out from my hotel.
Why you all dressed up? What's going on?
I came to my yard where I have my shipyard. It's not in my city. I travel, so I'm checking out my hotel. Hold on, I'm coming down to the reception.
You can show us the reception if you like, just for the optics.
I'll show you.
Let us see what the hotel. Are the rooms tiny? What are the rooms like?
It's small now. Japan is small now.
They don't have land here now.
They don't have land. We don't have land here.
Yeah,
it's a resort anyway. It's a farmer resort.
I've been trying to call you for a while.
Hold on. Please. Let me change my settings. My audio setting.
Show us as Mondo of the landscape as you can of the. Look at that. Technology is not your. Look at that. It's gone. Technology is not your friend. Warface. Look at that. I thought I was the comedian. Hold on. Let me bring up your. Let me go to the super chats. I know why you are in. So that super chat from Desmond. I will take that bet. So that was to Kolata, and then he backs it up with 2 million naira. So thank you for the super chats, Desmond, who has been using that space with increasing frequency. Joel of Nashville, man of prestige, I am disappointed in your stance. Obi is winning the election. Don't be scared. Don't be scared, guys. We are getting our states together. Not will play too. So he was saying disappointed somewhat. If they come in every day, I want to bet. Now the bet
my brother
No,
Joel, don't be disappointed. I'm just going by my conscience, okay? I'm not
your
gonna,
conscience.
I said I can't really decide who's gonna win.
Look at that. Look at that.
But my hope is
will be victory. You can't
well,
bet.
come on now, people. You all need to be realistic, okay? On things.
Man of prestige,
Okay?
I really like your person, to be honest
No,
with
it's
you.
not about life. It's not about
very
life.
honest person.
I'm being a
But
realist.
it will be funny for anybody
You're
to bet
very
against
honest
him.
man.
Man of prestige,
Even PDP cannot bet Atiku.
Wait a minute.
I tell you,
It's not about getting sense. Whether
one of
Sophie is gonna
prestige
win.
na honest
Hold
man.
on.
You get my respect for
Whether honest man or wayo man.
Whether Sophie is gonna win.
Now, man, we get sense. So
Wait a minute.
Yes,
Whether
sir.
Sophie is gonna win or is not gonna win, it's not gonna make any difference. It's not gonna make.
All right. Solomon, I'm
But
going to give you.
take my bet.
Can you hold on, please? Solomon, I'm going to give you a decision to make now, and it is your decision. Only you will make this decision. Given the fact that man of prestige, it comes over the last 3 days. If it comes here, I want to make a bet. I want to take a bet, and now a bet has been presented, and he docks it. Should we remove the prestige from his name? That's you, Solomon. Make that decision. Should we remove the...
No. Before
wait, one of prestige. Don't worry, one of prestige. Let me talk. Don't worry.
Hold on.
Let me talk.
Solomon, you make that decision. Should we remove the prestige from his name?
For the fact that he said that his conscience, he just told Joel, he's not living in he's not dreaming, he's not just coming up here to make up things, and he's talking out of reality and from honesty. I will even add, I will say his name, I will give him this name, the prestigious man. Because he just spoke out of as in, like from his conscience.
Thank you, my brother-in-law.
Solomon, you messed up.
Thank you, my brother-in-law.
He was very honest.
My brother-in-law now.
He's a very honest man.
Solomon,
he's a very honest man.
Give prestige Talakawa. Give him that name.
No. The prestigious man. The prestigious man.
Solomon.
Solomon,
the thing where they do now.
One man, that's the final decision. He can't remove prestige because Solomon has
brother, man of prestige. Now Igbo Kwenu they do so.
No, not Igbo Kwenu. Na truth I dey talk.
You know, Ajale Koko. You know what Solomon just did then. You know they've been threatening to remove his Igbo-ness for
one man. Never. If it's somebody like Joel,
he tried to buy his way back into the clan.
No. One man, no. One man. If it's somebody like Joel now, I will give him Joel of Otuko in Benue State. Of Benue State, because he's just dreaming. I will give him I will change his name from Joel of Nazareth to Joel of Otuko. But man of prestige is a very honest man.
Well, it's not about dreaming. It's how he feel. I mean, this is how I feel. That I don't know what's gonna transpire. But I'm hoping that Obi is gonna win. But I always said it's gonna go to second round. I may be wrong, I may be right. I just have to be realistic to myself.
All right, Jess, let me offer you a bet.
Hold on. Sorry. Before you offer that bet, let me just round off the super chats. So thank you for the super chat, Joel of Nashville. Solly comes in. Southeasterners fear Agbero, feeling Aso Rock. So I'm not quite sure where that is.
What does that mean?
I don't know, but it's probably relevant to the conversation at the time. But please, keep yourself on mute for a moment, Man of Prestige, just so I can wrap this up. He comes back again. Portable is your incoming senator. So Portable, of course, that's Amugo new artist that what was the one that sang Zazu. So I'm down with the kids. I know what's going on. Zazu.
You don't know Ashake, you now know Zazu.
I know Zazu. Is that not what is trending now, Solomon? Zazu.
Yes.
You
know, Zazu is no longer trending now, but he just dropped an album called Ika of Africa. That is the album is his album now that is trending. Is Ika of Africa for him. It's not that.
Which song is at the top of the charts now?
Which song is even at the top of the chart?
Which one is all the stations playing? Which one is banging? Which one are you banging to?
Because of this program, I don't really watch. Me, I'm more of a rap person.
No, it's still. Hold on, let me tell you. It's still Daniel. What's his name? Cough. By
Kiss Daniel.
Kiss Daniel. Okay. By Kiss Daniel.
One man. Why are you asking about top time? We both know you listen to Beethoven and all that classics. That's what you listen to.
No, I don't listen to Beethoven. No, I listen to Orlando Owo. I listen to Orlando Owo. You want me to sing? But Joel of Nashville, World Peace. She's a launderer and she'll be arrested, of course. Joel of Nashville. If Joel was an American, which he is, I imagine him to be one of those deep south, or is it where not a redneck, but along those lines in political.
No, he's one man. Nashville, he's in the redneck state.
Exactly.
That's why he's part of the mega. And I'm surprised about Baba T, a very respectable Nigerian person.
You have to let me read
which emancipated from the white nationalists. Baba T, I don't know why.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about you. That is a mega.
All right. Before we get into that back and forth, let me just wrap up the super chats. Prince comes in. A spade is not a hoe or a shovel. It's a crime. So I don't know that metaphor, but thank you for that. So thank you for the super chats. Keep them coming. And then of course, the Buy the Coffee space. As ever, you already know the name I'm going to mention. Ayo does as he always does. He actually did a test today, which I don't think I acknowledge. So let me give it the double acknowledgement to Ayo, who are the only person that has enabled us to say we're still 100% in that space. So that was Ayo on the 20th, yesterday, and this is Ayo again today. So thank you, Ayo, for that. So thank you, Ayo, for that. So who were we with? We were with you, Uptown. Uptown, back to you.
No, I want man. Let's.
Des, you want to?
Let me offer you a bet. Des, I'm going to give you. Man of Prestige did not take my bet, so I want to offer you a bet.
You're the one that didn't take my bet.
Okay, settle down, Man of Prestige.
I gave you $10. You didn't take $10.
You've had the window and you didn't take it. Also, put it
Des,
to.
Obi is not going to win the election. $5,000.
Come on.
And I don't want naira. Just dollars. I don't have a naira account.
Calm down.
So
I'm going to
offer you. I'm going to offer you only one.
Kulota, is that where we are now?
Listen carefully. $5,000. Whatever account you want in the United States, I'll send it. Obi not winning the election. Take it or leave it.
Kulata.
Go down.
Mortgage, let me say you.
What am I worrying about mortgage?
There is a multi-millionaire. Omar Salode now, but
I'm not taking naira. Don't offer me any naira equivalent. I'm not going to take that nonsense.
Before you hold on, everybody. The next voice I want to hear is Des. But before you respond, Des, look at your screen, and then respond.
Yeah, I said when Kolata made the bet of Pito be not coming in third, actually coming third. Actually, that's his bet. I said
to Prestige.
No. One of Prestige didn't take it, right? And I wanted to take the bet. So if you're still up, if the bet is still up,
I can take it and we can bet 2 million each, or you can.
No, I don't have Naira account.
But
I don't.
it's
I've closed all my banks in Nigeria. I'm
it's
offering you a bet, $5,000. Obi is not winning the election.
I don't like
Take it
So
or
so
leave it.
that's no, so that's
Kulata
take
is
it or
taking
leave
your
it.
first bet now.
Oh,
Offer him
Take
your
it or
first
leave
bet.
it.
no,
I don't
no,
want to
no,
talk
Take
too
the
no,
much.
best one now.
no,
People
no,
have
hold
to
on.
Kulata, you
choose.
the one that is shifting his blame.
Kulata is now running away.
No,
Oh.
no. So
It's my bet now. I offer the bet.
everybody, the only three voices I want to hear in this cycle: Kulata, Desmond, and myself. So, the first bet was to a man of prestige, which was a particular bet to him. But Desmond, a different bet to Desmond. So it was putting that bet to man of prestige, not to the obedient space. But he rejected it. So Desmond now is putting a different bet to him. Desmond has been going to Nigeria campaigning heavily for Peter Obi, and every single time he comes here, he assures us that Peter Obi will win. So Kulata now invites put up or shut up. So so we hear from you, Des.
I've always said that there's not gonna be a clear winner. If you've listened to me, I never said that.
Somebody is going to be president now. So is it going to be Peter Obi?
If at the first ballot there's no clear winner, I can't predict anything. I've never, I hope Peter Obi wins. I pray.
You hope. It's now hope.
There's nothing like second ballot. Once the person will win.
Obi's not winning $5,000.
Okay. Let me rephrase it and then just give us a yes or no. Obi is not going to be the next president of Nigeria. First, second, third ballot, whatever. The next president of Nigeria is not going to be Peter Obi. That's the bet. So if you feel to the contrary, take it. Or if you feel inclined not to take it, just say, I don't want to take it.
One man. I think that is not what.
One man, you are being unfair. Okay, you are being unfair.
It's my bet now. Why people are
just supporting Kulata.
Man of prestige, don't make me step you down now. Sorry, carry on. Ajanle Koko, sorry, yes. Did I misphrase it?
Yeah, you rephrase it wrongly. What Kulata said.
Yes.
The bet it was putting to man of prestige.
Yes.
Was that.
I've withdrawn that one now. He's not going to come. He's going to come third.
Yes, he's going to come third. And that was what this guy was responding to.
Yes, but he's now putting a different bet to him, and all Desmond has to tell us now is if he accepts it or not.
I mean, why should Kulata is the one that is...
I can pick who I want to bet with now for prestige. I gave him one bet. I'm giving him another bet.
Des is trying to take up that offer.
Yeah, but that offer was to a man of prestige, but a different offer to Des.
But if Kulata believed
Kulata should be stable now. Why is
it is my money.
Look at that.
My money.
It's not going to
You're being wise by half.
I choose what I want to do.
Guys,
so I'm
being smart by half.
If Des wants to put up or shut up.
Put up or shut up.
Let me help you, please. Can you go $2,000 only for the
no $5,000?
No, please.
I don't
think Kulata is ready. Kulata is not ready to bet. No, you are not ready. Why are you taking from 2.5 and then from 2.5?
You cannot tell me
forward for 2.5. What you put forward for 2.5 is different from what you are putting forward for 5,000.
It's my money now.
Kulata ti mọ̀ pé kọ́kẹ́ni tó máa jẹ.
Hold on, everybody.
Apayọ̀ ní Kulata yìí bẹ̀. Ó ti mọ̀ pé kò tẹ́tí bá fẹ́ ṣe 5,000. Ó wá tún gbé lọ to the extreme. And he took it to the extreme.
Kulata is being sneaky. Kulata, you are being sneaky.
No. If you are really serious, you will go to K with him and we can go from there.
Babati, you cannot blackmail me. I want 5,000 and I offer 5,000.
Nobody's
The least he can
blackmailing
do is just
you.
reject it. He can reject it and we'll end it there. And if he accepts it, then I give Ajanle go for my
sorry, let me just say this. You see that bet, both Kulata and Desmond, they can afford it. So they can both afford it. So it's now a matter of belief. Because I believe that Desmond can afford it, and I know that Kulata can afford it. So it's now a matter of belief. So it's a matter of belief. So Des, just tell us where we stand so we can move on.
Yeah, one man is simple. I want to bet on behalf of Man of Prestige. I can borrow Man of Prestige my money, and Kolata can bet it with Man of Prestige since he said that
Igbo man
is his bet.
Look at that.
He would have done it behind the room, not coming out here to do it. Now he will not take up that bet now.
There's no beating around
This one is
Kulata, you have been cornered.
Yeah,
I'm not
it was
cornered.
when right there.
Okay.
Kolata.
Let me take the bet with you. Let's do $7,000.
For what?
Obi wins.
Oh yeah.
You're betting that Obi will win.
Yeah, $7,000.
And me, I say it's not going to win. Okay, let's do it.
No, it's not.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Wait, let me. It's my bet now, like you said.
Hey, but I'm grabbing it now. I'm taking it.
He's accepted it now. He's accepted it.
I've accepted.
Let me join, please. 10,000. Let me not join.
Look at that. We don't see this sort of money in the super chat. We only see it in not making. If you are so rich, why don't you populate my super chat with all this? Nobody is going to take the bet, Mulata, I don't think.
God.
Let nobody come here and say they are hold on, anybody. Let nobody come here and say they are confident that Obi will win ever again.
Ever.
Don't come here.
Never.
Tell us
I don't think
Obi will
anybody has
win.
actually come here to say Obi will win.
Say you hope Obi will win because now you see
the prophecy is still alive. The prophecy is still alive.
Look at that.
Babati, now. Let's go, Babati.
Look at that.
Ajanle go. Do you say, what do you
shut
say?
me down now?
Kulata is in a Lambo. He wants to use your money to buy Lambo.
That will pay for a nice. That will pay for a nice vacation. Babati, drop this 7,000.
So now,
let me drop my own too.
You know what? Let's give me 1 week to the election. We'll talk about this again.
No, now.
He said no now.
We don't forget now.
You see, what we are doing tonight is we are separating the men from the boys. There it is.
Man of Prestige is still the leader of obedience.
One man, join the bet. How much are you dropping?
I'm not dropping anything.
One man, I feel
Tinubu will be your president. You all know that.
I feel the sweetest bets that would have happened on this platform was that Emeka bet of 2 million naira that will not win any states in Southeast. That would have been
that's throwing money away now. You're better off giving your money to charity. You give your money to, and then you feel better.
Woman, on a more serious note, if I'm going to bet on behalf of Obi, if anybody's going to go against me, they have to pay more if I win. Because I'm coming from behind. The wager has to be more on my benefit, on my side.
So you want odds? You want odds?
The odds has to be more for me. It has to be 3 to 1.
So you're charging a premium, Babati. How much premium?
No. Guys, wait.
It's an equal employment.
It can't be equal because no. One man, this is betting now. So lovely gas. This is betting.
No, don't worry. We have bookies all over.
Babati is talking out of from Obi don't have structure. So because he don't have structure, and the probability of him winning the election is
Look at it like this. Obedience will not believe all this. They are not factoring all those considerations. They are just telling you he's gonna win.
And that's why people are not really talking too much again.
And give me to three to 1 odds now. Then I will jump.
So 3 to 1 odds now. How about now?
3 to 1 or 50
Yeah,
to
look,
1.
based on your own numbers.
So I give you 21,000 because of election. How about now?
I saw your
They
figure
will flog
now.
me. They will flog me for that.
More figure now. More figure against you now. This is what 3 to 1. Give me that odds.
But Babati, make I ask you one question, I beg. You know, you came here like 3 weeks ago spiritually. You were very, very spiritual about your
right.
And so what's happening now? You should be.
Had the physical no money.
Honestly, I was shocked when Babati was saying that.
You know what?
Babati had an epiphany and he now said, you've seen it. Where I want around.
On the club, you know, say, Igbo ni mo fẹ́, be I know affect.
Look at that. Don't say what tonight.
Okay, just 1 to 3 odds, and I'm in seriously. I'll give you 1 to
3. Okay. If it's 1 to 3 odds, that means you too, you'll drop that 21K.
No. You can't go that high because that's almost irresponsible level. But you can do maybe 1K 3 to 1. All right, it's up to you, but it's not going to run.
It's not fair. Babati is not an entrenched obedience. We want obedience. Obedience, gone. We want them to be doing all this talking, not Babati or.
Babati, there's the son now.
Let obedience. Those obedient. Let them come. They have money now. They are all over the place. Obi will win.
Only Deza stood by his words.
But Deza is not thinking.
Atiku people are even not. They are not even making mouth. They are saying maybe these people are saying they will win. I think we will not be Nigeria again. Nigerians, how we want to take win? They don't say answers go make answers.
Is there still there? I'll be don't quiet. You know what?
It's still there. It's gone quiet now. When they started the year 21K and all this stuff,
there's low now. There's
money now.
There's get money. Yeah, but not to throw 21K in the bin.
Not betting smart. You can't. That's just being.
How many days do we have to do? How many more days? One man.
About just over 30, about 35 days thereabouts.
Oh, okay.
It's just round the corner. That's it.
Like by now.
Okay. I'm even wondering what we're going to do on that day. It's going to have to be a marathon session.
Get your coffee mug ready and stuff. Yeah, it's going to be a long night.
Yes, I'm going to have to add some people onto the stream yard so that we can do it in shifts. We'll see how that goes. Irene Finesse is taking you on Kulata. She wants your 5K. But there it is. I knew it was good. It wasn't going to happen anyway. Look at that. It was going to but more in hope than in expectation. That's always been the understanding of that obedience space. More in hope than expectation. But thank you. Let's move back to the conversation. Let's bring up Solomon. Solomon, I want to play you this clip because it's trending all over everywhere. Everywhere I looked on social media today, this clip was being played. But you may have seen it. But what do you make of it? What do you think is going on here?
Good evening, guys. Look at this lady, this woman. She's a white woman. I saw her around Crown Estate. You guys should know the place now. Crown Estate, Shango Tedo, Ajah, Lagos State. That's the place. So before Mobi filling station, I actually went to go and get fuel, but I could not get it on my way back. That's when I saw her. Look at, like, she has already been used already. Like, look at the red dot on her body, and she has run mad already. You guys should just be careful. As they are using white people, they are using black people. These people are not. Don't underestimate anybody. Look at, she's even smoking. I guess her way is even rough normally. You should just be careful. Look at she has already been used. This one, she don't mad already, and nobody will know in her country. I guess there's this.
What are you making of that? The lady that put the clip out, she's of the thought that she's been money ritualed. What are you making of that? Have you seen it? What's the response?
No, I have not seen it. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, one man. Yeah,
Good morning, Solomon.
in this video, there are two things involved. First is normally people. This woman is somebody's client in Nigeria, so she came down to Nigeria, yeah, and, to see that person, and maybe the person has used her for, has gone the diabolical way for her and on her. Then
Did you
the
say
second one,
client? I'm sorry, I'm not sure I'm mistaken. Did you say client?
Is that the language of the 419
like
states now?
No. One man, this is very offensive. The way she spoke about the lady. How does she know that she was? How do you put it and say she was used and put it online?
Maybe she knows that space. Maybe she knows that space.
No, you can't. You can't do. Go ahead, sorry.
No, you can. You know, we were just speculating. It's unusual to say that.
No,
There's every possibility that she's a MAGA. There's every
yeah,
possibility.
No. On a more serious note, guys, we need to be very careful when we post videos online and say things like that. Those are very dangerous and very sensitive. You cannot see somebody was used, because to the West, used might not be what you think they think. Used might be something entirely different to them, or the way they understand being used means. So we need to be very careful. Do we know how?
Yeah, but she's posting it to a Nigerian audience now, and we all know what use means.
It's been seen across the world. You're looking at Nigeria. I'm talking about the bigger picture here. People are going to see this across the world. It's going to go viral very soon. A white woman with tats in Nigeria roaming around the streets is going to go viral very soon. Let's be very careful.
Yeah, and what will be the consequence of that? What will be the what if black people go nuts in the West every day?
If that narrative of we scamming people and stuff like that, it's not a very good look. But let's find out what really happened first. Somebody will go for that and investigate.
Can the music be turned down for copyright? Who wants to get me copyright?
yeah. One man, should I continue?
Continue, Solomon.
Yeah, so either they went through the diabolical way for this woman, or this woman, look at, she's smoking cigarettes. Anybody that smokes, most people that smoke cigarettes, they not everybody, but some people that smoke cigarettes, either they use cigarette to quench something, to a kind of hard drug. And this woman now, like, this should be somebody, maybe they introduced that to, they gave her a drug that she has not taken before, and the thing now is what has affected her mental health or so. So these two things are the things that probably what has happened to her, that is making her now lose nut and roam around the streets. And that place now, it looks like Lagos, the way it is. Looks like Lagos.
It's some estate in Lagos.
Yeah.
But what she's clearly not 100%, and the speculation. So she's clearly not 100%, and the speculation is that what that woman was speculating was that she has been used, and that is to suggest that she has been used for diabolical things. But
yes,
yeah, hold on. Hold on. What I suspect is that she has been used, but maybe not for diabolical means. Somebody has probably made her some love promises, or they've scammed her for money. And then she's had a mental episode off the back of that.
No, Omar, let me tell you something. That maybe this woman came into the country, I believe she would have come in with like certain amount of cash, and the best people are very wicked as it stands in Nigeria. And people can do anything to get this money. It might be that somebody invited her to Nigeria. She came to see somebody in Nigeria, and the person used the diabolical means, and maybe to remove her sense, take the money, and look at the results of what it has or what the person have done. Or maybe she took drugs. She took they gave her drugs and all that. But it's likely to be the diabolical means, because somebody can not just come and start behaving like this. So,
can I give my own comment on or opinion on that?
Yeah, in, solid. Yeah.
All right. So let me just tell you about these white women. They take a lot of drugs. I'm telling you, they take a lot of drugs, and usually, they use their freedom to go after any race they want, because obviously nobody can judge them in the West. And once they start messing with African people, they always have this full confidence that they can just go to anywhere in Africa and it will be like Europe. So you see some of them, oh, I've been with Nigerian guys, I've been with Ghanaians, let me go to Ghana. They think it's just like crossing to anywhere in Europe, America, US, or Canada. Now, those ones will obviously encourage them to come to Nigeria or encourage them to come to Ghana because obviously they want to use them. And I'm not saying use them for jazz. They probably want to use them for business. There are so many reasons. It's not jazz. You see, jazz is just the bottom of the barrel. When an expatriate comes to your country, if you have a legitimate business, it can help you because it boosts the confidence of your business. But obviously, there are a lot of people with illegitimate businesses in Nigeria. Now, they give these white women drugs, and the drugs they take in Europe, those ones are small. The ones they take in Nigeria, those are hard drugs. Nigerians can handle it. Some of these people can't even handle Nigerian beer. So the thing really, really fucks them
It
up.
might even be Kwale Igbo that they give to ourselves.
They
Igbo
just
from Kwale.
Which one is Kwale? How is that different from?
You have no junkies on this platform, one man.
Look at that Kwale Igbo, as though that was a specialty or something. Which one is? Look at this.
Woman, she's also tat. She has tats all over her body.
Yes. That's normal for all this.
So that suggests to me, like, I see them all the time. It might be a sex tourist because, like, Solo was saying that they come around Africa looking for dicks.
I doubt
you
that.
have them like that.
I doubt that.
But let's not always think that it's some kind of doubt. But that should not be our first take all the time when it comes to issues like this. I don't find that very.
Yeah, that's true.
Is that not where
most of the time these women, most of them come on their own? I'm telling you, most of them come on their own. They just have this freedom mentality and they think everywhere is the same.
All right. That thing had been making the round all over social media. I'm surprised you didn't say it.
But one man, once again, is the reporting. They have used
I saw it.
That is very careful because you're going to go to the West. Use is going to be seen.
But that's Nigerian mentality, though. They are not really exposed like that in terms of Western, political language. They'll just post what is. There are some things that obviously now. The way we talk in Nigeria, sometimes if you talk that same way to a white person, it will sound different. So they are not going to say, oh, they shouldn't. You are talking about over 100 million of internet users. Without outside media, they can entertain themselves, so they don't need to change for anything. That's just what works.
Solly, would you believe that there are white people where we live as well? Almost everybody on this platform, there are white people there as well.
Yes.
All right. Okay. So we don't need introduction to them, is what I'm saying. But no, it's quite a. What struck me though is that it was a news event that was going viral. I've even seen it being played out in several other platforms, and they were debating it vigorously. Because like Alexander Kashe was saying in the comment section that every single time you see Black people going having mental episodes all over the West. So is it an indication of where we are that this sort of thing is still making somewhat the headlines that we're somewhat freaked out by an Oyinbo man having an episode?
You know, woman. I think it'd be better because in due time we're gonna get the name of the lady. Those things will come out eventually. That we can better make our position known on that. But I think until then, we probably shouldn't. Just me, I won't say anything further because I don't want to go into this diabolic whatever. Let's just wait until we get more information on this.
No, we've gone past the diabolic whatever. But that's a factor too because we are still at that diabolic space. Phase rather where we are, so we can't just
like did somebody invite her to Nigeria? Did she come on her own volition? What is she there for? To know things like that first. So we should wait for those kind of information first before making any position. So it just me, but.
All right, but it's all over social media and everybody is talking about it. But back to you, Solomon. So What is trending in the news cycle in Nigeria today? What are people talking about?
Yeah, is this Tinubu going to Jigawa and Showere's yesterday, day before yesterday, accord meeting with the peace accord meeting and him snapping Tinubu. That guy here is very funny. He snapped he snapped Tinubu while Tinubu was sleeping during the meeting, and he posted it online and was like, you know how Nigerians will comment now. People were just bashing Tinubu and saying all sorts of things about Tinubu, saying, look at who they want to elect as the new president. Look at who is coming in to be who wants to come in to be the new president and all that. They were really bashing the guy, and the articles outing in Niger State. It was very massive, just like Tinubu's own and P2B in this
Did he pull a
Kafanchan.
crowd? Did the article pull a crowd in Niger State?
Of course, he did. He did. Just like Tinubu too in Jigawa. All of the election, the campaign they had, they held yesterday. It was really massive. The turnout was really massive. Kaduna, that is for B, Kafanchan, Atiko in Niger, Tinubu in Jigawa. I don't understand Jigawa how these people are doing their things. So the other day, I think Atiku went there. They came out today now. Tinubu went there. The crowd in Jigawa, as in, it's not something you will talk down on. They really came out for Tinubu in Jigawa. And some the Labour Party gubernatorial candidates stepped down. He decamped to APC today, yesterday. He had his deputy. He decamped to APC yesterday. Yeah.
Which state did that happen?
Jigawa, the Labour Party candidates, they decamped to APC and his deputy. So,
I didn't even know they had. I didn't even know Labour Party
how
had a
will you know
governorship
off time?
candidate in Jigawa.
How will you off time? How you go know? How will you know?
Festus Keyamo rushed to Twitter and tweeted that the structure of Labour Party dissolved and moved their structure. Labour Party moved their structure in Jigawa to APC, and people were attacking him, asking him that they were not aware. We didn't say they were not aware when Labour Party began to have structure, because I thought we didn't have structure. Now we are dissolving structure.
But do you know that more of your structures, the little structures you've gotten, will still dissolve this as election is coming? Do you know?
No. Let me tell you why they make a mockery of what Festus Keyamo came bragging that governorship candidate in Jigawa moved to APC, and people brought out a video of Patu Tomi in December when Plateau Tommy in under big tent in Abuja was informing Obedience that actually the APC has planted people in their party, of which they actually know those guys, that they are going to the camp at the end towards the end of the election, just to show that maybe they are abandoning Obi, so that it's going to happen. And they brought out that video and said, and they were telling Festus Keyamo, oh, sorry, Festus, they already informed us. What took them so long to the camp? Your representatives in our party.
So do you think they are decamping? They are decamping without followers, without supporters?
These guys were just planted there to the camp eventually. There was the guys do not have any supporters. Did you see the guy? Did you see the guy's picture? Very hungry man. That guy will not even win local government chairman.
The way Obi will not win the presidency.
This is the gubernatorial candidate of Labour Party in Oyo State. Do you know him? Do you know Labour Party gubernatorial candidate in Oyo State?
See, let me tell you the truth. Me, uptown.
I'm just asking, do you know who Labour Party?
No, I don't.
Okay, because you are calling that guy.
I want Makinde to continue in Oyo.
You say
so
what?
For me, I will say I want Makinde to continue in Oyo. Personally, this is me. I don't know about the stance of Labour Party. Me personally, I want him to continue. But
why?
I mean, I think he's doing a fairly good job. I don't know if the APC guy would do better because he's also very popular. But I mean, Makinde should just complete his 8 years. For me, my personal opinion.
But politically though, right? Makinde Teslim Folarin will not even. I don't even know if people know what's happening in Oyo State APC, because Teslim Folarin he has issues and he muzzled his way to actually get that ticket. And Tinubu is not really one of those people that
Tinubu boys.
Not really.
That should have been Adelabu should have been the one that got it.
Adelabu.
I think that's a better candidate.
The guy they actually want that the APC structures want in Oyo State is Adelabu. But this guy muzzled his way. If you know what Teslim Folarin did, and they never trusted him because he's not their type of person in Oyo State APC. So they would rather work with
Makinde
camp to APC, and then they will walk away out for.
I mean, it's good. It's good. I feel they should work with Makinde. They should give him a second term.
Yeah, they don't really trust. They don't trust Folarin at all. And Folarin is stingy. It's just gonna be like the upper level of Oyetola. So they don't like him broad face. So even if he wins the election, it's gonna cause problem for APC.
And Folarin is more PDP than anything.
Yeah, so they don't like him. A lot of people, top APC people, prefer to work with Makinde. Then Makinde will easily move to APC than having.
That's Makinde's advantage there. I mean, Makinde is I think for me, I see him as a great guy. Forget that all this G5 thing is making him turn to a Ashebi boys, and Wike is just dragging them around, which I don't feel should have been anyway. But I mean, he should just complete his 8 years.
Enigmatic, do you anticipate that will happen? That if Makinde wins re-election, he would decamp to APC? Do you anticipate
he definitely have to, from where he is now, he definitely look one man. Except probably like Makinde is playing the best politics he can in Oyo State. Oyo State politics is different in the Southwest. You know, they are the type of people that you can't define their politics. The way you want to define their politics is for you to be with them and understand what they actually want. If they tell you what they want and you go against that, they don't care who you are. They will go against you. So he has seen that, and he just needs to move with the flow. So the flow now is to work with who they want at the presidential level. And do not forget the fact that APC is divided in Oyo State. PDP is divided in Oyo State. So the two political parties, right, they are having a series of divisions within them. So the best thing that could actually happen is Seyi Makinde to look for a way to work with the PDP wing. I mean, APC wing, APC faction that tilts towards the Lagos faction, and then find a way to extend to Accord Party, right? And then the little residual of PDP, he will be able to manage that, because Eda Wole Ilese, right, and Arapaja, they've now been promoted to work with Atiku, because Atiku viciously has seen that Makinde is working at cross purposes against his campaign. So he's doing the best politics he can, and he's probably going to win the election. And then don't forget the fact what I said earlier, that they do not like Teslim Folarin. They never wanted Teslim Folarin. Go back to how he won the primaries, and then go back to the first time when Ashwaju won that primary ticket, when he was, touring the state. When he got to Oyo State, check what he did in Oyo State. He neither endorsed Teslim Folarin, nor did he actually give him any kudos. He basically told him, you need to go beg, you need to placate some people. Until you do that, I can't say anything for now. So that was a very big message to him. And then the people he was actually referring to were the top echelon of APC guys in Oyo State. They never listened to him. He tried his best to actually get them on his board, on his team. They never did. And then up to now, they are still very firm with their decision. So the best thing they can do is to work with. And then Seyi Makinde is doing everything very well to actually warm himself into their heart, because he was not a core PDP man. if you look at what Makinde very well, he has never been a core PDP man, but he needed to move to a legacy political party to win the election in Oyo State after having contested, I think, 3 or 2 times under a fringe party. So they would rather work a deal, right, with Makinde and get him into APC than stick with Teslim Folarin and then having issues subsequently within APC, because it's going to be a very big deal in Oyo State. So he's doing a very good stuff.
Yeah, what about this guy Shina Pella? He left APC to Accord.
Yes.
Do you think he's going to win that election under Accord?
Okay, let me tell you the scenario in that. The incumbent senator Buhari, he's not a gentleman. In the sense that they had just like what Atiku did in PDP, they had a gentleman's agreement that he breached, right? The Okeogun neighborhood of Oyo State, Shina Pella's side of Okeogun, they control the majority of the local government, 10 against 3, right? 10 against 3, where the incumbent senator comes from, Buhari. So they work with him in the first term. In the second term, they work with him. So the agreement was that after your second term, we're going to support our son from Okeogun. We've never had a representative for over 16 years or more, or something like that. So they were actually projecting that Shina Pella will take off. We continue from where Buhari stops. But, Buhari being a politician that he is, he breached that agreement. And now the whole Okeogun side, the old Shina Pella side of Okeogun now, right? They told Shina Pella, it's either you swim or you sink now. You have to stand up. You lose or you don't, you lose or you win, right? Just like Obi is doing now. You lose or you win. Let's try it now. We're going to stand by you. So if everything goes by the numbers, and then free and fair is going to wipe the incumbent senator hands down. So you don't have time. So it's 10 against 3, 10 local governments against 3 local governments. So 10 local governments have been servicing 3 local governments all these years. So they said, no, we have to do our own thing now. So that is what is happening. So the possibility of Shina Pella moving back to APC is 50-50 when he wins the election, if he does win the election. But Shina Pella is not in the good books of most folks in APC. Right, like he does not have a very good relationship with the speaker, Femi Gbajabiamila, and there's some big guys in APC, and that's why they didn't listen to him when he was trying to get his case, settled, because he had a very good case. APC could have easily taken reverse the ticket in his favor, but because of the fact that he burned some bridges already, so he couldn't do that, so he had to move to Accord. And I believe if everything goes well, we're going to wipe the incumbent senator, hands down. If everything goes well, yeah. He has a very good chance.
Let me ask a dumb question. Is Shina Pella, is he Professor Pella's son?
Yeah, now. Yeah.
He is. Oh, all right. Because it's an unusual name, isn't it? I've always wondered if it's
it's the owner of Kilos.
Is Professor Pella's can you share your last one, Baba? That guy you see like that. You can share your last one. That's why they are even scared of him. Even top politicians, they are scared of him.
Consider your last one in terms of money or in terms of
no, if it's about money, if it's about money, he's loaded. But the other side, the other side, only lower gone.
But no, they won't lower back in those days now.
Only lower gone. Only lower gone. So even top big time politicians, they fear him. So when I say fear, they fear him because that's why they don't mess with him. They fear him.
Has he ever held any office? Has he ever won any election?
No, the first time was that House of Rep. He came the first time and he won it.
Enigmatic, they messed with him. Well, don't say that. They messed with him. They chopped his money in this APC primary election. APC for Jerry Gao.
No be that shopping level. Go for go my now. Baba gidi now. Almost 19 Shina Pella.
I know. I know.
If you say they're shopping money for that, then
because the primaries, you know what they did to him is they lied to him about venue or when the
About
election
the
is going to
venue,
take
yeah.
place. He went there, he didn't meet anything. They did the primaries and he lost. So he didn't even, he wasn't there when they did the primaries, literally. And they
It's
had wasted
exactly
his money.
the exact thing they did to Patu Tomi when he was running for office in Delta State. That's exactly what they did to him. Yeah. So they gave him a wrong address, and he was, by the constitution, that was very wrong. He had a very good case. If he had some good men in APC who could fight for him, he would have retrieved the ticket. But because they don't really just, he's not their man. I mean, it's not their man. So they have to give it to him like that. So, and that's why I put the clause now, the caveat that if everything plays as he should, he's gonna win Buhari, the incumbent senator. But the way they are trying to dig it out for Shina Pella, if they actually take it to the election, they're probably gonna do the Dino Melaye stuff for him. That you are not coming back. And
They want to show him though, from what I've
they
heard.
want to show him. Yeah, they want to punish him.
Because he was bullied out of APC during that primaries period. He even came online and he was very angry and pained. But like it was the next week, I mean, it was later 2 weeks later. Then he joined Accord and got their ticket or so. That is how it played out in that period.
The only thing that will probably
I want to ask you.
Okay, go ahead. The only thing that will probably favor him is being a general election, unlike Dino Melaye, that is probably like a off-season election or probably rerun. This one, they may not really
that Badaru guy is running against you is very, very powerful. Very powerful.
That guy and a bad guy too now. That Buhari, that one don't send anything.
I'm saying not Buhari, I say not Badaru. Sorry, Buhari guy.
Buhari. Buhari.
Oh, Uptown.
Kulota.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Do you know the lady running for Senate under Labour Party in Abuja?
Yes, I know that lady, Kenigbe.
Ireti King, that's King
Gigwe. Oh, King Gigwe is his wife or daughter? Ireti King
the wife.
The wife.
Oh,
she's not going to win that guy that she wants to contest
PDP guy
against.
that has held that
she
place
can't win that guy. I spoke with somebody that
will win Philip Aduda in Abuja.
Nobody. She's not even. She was making mouth on TVC or Arise.
So do you think? I'm coming. This question.
Yeah, I saw that interview, Solomon, when she was making noise.
She was making noise.
No, Solomon, calm down. Wait, Kulata. Because I have a feeling you know what is going on with Labour Party and Abuja and their influence. Labour Party is in Abuja. Do you think that influence? I think even in your spreadsheet you gave Abuja to Peter Obi. Do you think that influence can affect Ireti's fortune?
If it's going to be on the same ballot, she may win. If she's going to be on the same day, if it's the same day, because people that are going to vote for Obi, they're just going to vote one party straight down. Down ballot.
And I think she's been really visible. She's really
Uptown.
Yeah.
Uptown. Wait, let me tell you something. The one of the guys this guy he has been in Abuja here for long. I was even telling him about this interview. He said he's an obedient. He told me he's going to support Obi, that is Obi that is voting for. But you see, when it comes to that Senate level, that is this that nobody can take it out from this guy. That even if people vote for Obi on election day, that they can't vote. That is this guy that will vote for. Do you know what he said? The guy is a strong philanthropist in Abuja here.
He is. The guy has been there since I think 1999 or so.
Since 1999, and they can't take it out from him.
But Solomon, the person I had that Abuja discussion, who has also been an Abuja indigene since the 80s, what he was telling me about Ireti, he said that Ireti's problem in Abuja, Ireti has also been a very influential person in Abuja, a resident of there since the days of her husband. But he said Ireti's problem is that they always remove her in the primaries. That he has always said that any day Ireti gets the ticket of a major party in Abuja, that she will win that PDP guy.
Don't worry, you will hear the scores. The woman cannot win she can't win that guy.
Philip Aduda is regarded as the governor of PDP governor in Abuja. So they even have, it's like they have a separate budget for his election in ABJ. And that's why you see that.
But is that not because PDP has always been winning Abuja? So
No.
if they lose Abuja this time, don't you think it's gonna affect the guy?
No, often there are things that there are factors that goes beyond just consistently winning a certain region like that. When they put like Philip Aduda, right? I think I didn't pay attention to what Kulata did in Abuja for the spreadsheet, but I know
I gave it to Labour, and PDP came second. APC Rupo. I mean,
no
Kwakwanso Rupo. APC second to last.
APC. Normally they don't.
They don't do
Abuja
well in Abuja.
has never been their political forte, but it's always PDP and the others. So giving
but
it
Labour is strong right now in Abuja.
Labour is very strong. I came
that's
back from Abuja a week ago.
which
Labour is super strong in Abuja.
which is
strong.
fair. Uptown, which is fair,
Yeah.
right? Giving it to Labour versus PDP is going to be a big political let me say fight in ABJ. But be it as it may, Kulata, I know you are the one who made the spreadsheet. I understand you put some factors into it, and Uptown, I understand your sentiment. But be it as it may, do not be surprised if PDP retains ABJ at the federal level and at the presidential level.
It's possible. I'm not going to be
It's
shocked.
obviously possible now. It's possible, but yeah, I've had chance to like Abuja. Like I was in Abuja like a week ago. Abuja. If you listen to, apart from being in Abuja self, seeing the temperature there, it is so obvious. Like it's more obvious than Lagos. But then apart from that, if you listen to the people, Ireti actually has her own independent campaign office in Abuja. If you listen to some of people working with her, those guys, it's like they gave them. It's like I don't know the kind of motivation that woman gave them. But those guys are entering inside parts of Abuja that me, I cannot even use my leg to enter. So for her, she wants to go and awaken. She's trying to awaken a lot of votes that has not been voting in Abuja. That's her target. So that woman is mobilizing. I think that
Uptown,
woman.
let me tell you
That
one
woman
thing,
is
right?
mobilizing.
Let me tell you one thing. For Labour Party to even attract somebody like Ireti Kingibe, I know her very well. That's a very big plus. I must tell you that. Apart from the fact that she's going to be working for herself in ABJ, hypothetically, if Peter Obi becomes the president, if I were in his shoes, I would pull her out from Senate and make her a major player in my cabinet. That's how strong she is in ABJ. She's very, very strong. No doubt about that.
Yeah,
Right?
they say she's been a public and in ABJ from back. She's literally ABJ. ABJ
You
is her.
don't know who she be. Now why they there are some powerful women in that ABJ that
Yeah. ABJ.
if you are very lucky to get into their good books, now just like this, you know what that means? You go to carry things, the things go to happen for you for ABJ. No be King Igbe, she's like that. She's been quite unfortunate.
Enigmatic.
Yeah. No, now true. Don't you know our colleagues, our friends?
But that woman fight. No, that woman fight. That.
No, I don't know what she's saying. She's saying.
She's pretty. She's pretty. Don't
She's
worry.
pretty exotic. Her dad
It's
is
fine.
Yoruba. Her dad is Yoruba and Fulani. The mom is South. The mom is South. So she's one Nigerian.
And she can speak Igbo.
But
That's
this guy we're
Yeah.
talking about, this Philip guy, is a baggy guy from Abuja here. So somebody that even
he's a local guy. If it's a baggy guy, that's a local guy.
Now look at guy now why is difficult? That's why I'm saying that is
I don't know.
It's going to be tough because that's why
Solomon.
Yeah.
That Ireti guy, Igbo has a huge population in Abuja. You understand?
Yes.
I was following some of her campaigns. She was going into those Igbo communities and she can speak Igbo very well. She says she speaks 5 languages. She can speak Yoruba, she speaks Fulani, she speaks Igbo. I think that's also an advantage for her, and she said deploying it full time.
If Philip Aduda will be having the worst election of his political career, it will be this this cycle now with this lady. But I want to I don't want to be too lenient and I don't want to be too conservative. I think I will give the two of
I
them.
think it's just going to be a fight. It's going to be a
Yeah,
fight.
yeah, I'm going to give them 50-50.
It's notorial. It's notorial. It's going
Yeah,
to be a fight.
I understand. That you are saying
Kolata, Meadowman is threatening you in the comment section, but carry on. I'm monitoring him, but carry on.
Yeah, it's senatorial election, but the way the way politicians and political parties, the way they see ABJ is like a state on its own. So when you are the senator, right, representing ABJ, you are like the governor of ABJ after the FCT minister. So the FCT minister is like the one representing in the whole like the cabinet, but you are like the governor, the superintendent governor on ground. So this Philip Aduda, right? When this current minister of youth, the one that was what's his name again? Youth and Sports, that former Tinubu's chief of staff. He was former NCC director general too, right? So they wanted to, they at a point they tried a lot. The guy, because he was kind of close, so they were trying to move Philip Aduda to APC so they can have a good hold on ABJ. His constituent told him, when if you move to APC, then we are done with you. So it was a very powerful statement. He got it. He remained in PDP. So for me being lenient and being conservative at the same time, because of this lady Ireti Kingibe's reputation, right? I'll give them 50-50. But on the strength of two things, the political party and the Omoile, if you know what Omoile means, this
homeboy.
This homeboy factor is probably going to work in favor of Philip Aduda, but it's going to be a big fight for him.
It's going to work for him because already, in Abuja, I feel like the indigenous, in a way, they are even upset with the way other people from other tribes come here to come here and like dominate, even if it's FCT too. But they're still, I feel like they are not really happy too about that. So they cannot allow somebody else to come. Even if she has spent most of her life in Abuja, they will not allow somebody else to come here and take over.
Solomon is about the voting demography. Igbos have one of the highest in Abuja, followed by
see. Let me tell you, you can't still take it out from the Hausas. Wait, the Hausas will go for this guy.
That is the voting demography.
Wait, the Hausas in this town.
That's why PDP has always held that place.
Wait now, it's not. Don't give it just to the Hausas in this town. Would prefer to go for Philip than see that guy every day in his house, in his place. That they say is like should I use the word? That party is always going on there. Like people are always is somewhere that people come. People come like people come to the guys.
See, Solomon, the thing I'm saying is that Labour Party is strong in Abuja. If Ireti can get Labour Party voters to vote down the ballot, that's it. That's the end.
No problem, shall we see?
If she can get P2B voters to vote down the ballot, and she's not a lightweight either.
Is she on the Labour ticket? Is that the ticket?
She's
the
woman. For Abuja. That's a very big cash for whoever recruited that lady for Labour Party.
She's been very visible. She's been touring the nation with Obio. She's been touring.
I think that's one of the better candidates in the Labour Party.
The woman is good. The woman is good.
In my own opinion, that's probably if that lady, if I even is even better than Dati, because she has that. Don't you know her cliques? Bola Shagaya, this Danjuma Ireti, Danjuma's wife. Those are the she rose.
Those are the owners of Nigeria now.
Yeah. So imagine if she probably in position of Obida now. So you will see probably she will move some needles, powerful needles for the campaign. And I'm very happy for this for this fight in ABJ coming up. It's gonna be a big fight of the home boy and the home girl, right? Like the adopted home daughter of ABJ. So it's gonna be a little factor that will play out that will probably tips it towards who's gonna win at the end of the day. But it's gonna be the biggest fight of Philip Aduda since '99.
Are you saying he should have been a better pick for Obi's running mate than Abdul Rashid Dati Baba?
Absolutely. Dati Baba is not. I don't see any values. And then from the state they've gone to pick Dati from, you know, El-Rufai does not play, you know, fairly in politics. Forget about the South Kaduna, right? This guy shows a Muslim. He abandoned a Christian deputy, picked a Muslim deputy, and then they won.
Don't you think Obi's strategy team recognized that when they went to Kaduna to pick their vice?
No. The point
Because they recognized that gap there.
No, they are not. Don't forget who shows or on whose team does or did this guy come from. Don't forget that Dati was a referrer from OBJ. Don't forget that if Ireti Kingibe, if Ireti, this lady now, if she's the vice president, the running mate of Peter Obi, right? I know the top echelon of Nigeria's corporate system that would have been working for Obi now. I'm not even talking about the political the firmament now. I'm talking about the corporate Nigeria now. She's very close to the owners of Nigeria when it comes to finance, when it comes to the real thing of Nigeria. This lady is very powerful. Don't underestimate her.
They will consider her a Yoruba woman now.
She doesn't look. She's
not Yoruba now because
she
her
doesn't
father
look
is.
anything like Yoruba. She
She
doesn't
looks
look
Yoruba.
Yoruba.
Like maybe
She
not
looks Fulani,
Ilorin or
but
something.
I think she's
Yoruba
from
quite alright.
She's not central, just like
It's not central, but she's Yoruba. Yeah, Yoruba and Fulani.
Look, Uptown, I understand your sentiment, right? But this lady, if I have my opportunity, if I were in Peter Obi's shoe and I have Dati and this lady, as my choices, I won't even think twice before I choose Ireti Kingibe. You don't know that's why you are talking like this. This guy is not.
No. I'm not saying she's gonna be a bad choice. You get what I'm saying? No, I'm definitely not. I mean, she's still in the team. So I'm not saying she's gonna be a bad choice.
But no, enigmatic.
But then, are we ready for a female vice president?
Enigmatic. It won't be.
Is the not ready for that?
It's not even going to be a good choice because they'll just rope her like Yoruba.
Yes.
They'll call her, even though she's from the North Central, they'll just call her Yoruba, Igbo.
Yoruba. That's what I'm saying. They're going to call her Yoruba.
Like South. It will be like South versus South. It won't
even though she's not technically from the South.
Yeah, that's
but
It's
going
to be controversial.
And that's a good point. But I like the lady. Maybe because I like her. That's why I'm being.
Now because she's fine. Because she's fine.
No,
the ice
No, Asabia now. Why are they talking? Because I know
no. You know when you said she was fine, that's when I put her picture up just earlier. She's not fine now. She's just okay
no, she's
now.
pretty. Look for another picture. No, she's
guys,
She's
can we not make this some kind of sexy?
No, hold on
look
now.
for another picture.
She's a 4, not a. She's a 4 or 5.
No, just get another picture. This one is not nice.
You have to understand that she's on campaign train, right? When she's on campaign train and she's still. Do you know? Have you seen?
She's under the sun. She's under the sun.
One man, watch her interview. Let one man watch her interview.
All right, hold on, everybody. Let's play about 5 minutes of our interaction with Charles. What's Charles' last name? Charles, whatever.
Anyagolu.
Yeah.
In the National Assembly.
This campaign is draining
That's
one
why
by draining all these folks. They are
FCT
drained
Senate
already, all of
race
them.
is so singularly important, even critical. Because
I want to see what she sounds like, if she sounds educated.
Is launching a direct.
If she sounds posh, you like her now.
Oh my! Of the PDP and against a man who has bestrode the political landscape.
You know, if I saw her on the streets, I would say she was a Fulani, a northerner.
Yes, I was thinking she was a Fulani woman.
She's half Fulani. Her dad is Yoruba Fulani. Ilorin, you know, some of these mixed Ilorin people.
I'm joined now in the studio by Ireti Kingibe herself, senatorial candidate for the Labour Party.
It doesn't look Yoruba at all.
Capital territory of Abuja. Thank
you.
She
looks Fulani.
Thank you for having me.
Tell us why you are running for public office and why you've chosen the Labour Party as the platform for your bid.
She looks like Kadaria one kind.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
running because
She,
I
they
think I
she
can
could pass for
impact
her sister,
positively on the
maybe
lives
her
of the
elder sister or
residents of
something.
Let's hear her. Let's hear her.
number one. Number two, more like the Labour Party chose me than me choosing, because to begin with, I had decided I was not going to.
She's
that I was
good in the
tired
UK
of
from the way she
politics. I
sounds.
didn't feel that I was making a
She
big
has to be. She
difference.
has to school
The
abroad now.
process of the primaries and getting the people who actually run was so flawed. And
when you say retiring from politics, you'd already been in
yes,
a
I've
couple
been
of other parties.
Yes. I started my political career where I ran as a candidate in the ANPP, and in an election which, though I was not the declared winner or the person who went to the Senate, but everybody knows in the FCT that I actually won it. But I was an opposition senator. And at the time, the president insisted he did not want an opposition senator in the FCT. And subsequently, I ran on the...
When you say the president, who do you mean?
The incumbent president at the time, it was 2003.
Okay, right.
Okay, and then I joined PDP when my former husband, because he was my husband at the time.
That's Babagana King.
Yes, when he joined PDP, a lot of pressure was put on me to be in the same party with him. So I was reluctant. So I joined, and I didn't really want to.
There's a lot of divorce amongst the Northerners. They divorce a lot.
And 3 weeks to the primaries, I came.
I've actually noticed that. Why?
With just a little bit of difference between myself
they had to
and
shuffle
the
babes, I
governor
suspect.
candidate. I beat the incumbent senator at the time and everybody else that had been in the party. And I think that was it. Then subsequently, I think I ran one more time in PDP. Then I declared
One man, we have
and
heard.
everybody else at the time.
All right, you've had enough.
You guys are just staring.
All right. So then she is.
Does anybody know her age? Does anybody know her age?
I'd say she's late 40s, early 50s, the way she looks.
Early 50s, yeah. Early 50s.
Late 40s.
Or middle needs to be like mid 50s to 60s.
You think so? That how
mid
is
50s to late
even?
50s. King Igwe is in 70s now.
Wow.
And that's probably not his first wife. That cannot never not be his first wife.
No, that's not the first wife. Exactly. No, it can't be the first wife. It should be maybe like his fourth or something.
That makes more sense.
Yeah, King Igwe is 77. He's 77.
He's good in the US, one man. He's good in the US.
Yes, you can hear that undertone in her voice, layered by Fulani. Yeah, they call it a transatlantic drawl. So to you, Kulata, what's caught your eye in the news cycle? What have you been looking at politically today?
Nothing. I've not read the news today, honestly. So I don't really know what's going on today.
All right.
I have a story for you.
Go on.
Our boy Usain Bolt, the man was defrauded of $12 million in his own country.
Oh yeah, I saw that a couple of days ago. They said they emptied his account. Remember that happened to that Nigerian player as well, the one that was very good. JJ Okocha. They emptied his account as well.
Is that his life savings that is still like that?
$12 million
$12 million.
Yeah, in Jamaica. And they said that from 12 million, they only had about 2K left in his account.
Wow.
My God.
Babati, sorry, what about this Bank of America stuff that they're talking about, that people went to bank like on Friday? Yeah, was it on Friday or on Thursday, and they were not seeing their money again?
No. Solomon, in America, you have your FDIC insured. Even if they can always get if it's FDIC insured bank, they can always get your money back. But in Jamaica, it's not secure.
Not in full though. You get a percentage of it. If it's the same as the UK, then you only get a percentage of it.
Yeah, but compared to Jamaica, you don't.
Yeah, no. We have to go and put on those track suits again. Can you imagine?
He has to retire and start running.
He has to go
start running again.
Or you will do GoFundMe. I mean, he will do GoFundMe, and maybe the world will help him.
But are you surprised that his fortune is just $12 million though? And I'm saying just $12 million is a lot of money. But somebody that was that big for that long, $12 million.
The sad part that is his own country that is happening. You know, as Black people, sometimes you want to help your own people, and they are the one that will defraud you. That's just the sad part of the whole thing. You've seen this thing across the board. You want to help your people out to invest in your own country, and what do they do to you? They defraud you of 12 million, and they only leave 2K in your account. That is just borderline evil, man.
The 2K is for him to go and buy for Olympics again.
But you can't really conclude that is $12 million. I think he might probably have like multiple accounts now. Maybe that's one account that they really got. And don't forget what is happening in Jamaica now, right? So there is a lot going on in Jamaica, like the influx of the Chinese, you know.
My God, they're like a virus. They are infesting everywhere. They are all over Nigeria.
I was in Jamaica last year, April or so. The Chinese in all the rural areas. Like if you see a store,
so
rest assured that it's owned by the Chinese.
So I went to Negro. If you go to Negro, they own in Jamaica. They own all those beach resorts. It's all Chinese owned.
Because they signed an MOU with the Chinese folks, right? Because there's this petition they've been having with UK for over, if I'm not wrong, maybe over 100 years. They've been trying to get UK's attention to help them with economy, with basic stuff generally. So they've not really been having that attention. And then the last 6 years, they've really piled so much pressure on the UK Congress until they were basically fed up. They had a new black guy who was, you see that you guys help us, or we branch out to go look for help. So it basically caught the attention of the Chinese, and they've invested over $5 billion, and they are still planning to invest over another $10 billion to open the economy to tourist attraction. New buildings and just a lot of stuff like that. And don't be surprised if Usain Bolt got caught up in that kind of investment web, and they just wages money like that.
Yeah, it was an investment firm.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
So it was an investment firm. Yeah. But how do you go from 12 billion to 2K? That is.
Sorry, before you heard that, what would you have estimated his fortune to be? Somebody like Usain Bolt.
Maybe
because
like
in my thinking, I would have thought it was $250 million at least.
Like maybe 100 or 120 million would be my.
That wasn't all his money. That was just
but
one of his.
That may not be
That
all
was
of
just
his
one
money,
of his
though.
accounts.
That's
just one of his accounts.
That makes sense.
Because I know he has. I know he signed some contract, some endorsement deal with this wristwatch.
Puma now. I think he had Puma. He had the few other ones.
Yeah, and that it was like they renewed it almost, I think, last year, and I think it was almost 16.
But my point that it hurts more when it's your own people and your own country, nothing by bang.
But those people try now. Babati, if Nigeria guys bad that guy, go see one kobo for that account again.
$2,000 too small. Too
That's
but when Nigeria look bad,
possible. You know,
honestly, when I saw that,
my mind went why are you blaming us for this? What did you do now?
My mind went straight to Nigeria when I heard.
Gentlemen, I've been having a thought for a while now that the world is coming into a Nigerian phase. That the next thing to take over the world is the Nigerian phase.
How?
Because previously Nigerians used to be apologetic, and then latterly they were trying to mimic, like, like they were British, American, etc. But now Nigerians with the fullness of their chest, and it's led by the music and entertainment space. But now you see people even dressing in Nigerian attires all over the place during summer.
One man. Did you see your boy, Burna Boy? He's now wearing heels now.
Oh God!
I told you. I told you. Once start involving himself in those people, I put that thing in the private thing the other day. I told you it was going to happen.
What are you insinuating about it?
Burna Boy is now wearing heels now. No, go on look at what.
No. You can't really conclude like that now.
Who is Burna Boy associating with who?
You know now.
A lot of the Americans these days.
What I'm telling you.
He's been spending more
time. But that's the
the
fashion now. My
God. Let me send you
which fashion is carried away. Whiskey instead rolling with these guys.
Bella Smoother not wearing skirts. Bella Smoother is not wearing skirts.
Burna Boy does not look like somebody who's going to be involved in fruity. You know what they call fruity in
Nigeria? Yeah. No. Burna Boy can't. No. Even sings against it.
One man, please. Can you Google that picture of him wearing it? This guy was like a male stripper with heels on. It was disgraceful. I'm like, what the hell are they doing?
Babati, let me ask you a question real quick. Do you know who is E-Money? Do you know E-Money?
Yes. E-Money wears heel too.
Go and look at his pictures. If he still has it on, he has this Louboutin. Sometimes.
Yeah,
I've been hearing some stuff about him too, about being fruity or stuff like that.
Where does that E-Money guy? Where does he get money from?
Bye. Just leave that one. No,
it's voodoo money now. Voodoo money.
No, some people say it's Tinubu boy.
Is it Tinubu boy?
Some people say it's Tinubu
boy. That's why you should forget. There are so many guys.
Wait, E-Money is Tinubu boy.
Hello. Yeah.
A lot of
the Igbo should forget. Then why obedience now shouting? They shout the words from Anambra.
No, they say
you know this guy.
See what I hear. I don't know whether it's true, Solomon. They say he's the one controlling the narcotics part of the empire.
No, not lie. No,
and Obi Kobana as well. Where is Obi Kobana getting his money from?
Kobana is into lifestyle.
Lifestyle. What does that
mean? Forget that thing.
Playtown, do you know the meaning of Cubana? Do you know where he got that name from?
Look at that one, man. Look at that. No, go up now. Go up a little.
No, it's more pronounced here.
That one. Look at that. Imagine.
Hey, Baba, he's an entertainer. He's an entertainer now. What do you expect?
There's a street in London that they call Old Compton Street. That's the only place you can wear this sort of outfit there, and you know what goes on there just from
Old
Compton Street.
One man.
But one man.
He started to act like. I mean, Babati, if you understand what I mean.
Are we suggesting that
when you get to immediately you get to Hollywood, immediately you come in contact with Puff Daddy.
You will know.
I am telling you. So.
Let me interject on that space.
Joel, I want to believe that PDD influenced that is a Grammy, whatever.
Of course,
exactly. He produced that album now. Immediately, look, Enigmatic. I was driving to school, right, when I had that album. The first time I had that album, I was screaming in my car. I said he won a Grammy because the previous year he was denied the Grammy. Immediately, Puff Daddy touched that album. And he talked on that album, and I said he won that Grammy. And of course, he won that Grammy.
Are you trying to say the album is not the only thing Puff Daddy touched?
Let me tell you something. His income. Let me tell you.
If you don't
why
Puff Daddy,
people like
Puff Daddy,
one voice. Yeah, carry on.
If you know Puff Daddy and his history, it's known everywhere. I mean, it's everywhere. And my own thing is this. If you look at all the American artists, all of them, especially the black ones, or even the white ones, you always find that they make them to, dress like they try to feminize them in one way or the other.
You know,
They
It's a
make them
trend
dress like a
now. It's a
woman
trend.
at least in one episode. In one episode, they must dress like a female. They must do something so feminine. And Burna
It's just
Boy
young
is
talk
taking
that
it
I
to the next
know. It's just
level.
young talk that I know.
No, could he be mimicking the artist Prince? Because he has that, and one of my favorite artists, if not my favorite artist, by the way, Prince.
No,
But
no,
he has
no.
that he has that habit of wearing wearing heels.
It's
Well,
different.
Prince was
From the
under them
beginning, it was
before.
that way already. Burna was always been known to be very masculine, but they did this on purpose. You come as masculine and
It's
they
rebranding now.
feminize you. It's been done all
Is
the
for
time.
shock value now.
It's not shock
Androgynous,
anything. It's popular.
It's rebranding.
androgynous dressing.
And
Look,
It's called
let him have
Alte
it.
vibes.
Carbogenous.
No, but Babati, artists, are they not exempt from normal rules? I mean, if you and I wear heels, it'll be very odd and people will ask questions. But if
No,
an
one man.
artist,
No, listen, one
they,
man.
they live in the creative realm now, which people allow.
No, these are
Artists paint their nails. Male artists in Lagos now, they paint their nails.
Guys,
black, different color. See Fireboy.
Babati wants them to wear Cortina, Bata. Is that what you want to
do? Okay, go and kneel down. Coca is okay. Go and down.
You know that Cortina was a Lebanese company. I want to Wallace.
But one man on a very
that's
serious.
one of the most successful shoes in Nigerian history.
That's what we all wear. That's what we all wore to school back in those days.
I've never seen Burna Boy as somebody.
That's a masculine man now.
Somebody in that other row. I've never seen him like that.
No, Burna Boy is not like that, to be honest.
What if it's just his fashion designer that picks the clothes?
Guys, can I come on that space?
Yeah, come in, man of prestige. It's just gisting, by the way. Also, anybody can.
Yeah,
just
I understand.
in,
Because I follow music. Here in Nigeria. I think y'all are kind of miscuing the whole stuff. Burna Boy started wearing the heel because it was a trend. In American music, most of those rappers and everything they were wearing heel. This started last year, so that's where Burna Boy started wearing the heel. And if there was a time, he even wear something like a mini, skirt shirt. So that was a trend that was going on. So
did he join
Illuminati?
Did he join
No, he's not. It was just a trend.
But it's very on Nigerian though. It's very on Nigerian. It's very on Nigerian.
But Burna Boy is not a Nigerian musician. He's an international. He's an international musician.
Of Nigeria though.
So will he now start
Nigeria? Look at him, Starboy. Obi is the only one. Davido is the only one that come to Nigeria quite often.
One man, can I quickly add something real quick? I told you two things was going to happen. You see the first one now. The second one, don't say it yet. But so when it happens, I'm going to remind you. I told you.
I'd have been shocked if it was Davido, but I cannot imagine Davido doing that. But because he seems a straight upstanding.
Because Davido will never.
Davido will never apply to that trend. Believe me.
No. It's too traditional to be.
The only people you can see on that trend is maybe people like Fireboy, Rema, and all of those.
When you are looking for fame,
fall into that.
Woman, when you're looking for fame, there's a price to pay. Let me just be like that. There's a price to pay for fame at that level. Let him.
Baba T, are you suspecting Shoma do the fire?
You see, now I told one man already. You gonna just wait now. You gonna carry somebody.
That's no. That's
I beg leave Burna Boy. I beg.
Burna Boy. See as Burna Boy look. Now PH Boy before Burna Boy. Having that
and strong man too. You want call the toxic, you want call the
enigmatic to say your soul. I mean, stronger guys don't sell their soul. Stronger guys have sold their soul in the past. So who is Burna Boy? Stronger, that thing.
For different reasons, not for something like this now.
Enigmatic. Look, let's face it, right? I understand that Burna Boy is damn good, right? But bro, from Grammy to MSG, the MSG's place. Do you know how many places Burna Boy has been? That guy has been around the world. Bro, it doesn't take only talent. There is something else. What I'm just saying is this. he should not just go through that female way. I'm just saying this because I have
How
seen it
you
happen to
know?
many of them. I've seen it happen to
Joel,
many
Mr.
of them.
Joel, what
what
will
are
you
you
now say about
insinuating, Joel?
Whiskey? Because Whiskey was the first person to do most of the things these guys are just doing now. He was the first, like the O2 Arena, he was the first person to shut it down, to even sell out under 5 minutes. He sold out
That's
the
UK
ticket.
now. We're discussing US here. You are discussing
We're
UK.
discussing the US. Well, we're talking like MSG, man, bro. If they say you sold out MSG, like I can see
That's
him do
Beyonce level
what he
now.
wants to do in Europe,
That's a
right? Because
very big
Europe is close. Europe is close to
But let me tell you,
Africa.
guy, Bonabo
But
is
if you
not the
can do
only
it in
Nigeria that has
MSG,
war here. CK, he has war here. CK. So you're going to check it out. CK has war here.
I heard of
pierced his tongue, he's painting his nails, he's
But
wearing
if they
show
tell me
bag.
that CK is fruity, right? I'm not gonna even blink twice before I believe it.
So
What do you mean? We'll be coming down for CK now.
sorry, who is CK for the uninitiated? For those of us that have not, who is CK?
Is Money's brother.
Those
Love Watiti.
Sorry,
Valentine.
But there's a trend. I think Uptown should tell you there's a trend going on in Nigeria now, and I think Uptown should attest to this. You can. I don't want to. I'll be very conservative. Don't be surprised. 2 out of every 5. Yeah, guys you see in Lagos now. I want to restrict it to Lagos. I don't want to expand it. Don't be surprised if they are, now.
It's not in Lagos, it's in Abuja SF.
Hey, guys.
Abuja is the headquarters. Please, thank you, Solomon.
Hey, guys.
Abuja is the headquarters.
Did you all see the story coming up by AY brother with
Alex Okubo
and the other guy?
That's old story.
Is it true? Is it true though? Because that Alex guy was dating some girl and Pasham for 5 years.
You don't
for 4 years. 4 years.
I mean, 4 years.
For 4 years.
It's 5 years. It's 5 years.
I can speak on that space actually.
What the Triple G, AY brother, KC and Obona.
Triple G.
AY himself.
I can speak.
Man of
I can
prestige.
speak on
AY
the space of Lagos.
AY himself.
For real?
Yes, AY himself.
All right, Uptown, tell us what is going on in Lagos. Is every male an undercover Bobrisky? Because that seems to be what's going on. What's going on there?
Transformer.
It's very lucrative, one man. It's very lucrative.
What do you mean lucrative?
One man. I'm just telling you so that
Are you here? Where is the moral compass of this platform?
Let's listen to Uptown. Let's listen to Uptown.
Yeah, Uptown. Bring us up.
Actually, this discussions is not. It is a rampant discussion within the entertainment space. You know what I'm saying? The truth is, if I want to be very, very honest, the person that said, I don't know who asked that question about Lagos.
I don't know. It was a man of prestige.
Okay. That made the assertion 5 out of something.
No, it's enigmatic.
It's enigmatic.
Enigmatic.
2 out of 5.
So enigmatic, you're not far from the truth. If I'm going to be honest with you.
Thank you.
The rates, it's skyrocketing. It is almost becoming lucrative.
It is,
and I think it is going almost directly proportional as the country's economy is going down. Is going up.
Exactly.
You think it's poverty related?
Yes, it is. But in the entertainment space,
No. I just think it's perversion. It's internet perversion that people caught up.
No.
I can tell you of a life story in Abuja here, where even this one is concerning job of a guy.
Hold on, Solomon. Let
Solomon, tell us Abuja. Solomon, even people in.
We've lost you. But I'm not surprised about Abuja because we always had the thought that the North had those tendencies. But I'm somewhat alarmed that it's taking hold in Lagos of all places.
One man. What is happening is this, right? If you understand what is happening around the world, you could really deduce, these facts. Look, these guys are pushing this agenda so badly. They are funding. Look, if you are one in Lagos, you have this connection. There is this connection that comes with it. They have this online thing. They donate to them. They have money. So that money is the luring factor for most of them, for most of these guys. So even right now, one of the cabman that was carrying me around told me that they have a bar that he can take me to 2 bars where I'm going to see them. And it is like that. He told me that, look, forget about it, that there are many now in Lagos.
Even Airbnb party, like all this house party, like when you go to service apartment, there are some parties they go to, they don't come with their phones.
Wait
You
a
don't
minute.
go with phones.
Joel, do you know they have gay bar in Nigeria?
Yeah, but to be honest, though, that thing has existed in
it's not like
Lagos.
it's not like they call it a gay bar.
Can I run though? Can I
Yeah,
run?
one at a time. Yeah, carry on now.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah,
So,
yeah, carry on.
see the situation in Lagos. The situation in Lagos right now. One man, are you aware that some people they are dating, they have a girlfriend, and their girlfriend know that they have a guy, and the 3 of them, they are all dating themselves. You get what I'm saying? It is crazy. This is stories we hear because we hear a lot of stories, and even the girls, like, I don't know. There's a huge morality problem going down in Nigeria, and
I
starting
told
from
one man.
Lagos. It is on a very downward slide. It's on a very downward slide, and one man, like, and then Okulata, on what you say there, it's not just poverty, but poverty is playing a huge role. But it's not just poverty. There is also
Even rich guys with money.
One man, let me just tell you this thing real quick, right? Poverty. I want to
let me excuse me. Enigmatic, please.
Yes,
Let me ask Uptown one question.
Okay.
You just mentioned the high morality that is going on. That how do I say this? Young people, doing in Lagos. And I've heard you several times that you travel to so many places. Did you see the same in some other part of Nigeria, like in their major city, like the city capital, and compared to rural area? What did you observe? Uptown.
I think Uptown probably don't get problem.
I think network problems. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Is largely a Lagos Abuja thing, and then maybe Owerri coming at the tail end and Calabar, but then it's a Lagos Abuja thing, so it's an urban population thing.
Is there an ethnicity to it, or is it?
No. There's no.
Everybody.
There's no.
Everybody, one man.
Everybody, one man. There's no. The thing there is that I feel like Lagos and Abuja has the money.
They're from Oyo people.
No. It's not known in Oyo. It's not known in Oyo.
I think to buttress Uptown's point, right? I probably want to. The major problem with why that menace is actually festering very fast now is because people. One, I want to maybe 3 factors: peer group pressure, right? 1, self-discipline, 2, and then this self-belief. People do not, when you put all those 3 factors together, let's restrict it to maybe entertainment industry now. You see all these guys doing telling you they are making skits here and there, all these online skit makers, right? It's very prevalent in that circle now. One is in 2, when you are new to that fold, if they wipe you one time, that's 8 million. if you are
What?
My God,
hold on,
guys, hold on, please.
Hold on, enigmatic. Hold on. I'm a bit worried that you know this much about it. How come you know this much?
Because it's in the political cycles too. I'm telling you now, because I'm telling you.
Sorry, let me just ask this: is there diabolism to this, or is it just perversion
Yes.
and
Yes,
is it deviant?
yes.
Is it just sexual deviancy, or is
maybe the diabolism it might go to Abuja if you're talking about that. Maybe
it's in
but
Lagos.
as far as this Lagos is concerned, it has more to do with.
I think the audience are actually enjoying this. I thought they would be dropping off. Meadowman is saying we should actually be freeing up. I thought they would be throwing stones at us. That was carry on.
Can you see the figures now? It's between 8 million
One
to 15
man, you
million.
had a session that was supposed to be about Andrew Tate.
We'll do that. Do you want to run it? Because I don't. Okay, we'll do Andrew Tate tomorrow at the early session.
One man.
You know they've extended his jail term, by the way, but carry on.
One man, the industry driving
you
it.
know that Romania is like Nigeria.
Hold on for Uptown. Yeah, go on.
The industry driving it in Lagos is the fashion industry primarily, and the industry driving it in Abuja is the political industry.
Good.
Here, the fashion industry is almost up to 95%. That's how much it has covered that industry. And then, fashion is related with other branches, so it sprinkles into other whatever it is.
Sorry, Uptown. The fashion industry is understandable because that's the global norm in fashion.
Global norm,
in fashion, they are all like that globally. So that you can understand, but not in
I
politics.
think that one is global. Okay, one man. I think the one we should be worried about is I think entertainment is even global. I think the one that is worrisome in Lagos is the fact that people that are not even necessarily in these industries, you get what I'm saying? It is skyrocketing among young people that are neutral, students. And the reason I can attribute that personally to high rate of unemployment. One man, almost all the youths in Lagos are in their houses. They don't have a day job. So if they're not doing yahoo, they're just in their houses, bantering online and attacking people on Twitter. So because you don't have a day job, maybe they can easily fall prey to any of this. Maybe they go to these shows and maybe they're looking at, they're seeing Bobrisky buying vehicles, they're seeing somebody who come out and wear wig and 2 months he's buying Benz and you're like, okay, well, what's going on? And if you hear stories like that, he will go out and see what's going on and so because they're jobless.
There's one they call James
Brown.
Yes, and he's also
the princess of Africa.
He's also a big girl or big man. Or big,
that one is the arch rival of Bobrisky. That one is the Arsenal to Bobrisky's Man United.
But one man, he's in USA now, going to school.
No, UK.
He's in the UK.
I'm sorry, UK.
Actually, one man, a professor who actually, when she was doing her admission and everything, during the admission process, right? She's my friend. The account when the lady, is it lady or man? I go call him James Brown. She said she was surprised when she saw her worth and then how she paid, like what people are struggling to. If she was just paying it, get up where she has an apartment and everything. And I said, you don't know what this girl they do for Nigeria. So I just pray that this is
this globalization or is this
desperation?
Desperation. It has something. It has
desperation and indiscipline. That's it.
Just immorality is just generally. Apart from that, let me tell you why it is generally immorality. Do you know that this what's it called? Runs boys and runs girls they literally say that it's like everybody in Lagos have slept with each other. So it's across board. It's not just limited to that. So immorality is skyrocketing. You understand what I'm saying? But then let me make a point. Solomon, if you will confirm this, there is this general popular phrase that if you're a girl in Abuja or you're a woman in Abuja, just know you are sharing your husband or your boyfriend with another guy.
Of course, now,
Is
of
that
course,
true, Solomon?
like 4 months ago, last year in around which month? I think October or September. This news was very rampant of people. Even people were even, as in, they were just talking about it, that married women and married men, that like most of them, they know that their husband or their wife, or that their wives and their husband are having affairs with same sex. So the news was very, very rampant last year in Abuja.
They call that down low or low down or something or the other.
Down low. One man.
It's
One
very
man.
prominent in a section in America. Where is it?
One man.
it's very
We have
prominent
lost.
here.
You know we've lost the women. You know we've lost the women, right? You know we've lost the women. The guys are the ones still hiding their own. No, I'm telling you honestly, one man.
Same with the women.
We've lost the women. What do you mean? How do you mean?
What I mean that we've lost the women is that in the women folks, right? Among the women folks, we have lost them. I'm a woman. I can tell you that 1 in 2 Nigerian women today, as it stands,
I think women are already comfortable with their own.
They're already comfortable with their own. They even advertise it. Even if you call them to come see you, they'll be like, "Should I come with my friend?" Like, it is that bad. It is that bad.
Yeah, but Joel, there's a thought that is more acceptable.
It is. Some people, some guys.
Hold on, Uptown. There's a thought that is more acceptable for let's use the term same gender. There's a thought that is more acceptable for same gender relationships amongst females because they already have the facilitation for it, so there is no intrusion in anything. But
what is facilitation?
Well, you understand now. They are already facilitated, so there's no. But a man is not facilitated for same gender coupling. That's why it freaks people out.
Playtime and Solomon, let me ask you a few questions, please.
Yeah,
I'm going to ask you about Bobrisky. That was a woman that become a man now, because I think
that was a man that
hold on, a person that's impenetrable. How does she make her money become a millionaire? I mean, is it not a man? Is it not a man that become a woman, and I believe you can penetrate her?
Is they are politicians and they are.
She does adverts. She does adverts.
But why would they enjoy her? I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
Apart from adverts, they are big people.
She's doing a big time advert.
It's not adverts. There are big people who this person gets involved with.
Your
It's not adverts.
Your famous politicians, the ones we talk about here, the ones we mentioned.
Did you not hear what the figures I called just now? Is between 8 million to 15 M. This is not. I'm not capping. 8 M to 15 M.
But my point is that
for the virgin, Abi.
One man.
That's what she said now. But sorry for that Bobrisky space. What's the adjective for Bobrisky? Is it he or she? What's the adjective? And what is it? It's still no. But what is it? What is his preferred? Because a lot of these people that are that way are in Western climes. They want and they even debated this heavily on television over a period of time. The adjective for those people they want to be a she or something. Even though I don't know, man. It's
but what's the big deal? Call her a she. I mean, I'm used to calling she. Whatever you want, I'll call you.
But
it cannot be that way now because
why?
It's not,
I do that all the time. Doesn't affect me. I do it all the time.
But it should affect because it's the moral rectitude of it's a slippery.
The slippery slope has already sloped. It doesn't. I don't care.
We all care. You do care. You just want to be.
No, I mean, someone wants to be known as a she.
Contrarian purpose. That's what he's doing. Just will be
One man.
Yes,
he still described himself as he.
As a he.
Yeah.
Who?
In the Bobrisky.
No,
No,
if you
hold
call
on.
Bobrisky, he will
Hold
insult
on
you.
now.
Baba.
Hold on now. I listened to an interview with Dele Momodu.
Interview, you see, there it is right there.
Babajoko did that thing now. He's an American.
Hold on.
Babajoko is an American.
Okay, hold on. I listened to his interview with what do you call this guy? Dele Momodu, and he was describing himself as he, and he even said that
interview.
and he even said that he's looking forward to wonder when he will marry a lady.
Yes, I heard him say that he has girlfriends. I don't know.
Yeah,
he's just saying that in front of an elderly man.
Just to talk.
He's just saying that because
he's with Dele Momodu now.
Drives the traffic, right? But Bobrisky he does both. He's, I would say, woman and man, but mostly men.
So that's Biden, isn't it?
A little bit.
Sir Jadi Koko, see, if you go to Bobrisky, the mom, she's the mommy of Lagos. If you go to her profile, maybe she posts picture.
You say
no, now she be now she go tell you that I'm the mommy of Lagos.
Hold on, enigmatic. Yeah, go on, Solomon. Yeah.
Yeah. So if he posts picture and you go, some wicked skit makers after we know them, they will go and write senior man. If you see the way she will insult them, that's why you writing senior man. That means she. That
you know, a little bit of me. I enjoy the battles that they have in that. Is it an economic space or a sexuality? You know, when they are going back, this Bobrisky and that James Brown. They constantly, you know, when you look at the entertainment pages, they dominate that space. But have you seen the before and after pictures of Bobrisky when he was a fully fledged man and now transmuting into what he is?
His real name is Idris. Idris, that is his real name.
One man, Bobrisky is still. When he goes to his dad during Ileya festival, during the Muslim, stuff.
How does the father introduce him to his?
No, he dressed like a man.
That when you see that picture, you will know that.
And he's Muslim. Is he Muslim?
Yeah, he's Muslim. Yeah.
Wow.
He's Muslim. So his dad he said he can't really come out to say he will disown him, but he does not really care about him anymore because. There was a time that they had to even call the imam of the central mosque in that neighborhood to see if they can prevail on his situation. But it's gone. When it's gone to economical way, it's gone to
honestly, those battles is not worth it. You can't change those people. Just let them be.
Just let them be.
Just let them be.
No, that's a Western view, though, Kulata.
It's not. I know someone that when we're growing up, it was heading that way. Eventually, it's gone that way. And they beat the crap out of this. They beat the crap out of this boy.
Sorry,
boy. As in the way they beat him, they beat the living day out of him. During the beating, boy, he was using candle to go and do something. Candle wahasino something.
It says settle down.
One man, do you know they really do? Do you know who that is? They really do.
Vaguely, I've heard the
name. Solomon, you said the other one is the mother. This one they mentioned is grandmother of Lagos.
Please, what the candle? That candle to the
there's one called BC something that came to this country to marry an English guy, and they actually had a full-blown wedding. So
BC Alimi.
Yes, that one seems to be their advocate.
One man to add in that space. I think with Lagos,
we had it, but it was for in girls only schools back then. They used to use candle back in girls only school. But I think that
they call it super. They call it super.
Back in days now.
Yeah, you're right, Joel. That was back in the.
They
That was back
They
in
call
the
it,
day.
sorry, they call it what?
Soupe.
And
Okay.
it was all
Soupe.
Okay.
PS only
No,
school that
no be Naira Marley wey sang Soapy.
no, not that one.
No. Naira is Soapy. But this one is Soupe.
Wait, guys, wait. Okay, back to the Kandu story. So how did that happen? Show hasn't Dini.
Oh God. Oh goodness me.
Dini. So one láti lọ sí health center. So one láti switch up.
Look, Kulata, let me tell you how bad this thing was when we were in school. I don't want to talk to school. I don't want to say if it is my school but I went to a new school. So deduce anything you want to deduce. But there was this school, right, that they have to now, they sell fruits. Like, these people that bring fruit to sell to students. So they now have to ban unripe bananas. Because according to them, immediately they bring unripe banana, it goes up the shelf. Like, like all those cucumber, banana, fruit, they bring it unripe. Then when they bring the ripe one, it will just be there. So it's been going on in our society, but we didn't want to talk about it.
Is it even reversible?
One month. I think something we are not factoring in as far as this Lagos is concerned. Another thing we need to consider, which I think is actually the top on the agenda, is the acceptability is loosening up in Lagos.
But you guys don't realize that since the early 90s, they had a church for gays led by a guy called Pastor Macaulay or something. But then it was more of an under-G thing. It wasn't socially acceptable. But they had their own community. So they've had that community since early 90s.
The only difference now is that
guys, do you know
that acceptability, that's social because of this. Sorry. See now, when you want to go and start doing comedy online, if you want to blow fast, just be acting like a woman with wig. That's the easy one.
But that's different though. That's different. That falls within.
No, I'm talking about the whole idea. The whole feminine guys being feminine idea is acceptable now. So that means it's an easier link to that channel. You know what I'm saying? So before, if you do that in public, everybody's gonna insult you. But now people are praising Bobrisky, catching cruise with James Brown. Do you know how they insulted him when he started off? But nobody's insulting them again.
How do we
so
know
I think it's acceptability factor.
They're not paid agents to do this thing because they have to soften up your minds first. It's all a process. I think this is all. They're all paid.
So I think the acceptability is really, really going hard.
Yeah. So because
people really don't
and it's okay
recoil
that
again.
we just pass laws and say it's okay. Then next thing you know, you have
is it not even uptime? Everybody, is it irreversible now? Are we? Because you are talking about acceptability.
Acceptability will just keep getting better.
That's
what it is.
So there's.
We are long gone, woman. Because
is this where we want to be?
Do you know why?
It ebbs and flows now in society. It's not new. If you go to ancient Greece or ancient Rome, they did it then.
It's not new. I think the only new thing is the acceptability.
It's their culture, not ours, though.
Guys, wait. This is my point. Once Lagos says it's okay, and they say it's okay in Abuja, people they start to come out. They will come behind the curtain. They're already there. You just don't see them. But once they make it legal, you start to see that they've always been there.
But isn't that you admitting? Isn't that you admitting that they are genuine people? That some people are just like that?
No.
They're like that.
I have come around to accept that. I've come around to accept that there's some kind of genetic component to that as well. Even though I find it very uncomfortable, but that's the reality.
Thank you.
See, the only way you can be
stop the promotion
here is that you have to free up your mind to be tolerant. If you're not tolerant, you won't be able to sit here because they are here. You find them, you see them every day when you go out. They are everywhere openly. Everybody knows about
But
them.
once
You
they
know what I'm
make it
saying?
legal, that's my point.
Openly.
Then they will come out in millions. Once they make okay, it's now legal in
Yeah.
Nigeria.
But let me make another.
YouTube,
Let me make another
they will
serious
now come
point.
out in millions.
Let me make another important point.
And by the way, Uptown is illegal in Nigeria. You know that was one of the
It's
things
illegal
that
now. Goodluck Jonathan.
yeah,
Yes,
that was
Goodluck
one of the
Jonathan
things
did
that
that.
Obama held
But one
against.
man, that is one man. That is this. You see, that's why when we keep talking about
70% of the
making new
lawmakers that signed
laws.
that bill, 70% of them does the same thing. 70% of the
But the
lawmakers
thing
that signed that bill.
but one man, the issue there is this. The issue there is this. Whenever we keep saying we don't have laws, I keep telling you guys that
We
we
have
have
laws.
laws.
We do.
The issue there is
Enough
implementation.
laws for
In Ghana, as we speak, they ban the promotion, advertisement in any form, and you dare not see it in the open space. Is it in the street? Are they in the street?
it is
Yes.
true. It is true. Ghana, they are
You
working on
understand what I'm
theirs.
saying? Yes, they are working. They are implementing theirs. You cannot do it over there. But you understand me? So ours
We are
is
not
that
working our
it
own.
is
We are
not
promoting our own.
because you see, it is the human factor. When they come in, they try to test the law. When they test the law and there is no Bobrisky came out and people were looking at Bobrisky. The next thing James Brown came out. If the
There's these
wings
two
of
other people that have
Bobrisky
come out
was
too.
clean, James Brown will not come out. So that is the problem we are having.
Hey,
Nathan, hold on. Can you hold on, gentlemen? Let me play you this clip. Let me play you this clip because it's almost an issue now of a global dimension. Let me play you this clip. I'm sure you've all seen it before. Let me just yeah. So they are trying to force it upon us.
Yes.
When somebody was talking about promoting it, this is it put me in mind of this.
The major issue,
yeah.
holdover from sort of colonial Victorian, is the issue of sexual preference in many African countries. In Kenya, to be gay, the LGBT community is illegal. They just want to have equal rights, the same privacy and equality as all other Kenyans do. Is that something that you aspire to for your country?
I want to be very clear, Christian. I will not engage in a subject that is of no, it is not of any major importance to the people and the Republic of Kenya. This is not an issue, as you would want to put it, of human rights. This is an issue of society, of our own base as a culture, as a people, regardless of which community you come from. This is not acceptable. This is not agreeable. This is not about Uhuru Kenyatta saying yes or no. This is an issue of the people of Kenya themselves, who have bestowed upon themselves a constitution, right, after several years, have clearly stated that this is not a subject that they are willing to engage in, yeah, at this time and moment. In years to come, possibly long after I'm president, who knows? Maybe our society will have reached a stage where those are issues that people are willing, freely and open to discuss. I have to be honest with you. And that is the position that we have always maintained. Those are the laws that we have, and those are laws that are 100% supported by 99% of the Kenyan people, regardless of where they come from.
So
It's a very
you're going to get yourself into trouble.
Because
what you've categorically just stated is that this is not an issue for us, for the Kenyan people, yes. And you don't think that the idea of their privacy, their equality, their rights is important.
This is,
but it's a global issue right now.
It's important to them where they are.
Why is it
not
important
saying
to you
that it
as
is
president
not
of the country?
Important to me as the leader of 49 million Kenyans. And after, if you want to ask me my personal opinion.
What is your personal opinion?
After I finish my process, I can talk about my personal opinion. But as the leader of the people of the Republic of Kenya, I represent that which our people are desirous. And I have no choice, but that is my position.
Would you publicly say that people who are LGBT, gay members of the Kenyan population should not be discriminated against, should not be violated, should not be abused.
No Kenyan should be abused, should be, mistreated in any particular. Every Kenyan.
All right. Do you think they are forcing this thing on us? Is the thing? Do you think
that is?
I think these other African countries are pushing more against it. We are so relaxed. We are not doing anything. Maybe because I don't know why, but we are doing absolutely nothing.
Hold on. Go on, John.
See, let me tell you guys this thing now, and I'll be brief, right? They started pushing this thing, right? On even under Jonathan. You remember that this is one of the problems Obama had with Jonathan.
Yes.
Right? Now, when Obama came down, Obama also came down to Kenya and discussed with this same Kenyatta. There's an interview with both of them where he was telling Kenyatta that, hey, you have to leave these people be. And Kenyatta is telling him, look, right now, our problem has nothing to do with this issue. You are the one putting it on us. In fact, the president of Uganda was even very brash about it. There's another one on the. He said that who are those? He said they are sick. Like he went straight up.
He said he said disgusting.
That one not even play diplomacy at all.
All right, let's hear from him. I think it's right underneath that one that I just played you. So
please, one more video before you play.
Yeah, go on. No, go on.
Okay. Please search for a particular video where a gay rights activist was talking in one of these African countries. And
Uganda has to come to the Uganda.
Pastor had to come to the TV station.
You are gay. I know that video.
Oh, the funniest video I've watched in my
Okay,
life.
let one man play this thing for us now.
What is your message to Western human rights groups, to President Obama, to lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender people?
Respect African societies and their values. If you don't agree, you just keep quiet. Let's manage our society the way we see. If we are wrong, we shall find out by ourselves. Just the way we don't interfere with yours.
Do you personally dislike homosexuels?
Of course, they are disgusting. I never knew what they were doing. That's how I've been told recently that what they do is terrible, disgusting. But I was ready to ignore that if there was proof.
It sounds like Buhari somewhat.
That's how he's born, abnormal. But now the proof is not there.
It's un-African. That's just what.
Man, do you know what this man? Do you know what he does sometimes? When there's an issue of there's a case of homosexuals being caught, it takes them to same-sex prison, like so that before until one of them is pregnant before they will.
How can you take them to same-sex prison?
Until one of them is pregnant.
It's reunion now.
So that's when they will be out. So they won't give them any. There will be no years to that sentence. If you are pregnant in the evening, so come out. Yeah, if you are not pregnant in the next 100 years, just get pregnant and come out, one of you. So that's what he does now in Uganda. And I think we have to have leaders like this who will not be politically correct with this kind of, nauseating, discourses. Because when you have like, okay, we are Africans, right? We have polygamy is part of our culture. But in the Western world, right, they are preaching against that. But you dare not preach in favor, or for polygamy in the West or within their culture here. But what they will never take as their culture, they will even try to adjust, move a needle.
Exactly. Enigmatic. You get it.
One man,
I hope we are not going to offend YouTube with this.
I think we should move ahead.
I hope we are not going to offend them.
But we are not mentioning anything now.
We don't want them to buy your
just use the word
platform.
transformer. Okay, just use the word transformer.
But enigmatic. I think the thing is the thing starts even from our lawmakers. So who is going to implement these laws? The articles and the rest, are they the ones that implement it?
Uptown, do you know that they asked Obi in I think that was in Port Harcourt.
Atiku looks like he's that way inclined too, I have to say.
FFK
have been firing Atiku and
one man. Do you know that someone I think it was in Port Harcourt stood up and asked Obi that question about the rights of gay, and Obi now told them that, look, that I am more interested in pulling people out of poverty. How would I,
classical big answer.
So he don't the question, Abi. He don't
classical
You know what offend foreign power?
No,
Western power rather. Western power.
No, it's not even about. It's not about West. It's not even about Western power. Do you know a lot of young people that is following him that is that way? Even celebrities, even the influencers. Now, wow.
I think we've got that clip that you wanted us to see. So we'll surrender this one to YouTube. So we say, but I don't think we've crossed the line yet.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr. Pepe Julian Onzima. Thank you for that. Good morning. Why are you gay? You are a transgender.
What shows that I'm gay?
You are a transgender, and you're a gay rights activist and an outspoken lesbian, homosexual. How can I describe you? Now we're looking at the raging debate. You're a gay rights activist. Why should someone be gay? You're having a girlfriend.
Yes.
Do you perform the natural obligations?
God.
I'm not.
God. So what are you doing with this lady?
By choice.
By choice.
Yeah. I've chosen not to engage.
Doesn't that make you gay?
What do you mean? Doesn't that make me gay? I am male and attracted to a female.
So who is gay?
I'm gay.
Oh God. Oh God.
Woman, sorry.
I don't think that's the main video.
Woman, where's the pastor now?
That's not the main video.
Woman. That is one of the funniest video out there. And later on, a pastor came in on that show.
That's what I want to see now.
I think that's the part.
America wants to bomb me.
He came with all the fruits, cucumber, carrots, everything.
Let me show you how they do it.
My God, we are falling to a new depth on this platform.
I'm telling you.
They said we were low brow, and now we are doing this.
Woman, the man said America wants to bomb me. They want to bomb me.
All right, we might as well. Since we have already surrendered, because it's too funny.
Which is described as women who are attracted to each other, females attracted to each other, mentally, emotionally, and physically. And then gay is two males who are emotionally, physically, sexually attracted to each other. Bisexuals are usually attracted to persons of their own sex.
So sorry, is this person male or female? Just to be clear.
Female.
Biologically female, but identifies as male.
As male, yeah.
Identifies as. You've even got the lingo. Identifies as.
Woman, there's a tip that has this thing already cut off.
I support them now.
Do you? Oh, right. Oh, okay. So there it is. So where do we stand on this? Is the thing. So
I mean, I've made up my mind that it's fine.
One man, we need to come to terms that they are here and they're not going anywhere, even though we don't
There's
like
nothing, you can't reverse anything.
it is what it is. But you only said that is the imposition or the forceful nature of trying to spread. Like, I don't care if they come talk to one man about their rights or whatever, but I have issues with them going to schools and trying to impose and teach kids about all these kind of things.
That's my problem with them. That's my problem with them.
Leave the kids alone. If
leave the kids alone.
And you're older, then you can be exposed. But at that age,
exactly,
they're very impressionable.
Exactly.
Leave the kids alone. That's what I'm saying.
Try to be smart about it, putting it in cartoons, in school books and all that. Try to be smart by heart.
Look at Wellman now. You know Wellman from Scooby-Doo now. They changed the whole Scooby-Doo stuff to gay stuff. Old Scooby-Doo, Wellman that we love as kids.
Even Superman.
Wellman don't change.
No, Wellman is not on Scooby-Doo. That's on
Wellman is the one that wears glasses now, Abi.
No.
That's not Scooby-Doo.
No.
Is that Scooby-Doo or the one?
Simpsons you're talking of. The Simpsons.
Wellman was one the character now. She's now a black woman now, but in a cartoon series on HBO Max now, they have all these things now in those things now. So they've changed the whole thing.
Velma na ginger head for Scooby-Doo, the one we get red.
I'm saying the one that they have now is an Indian girl now.
They don't change
Go
them.
and watch HBO Max.
They spoiled my childhood.
Unbelievable.
And they say that no, man. In Scooby-Doo, guess what? There's no Scooby-Doo. There's no dog in Scooby-Doo now.
What
Then it's not Scooby-Doo.
They chop the dog. They chop the dog. Calabar person day for Scooby-Doo.
No dog.
They chop am.
No person.
No person. Then they can make Lokili.
Kulata, what they're doing is just they're infiltrating all our childhood characters. All those characters that we love so dearly, they have already turned them to gay characters. And because it's Hollywood, they are the one that made the movie. So it's easy for them to, switch those characters and, push it. And the thing there is that, with human beings, when you start pushing an ideology on people, at least you get like 50 to 60% of people will be like, you know what? What is my problem with these people? It's okay. Let them just be. People will start giving up. But they are
people have given up. It's not start giving up. People have given up.
We want to wear you out.
Even in this Nigeria,
Kulata supports them.
I support it. I'm not lying. I support them.
One man, in the corporate America, right? You just do not have a choice but to support them, or else your career is in ruins.
It's over.
No, you don't have to support them though. But what you do have to at least in my view, what you do have to do is to indicate that you are not a threat to them, or you are not you don't have to support them. You don't have to actively.
You have to be an ally. You have to be an ally. You have to be an ally.
Like in an office environment now, right?
Would you let them hug you in an office environment?
Why not? What's wrong with it?
That's what I'm telling you now, that you're not understanding one man. That they will take, those people are not playing, they will take it up to, if you go to the HR and they file an EEO against you.
That you didn't let them hug you.
It's only God that will help you.
Discrimination now.
My goodness me.
Yeah, so you have
the thing is, there's a catch-all. It's all under diversity. So diversity also includes black people.
So they use the racial component to come in. So that way, if we go against them, they will say, "Oh, because you are racist." So nobody wants to be racist. So they will add the racist stuff to it. They will add the feminine stuff to it. So they will now stay under those two banners to hide themselves. So you can't go against them unless you be accused of being racist or sexist.
And does anybody know about the trending LGBTQ thing in TikTok by the Ghanaian man?
But one man, I put the link in the stuff for you for that black well man.
Yes, I'll put it up now. So it is true.
But one man, how do you begin an interview with why are you gay?
Look at Velma.
What is
Woman in America
what is
here,
this
right?
now?
There's a member of the
Remember, don't turn to India.
There's a member of the
And
cabinet.
she has a girlfriend, by the way. She's lesbian, by the way. She's lesbian in the cartoon series. So.
Yeah, who is an open gay?
If you play look at that.
This is not Velma now.
That's the new Velma now.
That's now from Scuba.
She's
no, this can't be.
Mindy
Kaling.
Maybe
this is.
It says Mindy Kaling.
Yeah, because they made that.
You know her? Is she no name?
I know her. She's an Indian actress.
They made her the owner of the show. Like
she voiced it.
Producer. No, the producer of the show. So basically, she made Velma about herself, about her own story. That's what she's putting out there now.
Oh Lord, they spoiled it for me.
Do you feel you are living outside of a world that you used to know? Do you feel outside of this world?
The world is changing too fast that I've kind of.
I'm buying my Blu-ray right now. All my old movies, I'm buying them in Blu-ray just in case before they destroy everything. So I'm buying all my.
It's in the holy books, in the holy books of Quran and the Bible. Right?
Is it end times, Abi?
End times. I beg, that end times are bullshit. Sorry. Sorry. For religious people, I apologize.
Kulata, calm down.
That's why I'm apologizing.
Heaven is already here, guys. Heaven is already here. No, heaven is already on earth, please.
Babati, there's something I want to say, right? My problem in Nigeria right now is this, right? You see, whenever they tried it here, and what they did was, they put it under diversity, right? So they now align the blacks, all of them, lump them into one.
And by the way, hold on, Joel. Let's be elegant with the language of this conversation, so we don't trip over. But I carry on.
Yeah. I support Tel, so you guys be careful. I mean, I'm an ally.
Yeah. So okay. So shit, Kulata. Wait. Anyway. So
let's
hold on now. So
it's too dangerous talk. The talk. I'm getting uncomfortable.
I'm even getting uncomfortable.
Hold on, I beg you guys. I just got home.
What's going on now? Please, settle down. Let's move on because even
let's move on to another topic. What's up with the Nigerian women now going to get plastic surgery? Like Toke Makinwa, I don't know if you guys know.
That is not new now.
Yes.
Now, what are you talking about?
Liposuction. They call it liposuction.
She's undergone so many surgeries. Like Jesus Christ.
Is that nobody shaming?
Uptown will be seeing them where in Ikoyi and Lekki.
Sorry, how old is she, by the way? How old is she?
She must be in her 30s or something.
No, she must be in her 40s.
Is it 40s?
What's her name again? Toke
Makinwa. I mean, she carved before. She carved up before. Now, and I bumped her into another picture. Then she's now made it excessive. Her face is now almost like European. And, I mean, they do all that stuff in Turkey.
One man, please, can we change the topic? I'm uncomfortable with this topic because this is my area, and I'm also a supporter of them.
Yeah, you're a supporter of women having body enhancements.
Basically, one man.
Can we just move on from this topic?
Please, basically, let's leave the kids alone. It's the whole point. Leave the children alone. We can discuss our own issues, but leave the kids alone in their school. That
bot enhancement thing. I don't know quite what purpose it serves outside of just looking good in whatever outfit. They can't sit down. They have to sleep on their side. They can't even do the normal functions that a woman should do.
It depends on how they do it now.
It's a body image thing. And we all know that's the reason why they put on makeup. Look, if you understand the women, you understand what I'm saying. Like the way
they have to sit on
the
cushion.
conscious about their look.
Yeah, but if you do a fat graft, you'll be able to sit down now because they just graft fat from your belly or somewhere and put it, migrate it to your backside. So you'll be able to sit down. I'm not talking about the rudimentary silicone one. This one, you will get fat. They'll migrate the fat and start injecting it in your bum all over your body to shape it. And then you are fine.
Yeah, like fat transfer. They call it fat transfer.
Fat transfer.
But what about the complications? I've seen people die. I've seen people die from that, those kind of complications and stuff, those surgeries and stuff like that. So I don't think it's worth it.
Well, there's no surgery without complications. It's just that, I mean, you're just going to look at it from this way. Are more people surviving? If more people are surviving, then it will just depend on your
So if you
signature.
die, you go to heaven. They say, how you take die? I say we go do BBL.
Yeah, that's how Stella Obasanjo died. Now.
Well, Stella, don't be so Stella said that. Stella said that.
That was Tommy talk or something. Use it Tommy talk.
Tommy talk.
Yeah, Tommy talk.
Yeah, but I'm not into all this cutting this out because it's never like I see them in the clinic, Joel. It's never enough because it's a body dysmorphia kind of thing. Because once you cut one, you want to keep doing it again and again and again. It's never enough. You will keep.
It's never enough. Sometimes this one will be bigger than this other side. Then that's okay. I'm going in. I mean, it's always something. Once you go under the knife, for them, they want to get it so perfect. But in the process of doing that,
but before the age you should be in the 40s. Now it's younger. I mean, I had this girl 24, 5 years old, beautiful Latina, beautiful girl, perfect, and she's
the Latinas, they carry her for head though.
Yeah,
even though the Latinas, they carry her for head.
You are beautiful. What do you need this for? She said, no. I want to Dubai. You need Dubai.
But even if you go to Brazil, Dominican Republic, and Colombia, that's what they do over there now. They have doctors that have done millions of such surgeries over there.
Joe, you need to go to Turkey in Istanbul. Almost every fifth person on the street has done cosmetic surgery. So you see guys. Bald guys,
Muslims.
And Iran as well. It's one of the largest plastic.
And you see people wearing nose plaster. They look, okay, this one they've carved this one's nose. This one they've done their butt. There are plenty in that. I mean, Turkey, Istanbul area.
As in the Muslim world.
Turkey is kind of like a liberal place, even though it's a Muslim country.
Okay, did you know? I used to do like some kind of photography back in college, and these models, they literally starve themselves to even look the way they look, plus the photo editing and stuff we do back then. But people look at these magazines thinking that is realistic. I'm like, it's not realistic. Nobody
reality
that way. It's not real. Emma that has a 10% body fat is literally starving themselves or working out almost every day.
Isn't that what they call medically body dysmorphia?
Yeah, body dysmorphia is my point. There's more going on with them. So people don't. That needs to be addressed. You need to ban all these unrealistic mag models on TV with the two.
But in Nigeria, how do you blame them? You see someone like Iniedo from no shape, all of a sudden to shape.
Look at what happened to us in Nigeria in the 80s with the cream now.
Sorry, how do you spell that Iniedo?
INIEDO.
You know what happened during the 80s now with the creams now? It was a pandemic at some point.
Bleaching cream.
It was the imagery now. It was the imagery. It was what they were seeing on TV. That was the new thing. If you were not yellow, you were not beautiful. So you just need to address that, man. If you need to ban them from all this thing on TV, do it.
The bleaching cream is still in vogue now, except for girls now. They've turned it to organic cream. That's what they call organic cream.
It's Carol White, isn't it? Is it still Carol White? You know how they just found out barely a year ago what Carol White was.
No, it's organic cream. They spend their money. They spend the way they buy human hair. That's how they buy organic cream.
This is the Ini girl. She's done work.
What has she done to herself?
Everything.
Book job. Right? You can say
the nose job.
Can you spot when somebody has done a boob job because their boobs are always too perfect?
No. Look at, she's done some cheek stuff and some nose job clearly, so you can see those things. You can see the cheek and her hair. You can see that they've already padded it already. So you can.
No, that's makeup.
Look at
makeup.
One man, look at the before picture and after picture. That's what, and the present picture. That's how you know the difference. The difference is usually very, very.
It's very staggering if you can see it side by side.
I don't have problem with them. I don't have problem with women doing their surgery. I mean, if you want to do your shit, go ahead and do it. That makes you feel good, right? I don't have problem with that. Go ahead, do your shit. If it makes you feel good, why not?
You know, there's this trend now. You know, this bleaching something. You know, they are actually using some form of injection now to take the melanin out of their skin. I think that was what Bobrisky did.
One man. You know what happened? Before in Nigeria, the notion was that Yoruba women, especially those based in Lagos, love bleaching a lot. Now, what did they do? They now went and repackaged, because then they were doing it like theirs were like crude, right? Now they now went and put it in a cream and now called it toning. So now most women you see in Nigeria now, they say they're putting on some toning cream.
That is organic cream now. That's what they call organic.
They love bleaching. Most women in Nigeria today, they are going in for that bleaching thing, and they are put. So that is how the likes of Bobrisky, because Bobrisky, when you look at her, when you look at him, right? Sorry, when you look at him, as he was his progression, you find out that the cream was playing a part in his look. So many females bought into that. What is making him look this fair? Then they started sending the cream. So that is how he got most of the money too, that he's flaunting. So and now, but the thing there is that the backside to it is that we now have many women going for those creams, and they call it toning, but in other words, it's just bleaching, and it's not just good. But it is what it is. It's a trend. Until we stop it, it is what it is.
Here is Bobrisky before and after. It's anyway. Unbelievable.
No need. This topic is.
Are we cutting too close to the bone? Should we get back to politics?
Let's make one exception. In that case, before that time, yeah, go improve there.
Me, Robert, to bring now, so go.
Okay, no comment. Let's just move on. Let's move on. Don't put me in trouble tonight.
All right. So we've changed as a society, that's for sure.
We've changed.
It's almost like
you know what's funny? If we had this talk like 20 years ago, we call it for pastor from MFMO.
Yes. But what are those pastors doing in Nigeria? Aren't they useless? After all, they're just making money. Because at the end of the day, the society is changing. What are they doing?
Go and bring seed, more. Them also seed.
Just the chop money.
What are you making of the gullibility of this 10% that they levy people? And you have highly educated people just handing over 10% of their earnings to some random con man.
That one, you see, that one I've given up on that one, because even for colleagues that are professionals with PhDs, when they talk about stuff like this, sometimes I wonder, so Los Kusha, I'm like, I don't get it. In fact, take that money and give it to the poor, meaning boy. Go to one orphanage and give that money to them. They will make use of it better than the church.
I agree 100% with that. That's
that
my
sentiment more
too.
effective. That makes more sense. But you now give not be buying one SUV, buying houses while you're suffering. I don't know. I don't get it.
Look, Babati, you don't want to see them argue. You don't want to see educated folks, educated folks argue this thing with you, and at the end of the day, they will start telling you, is it your money? So at the end of the day, you find out that, look, at the end of the day, it's not your money. So allow them to do what they want to do with their money. But it is ridiculous.
What the worst thing is, they will intellectually browbeat you, and they will start to quote us. They will present some intellectually coherent argument for something that is untenable. And after a while, you just give up and you say,
no. You know what? It's gotten what? Do you know why it's worse now? That 10% is not the minimum now. They now say that the more you can give above that, the more God will bless you. Even that 10% is not enough anymore. they want them to even pay more. Like if God blesses you more, give more than 10%, God will blessing share where. I don't know. So
what really kills me is they openly see the pastor living a life of opulence, and they know that he has no other source of income apart from his pastor or something, and they know that is sustained by their 10%, and they go the next month and hand over 10% again.
No, one man, they will tell you that they will tell you that Jesus Christ is not a poor, because they tell them that Jesus Christ is not poor. That how can his son be poor? Look, they have brainwashed these guys. And one man, this is the issue. The issue there is this. In Nigeria, you pray for everything. I have made a talk about this in the past. We pray for everything. You pray to go to school. You pray to get admitted. You pray to get a job. You pray to keep a job. You pray for retirement. You pray for health. You pray for everything. Even when traveling, you are praying against pothole. So if your life, if your life is circled around uncertainties, then you go spiritual. Even a doctor, you go to a doctor's office. A doctor will look at you. He does not have the equipment to diagnose you. He will tell you that, look, my brother and my sister, look, this is spiritual. Do you know any strong man of God? And this is how they reap these people. But what, do they have any option? No, because they don't have a working system. If they went to get a job and the job is there, then you now find out that most people will stop praying to get a job. Right? If you start making things work, if the roads are now good, people will start saying, if the security is now good, the people will start saying, okay, the prayers will now reduce. They start seeing the fact that, to live a better life, that it depends on them, other than the spirituality they always call to. So that is the problem in Nigeria. And that's the reason why these politicians, they know this. And they know one of the ways to keep us that way is because if they do not provide those opportunities, people will remain poor. And they keep banking on it. I mean, when you listen to people like Atiku saying that the North, people, over 70% of Northerners are not on the internet, he is proud of it. That's the leader. That is to tell you, whose fault is that? Is that the fault of the North or fault of the South? If probably the Southern people were in government for quite too long, they will be like, oh, they're being marginalized. But they have been more in power. Yet they cannot even provide their people with internet. That is to tell you.
Ajalokoko could not bear this conversation anymore. He's made a hasty exit. So did you want to?
Okay.
Did you want to come in, Wall, please?
Yeah, I wanted to say something. I just got back home anyway. But since we are moved from that topic, we talk about this Christianity. Let me quickly just say this. Yeah, this is more my friend. He's in Nigeria. He's just working and his salary is 80,000. During the COVID, like my friend, he grew up in my area. All those kind of guys that their parents were less privileged. Would have come wash the car in the compound and all that. But a good guy, sharp guy, very brilliant. Finished school, university, and working with the government. And the mother died. They know me in my area because my house, everybody know my house. My mother have a very big shrine. My dad is kind of a pastor. My mom is a princess. So they even show my mom in international TV, all this national TV all the time when they are doing like local festival. She always showed up. But the next day you see her in a good bench. Anyway, so I followed that part. Just COVID year, the mother died. So they are Urubu. They have to carry the corpse they just have to discharge the corpse, to take the corpse to Sapele. The guy has no money. So I send him 50,000 for ambulance. He got there, he put the corpse down. There's only one uncle that was standing for him, as in the rest was like, you have to do the burial now. And they said, they're like, uncle said he doesn't have money. And they charge him 350,000 to do the burial, just to put the corpse down, on earth. So for like 3 days, he was walking around. Then he was telling me he wants to go and sell his phone. That's the only contact point he has, his phone. I said, no, don't worry, don't sell your phone. I'm not selling 350. He went to do the burial. He did the burial, issues and all that, but he was able to do the burial. He got back home. The very day he got home, at the junction, was getting off Okada. A jeep almost took his leg off. He was in the hospital again. I didn't hear if I was calling, I didn't hear from him until he finally I was able to go through to him through his cousin. Then after he was sending another 61,000 hospital bill. He now got out of the hospital. When he got out of the hospital, the pastor came to the house because he's very good in his church high school. Church choir, they say, and he cleans church. They are called the first man. I don't know, the people that do service for free for church. In all this ordeal, the pastor didn't give him 1 naira. Then when he got home, he's at home. The pastor came and they gave him 1,500 naira. And the guy said, he called me, said, today I renounce my Christianity. If me that he said my friend that is a pagan, because they look at me as a pagan, I'm the one that helped him. Hey, Urusai! I'm still at home, people are talking.
Hold the settle down, what pace? No, children have the right to make, yeah.
I know, but this little girl, I'm not at home since yesterday. I'm home now. They're still making all this.
Yeah, no, she's excited to see you, of course. I mean, she's excited.
Is this a Miloko, the last girl? She always asks for everything that she's not.
Is that a new tag name that Miloko? Look at that.
So she now said, he now said, he called me. I was like, he called me, said he was crying. He's like, if me, he sees my friend, he said that he's a pagan that helped him. Say he took those help from me because he has no option during that lockdown, and I could go out my way and help him without nothing. The church he banked on, he do everything, sing, wash clothes, do that. Is that the 80,000 he gets every month? He still bring out 8,000 and give to the church. So seed, do this. Another day he will go home like 50,000. They could not help him. What the pastor could give him is 1,500 naira, not even up to the transport fare to start there. If that what they would do, he will stop going to church. And I told him, no, it's wrong. You don't stop going to church. The problem that in Africa that we are going to church with our hearts. We don't go to church with our head. A man needs to associate. If you go to church, pray to your God and leave. You don't have to put everything on your head like you must to pay tithes, you must do this, you must do that, you must do this. I said, yeah, I'm in Japan. People don't go to church. You work, you make your money. If they sack you from this job, there's another job waiting for you. It depends on your strength. If there's a job in Africa, in Nigeria, you won't be going to church. Even pastors, they go to abroad. Nigerian pastors go to abroad. They stop being pastors because work will not give them time to even go to church. You know, you're like, okay, now I understand. Now I understand. So the problem, like I support Joe, the problem of Nigeria, we pray for everything because of corruption. It affects every fabric of society in Nigeria. Because there's no job, there's nothing is which come up. People are eating on balanced diet. They're not having heart failure in Nigeria. Now you see a young boy of 30 years having cardiac arrest. Instead of the just do common CPR for him, they'll start praying. Your house is burning. Instead of to carry water and pour on it or call ambulance, they'll be. Are you supposed to see the video like 4 years ago or 3 years ago? Or
call ambulance for the burning house.
Fire extinguisher, no fire ambulance. I'm talking fire ambulance. So fire brigade for a house that was burning. I think it was in Lagos. The people in the next compound, they are praying at Kapashin. The next compound was church. Kabasha, Holy Ghost fire, put this fire down. Hey, I come out to put this fire down. And the house is burning and it's coming to your compound. The next is your compound. All you need to do is to get water or call fire brigade. Then if the girl that died in Benin, she was now school, she went to do a school reunion. She died life on life. They were shooting on life. She was dancing with this kid, dancing, and she slumped her phone on the chair. And what they do?
What is you know the woman?
Yes, now some girl, you know the girl. Now it's not she grew up in Ted. She died live openly. Instead of that to do something, they push out. They just put clothes on her, but like person is sleeping. Like, let her rest. It was suffocating, just that cardiac arrest.
Yeah, so, but no, hold on. But what's the criticism there? If they did not know she had collapsed,
I know. I'm talking about ignorance. The ignorance in Nigeria now.
But it's not. But is that ignorance though? If they thought she was asleep and they just put.
No, she fell dancing. She fell dancing to a chair. It was on live. You just dancing, and she like kind of.
If it's the same person, they were dancing. She was dancing. Like all of a sudden, it was like she got exhausted and then she collapsed.
She collapsed. Yeah, that's with kids. That's it. That's the only one.
Why did they call her the service now? 911.
Nothing. That's what I'm saying. Ignorance, you know. And again, my in-laws husband. Same time he died on 24th of December 2020. Instead of them to slump, instead of them to rush, do CPR, they were praying, Jesus, 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 Jesus. And when he got to the hospital, the doctor said, hey, how is this guy if this guy they brought this guy like 30 minutes ago, he will still be alive. He just died of cardiac arrest.
But they teach these things even in high school here. CPR.
Okay, look on that one. My friend that got married, she was pregnant. You know, pregnant woman, they get this BP, how do I say? They get depend on symptoms. Some get aggressive and all that. So she was that stress of marriage and all that. She gets exhausted and she started how they say it, when somebody started like seeing like somebody talking out of sense. How do you say how do you use the word IL something?
Hallucination.
Hallucination, right? Mm-hmm. So she started saying things, calling her mother-in-law that not even the house is going. That she started calling her a winch, call this, call that. So people were shocked. They want to take her to altar and at home. She started doing all that. But she was just ordinary tense. And guess what? They went to bring pastor. It's not to give her space and let her come out. That one start praying. He took her father-in-law that came from America for the wedding. That is the boy and her father. That one just worked. When they were waiting at the church, they're not sure of delay. So now what's going on? I say, see you. This is hey, just start the Chris. So this is that one just drove down. When that man drove down, the guy spoke me. I told the girl, take your clothes and follow me. Where did he take the girl to? He just took the girl to hospital. They calmed her down, and she was normal. It was just normal. But they were bringing pastor, pray about this, ban that, do that. Come on, man. This thing is just simple things, man. Simple things where you can just do. We blame everything on winch. We blame everything on things we're supposed to blame it on.
Whoopies. Huh? Whoopies. There was this one, right, that happened. The girl, she was around 11, 12 years old. So she started fainting, right? She would get exhausted and she would faint, right? So, so then I think I was getting into my nursing school there, right? So the mom now called me. So I was not calling. I said, well, how far? She said that the doctor said that they can't do anything. They couldn't find anything. So I now said, so what is the problem now? They now said that she's having some bleeding. I said, okay. So they now said that they now took her to the pastor. And the pastor said that the aorta got broken. The aorta got broken. The aorta.
The what again?
The what? Aorta. The aorta.
Oh, what's that?
The aorta is the major vessel, right? That circulates blood around the body, like So if you have a burst on your aorta, it's over. It's over. You understand what I'm saying? So
that was the pastor or that gave them that.
That's the pastor. That the pastor was saying that the aorta got broken. That's the reason why she's fainting, and that's the reason why she's bleeding. My brother, I tell you.
This percentage. See, my mom don't have her own. Everybody know my mom. If anybody that's come down with Benin City, they know in the 90s. I used to see my mother in. Then I went to Lydia, just because one of the elite schools. Then it was Benin, Lydia, Word of Faith, and tomorrow. That was the 4 elite schools then. Then my mother, then Snoop Dogg was raining 93. I was in SS2, 94, 93. Snoop Dogg was raining. So my brother brought all this brought cars from Japan, good sound system. So by 2:00, my mother would come to pick my sister. I was a border. I was a border in a hostel, but they come and pick my younger ones, my sister. So by 2, we hear the car sound system. So yes, Snoop Dogg outside. So everybody know my mom, wear dress, fashionable woman. So they keep seeing they'll see my mother in school, nice woman, drive nice car. When on Friday night, ITV or EBS, they'll show local festival. See my mother dance. Hey! When I come to school, they'll start mocking me. But after some time, they now understood that that's just my mom. But when time went on, those my friend, my mother's youngest brother is a very big pastor in Benin. He is the one pounding my mother pandeyam. He grew with Ojuju pandeyam. After he did all he did in church, when he started having problem in church, after he did all this nonsense, the day he came back to my mother, that day I heard correct. He said correct. Today there's no day. In the afternoon, you said you go to my mother, he's there. Very big pastor at home in Benin. People don't know how to separate spirituality and religion. They just blame everything, blame everything, and at the end of the day, they'll mess up themselves. My mother don't tell you not to become a Christian. It will not tell you not to do your Christianity thing. It just has your own personal way to practice. It's her own. My mother own came with my mother, not like my mother own follow her from death. If I've not experienced that, I've experienced 3 times. There's a time the water in our local drive. We were hearing band. We were in the living room. Our house is big. We were hearing the room, a band. The more the band is playing, the more you are hearing it close to your ear, the more you are feeling like electric vibration, like somebody's coming close to you. We ran out of the house. Everybody ran out from the gates. It was one man they called one bricklayer that went inside his house and poured water inside my mother local this thing, and the thing stopped. Many times we had it many times. We have so many encounters. When our house burned, every other thing burned. My mom local shrine did not burn. This plastic chair was they brought ITV to record it, did not burn. But my mother don't do for people. It came with my mother. But that does not mean my mother will not die. That does not mean he will go and stand in front of trailer. The trailer will not jam him. There are rules to this life. What you believe will help you, but you don't put your belief in everything that's happening to you. If you don't get what we say, oh, it's witch. If I don't get this, oh, it's this person that's disturbing me. Oh, if I don't get this, oh, it's this person. Oh, if I don't talk to is you are a pagan, I don't know to talk to you. If I talk to you, I'm sinning. But when you are looking for money, they'll pick up phone, they'll start calling you that they say there's pagan to send them money. Then when you send them money, instead of them to thank you, they'll say God will use unbeliever to surprise you in the day of needy. That should be to God. So it's very, very funny and it's very, very sad. They need to pass a law to quote these church people, like all these clergy people, to stop uh, discriminating against traditional ruler or traditional belief. That's the problem. We condemn traditional belief, then people start running from it. But if they are suffering, they are coming to meet the traditional belief people. My father is like I said, is a pastor. But when things are hard, like they tell like, hey, he might say, what she's saying that things are not good for his children. He will be the one, the first person to bring out money to give him like, go and do what you want to do. That's what it's supposed to be. But no, I don't go to church. The people say, I'm going to church with you that is serving juju. Me, I'm saying this platform. I have a local, I wish I go, I will go. I have everything that I have. I serve them, does not make me imperfect. Does not make me.
And then you go to church on Sunday.
I do not go to church. I don't even step into church. I don't. One man. I don't say my own. Not that I'm against them. I don't step into church. I was baptized in Oyodepo church because of a girl. And the girl was supposed to first be my first wife when I was in Nigeria in 2000. I went to church, I baptized, but it was never my thing. It was never my thing. If I go to Nigeria, when I go to Nigeria, one of the biggest pastor in Lagos, there was my classmate in Emota Primary School. Whoever that went to be known as called Emota. He's one of the biggest pastors. He want bringing girls for me. Our church will send that to me. Forget all these things. We should forget all these things. It's when we are not got to that stage, they put church on. And when you get to that, you see that Oyedepo or Tinubu, they're all drinking. They have where they are drinking together. Most of these pastors, their children do the worst. They smoke and drink and smoke.
No, and especially that the pastor of the Redeemed Church, his son is a very wayward guy, which surprised me. He's always bragging. He's always loud. He's always brash. He's always showing off.
They do all kind of nonsense. One time when I came to Nigeria in 2010, there was this girl. She was wanting to get married, and their mom is a full Christian. They are rich. I thought I was controlling NDCP. Then that's Nigeria something NPP, something not NPC, but NPC, but part of NPC, something like in pipeline section. My father was the boss then, rich, but he was my far junior. So those kind of time, one of those kind when you were in secondary school, you couldn't get her. Now I come from abroad. Hey, I have money, I have big car. I was driving an ML at that time. So and I went okay. So now going to Maria, all those things. When she got, he was telling her mom, her mom is a very big. Do you remember that woman that used to show TV now? That's the son now. That lady. That her mom said, mom said, and don't worry, that's not how much you want to marry him now. You know that mom you want to marry now. You can marry him now. It's okay. This is our mom that go to church. We have come to marriage now. There's no problem again. Me don't go to church. I tell every girl I meet in my life, here, my wife is doing her own. I do my own. I do my wish. How much I can do. I do it for prayer. I do it for protection. I do it for good luck. That does not mean I would not go to work. I still go to work with my own hand. I still do things I do with my own hand. But people will start, if you have bad luck, you say because of this thing you did, that's why you're having a bad luck. But you that is going to church, you're not even achieved to what I've achieved in my life. That does not this thing. And to cut, sorry, what I want to tell you, that Professor Kule's brother, but that professor, this additional, when you guys was talking, I didn't have the time to talk. His younger brother was in Japan. That guy was ruthless. Sean Peter is not ruthless. His younger brother is ruthless. That was my elder brother's friend. I think Alex is his name. That guy took gun for policeman in Japan. It was God that saved the policeman. Now shot the guy. That was they deported the guy back to Nigeria. Their father is a magician. Is when the guy is well known in Japan. Anyway, I want to talk. I was not in show when you were talking about that guy. I wanted to talk about that guy. Anyway, come to this Orushi. I'm proud of my heritage. I'm proud of my culture. I do what I do. I don't hide my own. People are hiding their own. People talk outside and inside our house. They are doing their own. But me, I do my own openly, and I'm very careful who I do it with because they're still good and bad in doing jazz. They are good people. They are bad people. But I am proud. I do my Olokun. I do my Shango. I do my Iya. And I do Ipakpera that will help me.
I'm still waiting to what piece for my Ipakpera. my fellow traditional practice brother. So I'm still
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a day. So look, there's a Japanese this thing we do here in Japan. You have to put the kind of food you eat. You put it outside. You put it in daybreak. The Japanese used to they call mochi, like you want to like panda yam. Some people put rice, but the food you eat, your favorite food, you put it outside for the gods. So you put like panda yam or the other is like mochi or rice. So it was that time of the year my wife wants to do like I should participate. I said, of course I participate. I should put the food I eat like my favorite food that is white. That's okay. And I make pounded yam and I do fish. So the Benin tradition, fish is a good luck. Pounded yam is white to So I now put put it on a plate. You put it inside the room like an open space. To put it for the gods come and receive it. So I put it. I went inside the room talking to my wife. Before I came back, my children had invaded the pounded yam and fish. They ate it. I said, "Hey, you have eaten my blessing." I took phone. I was laughing. I took phone. So she came and she was laughing, and she took phone. So she was calling her mom, and I was calling my mom. I was telling my mom, in a joke, we say zobo. You know, say zobo. What did they put in junction? That's those rituals they put in junction. I said, what I put inside.
In Yoruba land, we call it ebo.
So she was still calling her mom. So when I call my mom laughed. My mom said, it's a very good blessing that my prayer has been received by the gods. First, guess what? Same thing my Japanese mom told her too. She said, it's very good that the gods have accepted the stuff. But if it's another place, hey, no, it's a bewitch. This is that. My children, they lick that pandanya. My children, like they call it shio. They like pandanya. Shio in Japan mean white. They love it when I make it pandanya. And my daughter, they like fish, roast fish. They ate it all. But it's just a normal thing, But people will take it, will read different meanings to it, read different nonsense to it, and do talk down. Go to the market. Goat, tortoise is very expensive. Yet people that go to church are more. Why those things are expensive? They are at the back. They are going to church buying from the church. After church, they go to the market and buy those things that we call it ojuju. People like me, we are complaining that they are making things expensive for us. When was few of us that is buying all these things? When were few of us buying all these things? It was not that expensive.
What is my brother?
No. Pastor will take your prayer point. They'll say, write your prayer point down. Once you leave, they'll call their farm man. A farmer, they'll send money to their farm. That's why things are expensive. Now, any money they tell their farmer, tell them they don't negotiate. They don't give their farmer or call people in the market to supply them goods. That's why things are expensive now in the market. Continue, our God, Prince.
No, I just want to say, if that's what they want to do, let them do that. But they just leave them alone to their ignorance.
I'm not holding them. I'm not holding them. I'm just saying.
I know, I get you, but they're already saying that you're preaching. They're labeling you, and I
don't.
Let's label me. I never hide it.
Is that not colonial mentality?
You see, this is colonial mentality, brainwashed people.
They will go to the church, kneel down and put water on their head and be doing all those things. What's be that? But let's just leave that.
They'll get only handkerchief that's manufactured in China.
Me, I don't know why. Ogami, know why I'm not. I'm not complaining. I've seen so many of my friends. I said it before. Jolo Ofori is a younger. He was a younger. His uncles and my friend went to school together. When he was coming up, we know him now. The guy is getting married. The Katnosa's daughter. We know them. Benin is a small place. We know. They at least know themselves. We know who is who. I don't know if Ed Mark is still here. He went to Benin University. I can call some names in his section. We know ourselves. That's one good thing about Benin. Those people today, they end up taking their father's chieftaincy title. What are they not doing? They were church members then. In my school days, they were mocking me. But today, now they are chief of this place. They are head of the place. They are no of this place. What's that? Some that are politicians. Some devil call me. Oh, Bob, you know we're strong. This is not the rough. They want to kick me out for the House of Assembly. Don't forget this.
All right.
Can we target?
Yeah, you can interject, but I was just about to round off. I think we stretched it out for as much as we could. It was a slow news cycle in the politics space. I didn't even think we'd survive this long, but it just turned into this thing. But with your interjection, make it a closing remark, and then we'll start to wind it down.
Okay.
So yeah.
Every religion has its code of conduct, its do's and don'ts. You know. The only difference is when you now become fanatic with your own way of belief. And in every religion, there is every form of fanaticism. My own grandparents, my grandfathers, they are traditionalists. And by traditionalists, voodoo worshippers, like pure voodoo worshippers, you know. One thing I know about traditionalists, they tend to be religious syncretic. Most likely, they don't discriminate against any religion. If you call them for any Christian gathering, they go. If you call them for a Islam gathering, they go. If you call them from any other traditional worship religion within their circle, they will attend. The only difference is the monotheist religion, Christianity, Islam, and Judaism.
Sorry, mute yourself, please. Yeah.
Yeah, the only difference in this religion is the monotheist religion, Christianity, Islam, and what's it called? Christianity. Christianity believes that worship outside its own doctrine in terms of worshiping other gods is not permissible. I think Islam and also and Judaism. Now, in even Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, they have their own different sects too. So the only difference for me is how you now interpret whatever your sect is preaching. The discrimination we are seeing around religion now is now what I want to say, this new age of fundamentalism coming in. Permit me to use the word, the newfound religious faith, so that yes, if you are not going their own line, you are almost condemned to death. And I believe that even condemning somebody to death, it should be only for God to decide. And based on the way I understand my own form of Christianity, is determined by God. It is for me personally to talk to another person, to try to convert another person. It's left for that person to choose or not to choose, because at the end of the day, even the Bible says God makes the rain to fall both on the righteous and on the unrighteous, and the sun to also shine both on the righteous and the unrighteous. The only thing the Bible tells you is preach to them. If they don't accept, leave them to go. At the end of the day, even if you look at some characters in the Bible, God used them and they were not even worshiping God. For example, Cyrus the Great. Cyrus the Great was prophesied by Daniel, and he was never a worshiper of God.
Oh, we lost it there. All right, we lost it there. All right. So Thomas. A mini monologue by way of a closing remark. Thomas. Good to see you. You came late. Thomas, I like Bagbo. Thomas from down under. We've lost Thomas as well. Okay, so that's going very well. So very, very micro closing remarks from you, World Peace. We've heard you've closing remarks.
Okay, my contribution was a very nice session today. I think the talking point was about Showore and who else again? Was it Tinubu? Though my system logged out and before I took my flight coming back, so I couldn't join you guys. But anyway, I'll thank you guys for today's topic. People should get your PVC, vote your candidate, and quickly for the comment section. Thank you guys. Click like, share, and thumbs up, and buy the coffee. Do what I talk. Not what I do. Yeah, I'll do my own. Now, booyaka, it will be. One man, thank you for today. Next time I'll catch you guys on time so that I can have a conversation with you guys. Right. Bye.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Wapi. So thank you, Wapi. So that was Wapi. So thank you, Wapi. So from Wapi, let's go on to Solomon. Solomon, closing remarks. It's been a funny session today, hasn't it, Solomon? We just a yarn. Solo, talk to us now. We can hear you breathing, so you might as well open the voice and Solomon.
The guy don't sleep.
Can you hear underground rustling and I think it's probably a network issue. Okay, thank you, Solomon. So from Solomon to Joel of Nashville. Joel, to you.
Yeah, one man, thank you. I'm going to end it on an OB note.
It's been a very odd. This is the oddest session we've yet had, isn't it?
Yeah, but this was enjoyable. I mean, we drifted a little bit, and that was okay. It's still part of informing our audience, and we did that good. We did justice to that. And one man, I've been so busy this last few days, so I've not been able to link up, but sometimes I tune in and I keep seeing the permutations by Kulata and Mecca and every other person. And one man, like I always said, I want to bring this good news. Peter Obi is not only taking the votes of PDP, Peter Obi is also taking the votes of APC. The presidential election, I do not know what the people will do with other positions like the Senate and governorship, but with the presidential election, there seems to be a resolve on who many people within their own cocoon have decided to vote for. Peter Obi is really resonating in the North. I'm really, really, really impressed. So this election, the way it is going, forget all the permutations. 2015, 2019, it does not matter. This election will be different. One man.
This time around, they're going to shock you.
No. This election is going to be different. One man. We saw. I was listening to one of the leaders of the Christian organization, the Christian faith in the North. After Dogara came out to say that the Christian faith endorsed them article, and he was very clear on where they were headed. The North is not monolithic. So when you have that in mind, and you can come to the conclusion that this election will be different. So disregard whatever thing that has happened in 2015 and 2019. This election will be fresh. Let's see how it goes. Thank you, one man.
Thank you, Joel of Nashville. So that's Joel of Nashville. So thank you, Joel. So from Joel, let's go back to Ife who rejoins us. So Ife, round off your closing remarks.
I did not know that I was kicked out. Sorry, the system kicked me out.
Yes, we were listening, and then we stopped.
Where did I stop on what I was saying?
You were
Alexander
talking about
the Great.
Yes,
okay.
Alexander
So
the Great.
even in the Bible, what's it called? If you look at some prophecies from God Himself, He used King Cyrus, which was prophesied by what's it called, Prophet Daniel. So the question for me is, if God has used what's it called, Cyrus, who was not who was more of an idol worshipper, then it is not for us as a worshipper of God from the Christian faith to judge anybody. The only thing God asks you to do is to win soul, more or less preach, but it's left for God to judge every other person. So because maybe your brother is not what's it called, in sync with how you believe God, you now become a crazy person where you need to help somebody you are not helping, or you now become irritant to them. Is more or less you are becoming a fanatic, and it's a form of self-righteousness, you know. So that's the way I see, that's the way I've chosen to interpret it, you know. Because if my grandfather, who is not a Christian, could raise my dad and he did not kill him, he was not what's it called, um opposed to his faith. Now, and I grew up, then one pastor is now telling me not to greet my grandfather or to see my grandfather as somebody that is going to die. I feel is you are already turning me to a fanatic. The only difference is you maybe in another religion where maybe you are permissible to kill those person with a gun or cut their head off. That's the only difference. But you've already implanted hate in people, you know. So that's it. So that's the way I see it. You as a Christian, talk to people, preach the word of God to them based on how you believe it.
Are you a Christian? What's your religion, Ife?
No, I'm a Christian.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but what I'm trying to say is, Christianity does not what's it called, preach fanaticism. You understand? So that's the way I see it. Because maybe based on the community I grew up, my dad's sister is a Muslim. My grandfather, when he was alive, he's an idol worshiper, more or less a traditionalist, voodoo worshippers. You know, I grew up in a voodoo community.
What do you call it, voodoo? It's voodoo, isn't it?
No, voodoo. Voodoo is voodoo. Vo is like a gods, the gods.
Spell it.
Voodoo, VOODUN. But that people.
VOO.
DUN, voodoo.
Oh, right. Oh, I keep thinking that you were mispronouncing voodoo.
No. Voodoo is now the bastardized way this thing are now calling it, the Europeans. But it's actually voodoo.
VUN. Okay, let me check it.
Yeah, voodoo now. So
Right,
anybody
carry
that
on.
any worshiper of voodoo is called voodoo now. So and those are the names our people bear: Hunga, Hunvu, Hungbeji, Vose. You know, those are the Fongbe names.
So it's practicing Benin, Togo, Ghana, and
yeah.
and Nigeria.
The Gbe people, yes, the Gbe people. Gungbe, Fongbe, Ewegbe, Aladagbe, all of us. And Zangbeto is what's it called? More or less a unifying masquerade there, you know. So even among the
sorry, how do you spell that, Zangbeton?
ZANGBE,
Yeah.
Zangbeto TO.
All right, carry on.
Yeah. So even among the voodoo worshippers, they will tell you, oh, if you are following this, don't do this, you know. If you are following this, don't do this.
It's just a man dressed in rafter, isn't it? Is it that what it is?
No, if you go and talk about it now. One man it's like you are saying
is this it?
No, I don't know anything about it too.
Zangboto.
Yes, this is You have to be initiated into it.
All right. Are these not children flogging it? What's going on here?
No, they are like atokun, what you call atokun.
Okay.
So what's it called? When I had the opportunity of joining them, but based on the way I chose my own Christianity, I don't want to have anything associated with it. But my uncles are there, you know. But we come together, we talk at times, we discuss about how the community will move forward. But in some cases, you find some people, okay, because you have your uncles who are there, they will just isolate themselves. No, 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 no. Me, I believe it's extremism. You are now becoming a fanatic in that way because they don't harm you. At times you need help, they help you, you know. If you they also need help at times, they reach out to you. I think extremism is the problem. There should be a balance in life. That's the way I see it though. There should be a balance in life. I have my own what's it called colleagues too, who are even what's it called traditionalists. We at times we joke about ourselves, you know, blah blah blah. If you have this problem, you pray to Jesus, you know, they tell you I know how to solve my problem, and you respect everybody because at the end of the day, the shirt you are putting on, maybe it's another somebody from India worshiping another type of God that is putting, what's it called, working in a factory to get it done. So why you being a fanatic? Your religion or your faith should be between you and your God, and that's all. Even among the same Christianity faith, you still have some Christian faith that will tell you, oh, their own way is superlative, you know, don't have anything to do with this person. The same thing in Islam, you have some people they will say, oh, their own form of Islam is superior, and this thing is breeding hate in the society. The only thing is, if you believe yours is superior, let it be to yourself, and if another person does not accept, move on with life. So that's the difference. Then all this new way of saying you have a problem, pray to God, a miracle. Look, in life, you have to be realist in life. Look at life. If you have a sickness, go for your diagnosis. Pray to God to help you so that any diagnosis you have been given, any medicine you have been given to work, it's not as if you now stay indoors instead of seeking for medical help. You'll be praying. Omo, you go die through way round. So that's those are the things. And like Joel of Nigeria said earlier, he said the problems of Nigeria has turned to prayer points, you know. And the truth is this: there's nobody in Africa that left Africa that came to the Western world that did not have at least a refined, more or less a refined perspective towards religion. Because you find that there are some things you pray for in Africa in the real sense, these are the things the government should be handling. So we should face the reality in our own space, fix our communities, then let religion have its place. You are free to believe in whatever religion you want to believe. Every religion, some people convert through Islam to Christian, some convert to Christian to Islam, other converts to traditionalists to Islam, Islam to traditionalists, vice versa. So why should there be hate? You know, everybody should be allowed to practice whatever I want to practice. And if you believe in judgment, leave judgment to God. God is the sole, what's it called, arbiter of that space. Practice whatever you want to practice. So that's the way I see it, you know. Because at the end of the day, the gari you eat in the market, maybe it's another Muslim that went to his farm to go to plant the cassava. A traditionalist is the owner of the processing plant. So why the hate? So that's the way I see it, you know. So that's
All right.
what I think.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So you should have come earlier if we are going to give us that much of a delightful rendition. So that was Ife, of course, who's deep and steeped in everything and knowledgeable in most. So that's Ife, of course. From Ife, let's go to somebody where Satin has gone to bed. Solly in Amsterdam. Solly, you still there? Of course, it's not there. They would have been chiming in already. So thank you, Solly. So from Solly, let's go on to Babati. Babati, to you.
All right. Thank you, woman. Yeah, I was not here for the most part of the session, so I just joined at the back end. Once again, let me just state my position clearly. I know you had your spreadsheet done on the platform in regards to the elections, and OB came third on your, according to your own calculations. So, but I'm going with my heart and not my head, because I believe that sometimes we need to look beyond the numbers, and data and numbers don't do justice to the whole story. So I think beyond the numbers, that for the first time in Nigeria, that beyond the numbers, we're gonna see it's gonna shock most people. So I'm just gonna go on the limb here and just say that Obi will win. That's what I'm looking at. And my wager is still on the table, 1-3, because I'm coming from behind here. So anybody want to take up the offer, might not be as much as what I was offered initially, but that would be my own offer to anybody out there. But I think Obi will win because I'm looking beyond the numbers, and we still have about 30 days left, and there's too many things to many stories that I think will still come around that will change the direction where we're heading to us. I believe that strongly. In terms of
do you think the electoral process, do you think it's too long? Because we seem to have been endlessly on this campaign.
No,
do you think the whole progress from the primaries is almost 8 months, 6 months?
No,
Is it
feels
too long?
it's not long. It's been the same way. The reason that it feels long is that for the first time in our history, I mean, the modern democracy we have over 22 years, we have a credible third force, because we're not used to we're so used to the APC, PDP, or the different form. I mean, credible third force is in play at this time, so it feels dragged a little bit because you're. I mean, I will even put what's his name, MPP guy. I keep forgetting his name. Okay, so I mean, you have two other formidable candidates that may or may not win, but they are credible enough to at least run for office. So it feels like you're hearing from multiple angles as opposed to hearing from two candidates that we're so used to. So I think that's where that feeling is coming from, because it's always been the same table pattern. So that is the change, I think. Perhaps that's the reason you feel that way. But one man, I just believe this strongly. I might be wrong. If I'm wrong, I will come on your platform and tell you I was wrong. But once again, there is more to the stories than just numbers. There is more to it than just coming online and analyzing data.
Yeah, but you have to give us more of it. You keep hinting at some abstract something.
I know.
You've never really landed it on anything that we can hold on to.
I know. That's why I didn't go into it extensively. Like I just said it because I saw some things I don't. If I say it, you think it's even more abstract than what I'm saying right now. But I believe that one of the reasons is that the powers that be want to continue this illusion of the country, and the best person that fits the mold is Peter Obi, because he checks all the boxes in terms of equality, in terms of the dynamics that they've always wanted, and
he answers the Igbo question once and for all.
He clears that out of the way. He's a Christian. His vice is a Muslim. He's the turn of the South, which kind of knocks off PDP and APC. If you look at the permutation of what we used to, the way they wanted to the way they want it structured. So he's the only one that checks the box. So I'm saying that based on that, because I always look at those people making those decisions, and I think that perhaps they are trying everything in their power to get him in. Now, how they will do it, I don't know, but I just feel like they might pull that trigger just to get him in the office. Initially, I told you about we might not hold any elections. I won't go that far, but I was really out on the limb on that one. But I still think that the powers that be want Peter to be in, because that would be the best person for their own business and for their own cabal behind the scenes. But in terms of religion, I think people should just respect the traditional worshippers. If you believe in the God of your fathers, there is nothing wrong with that, and we should respect each other's religion and not just bash anybody online. So I'm going to leave it at that. But in case of the woke agenda, it's a global thing going on, and I worry for the kids that they're getting all this. They are getting really attacked. I will use the word attack because that's the way I see it. You should allow people to at least grow up a little bit like we did. And when you're 16, 17, 18 years old, you can make those decisions for yourself. But to come at kids when they're very impressionable at 4, 5, 6, 7 years old, with all these woke messages, I think it's really, I mean, almost is demonic in my opinion. So that's the way I see it. I know it was very controversial. Hopefully nobody pulls down your video because of what we discussed. But I would just leave it at
I don't think the language went over the mark. So I don't think we went over the mark. I don't.
Yeah, but the reality as well is that in Nigeria we need to come to the understanding that these things will get passed in the House and in the Senate eventually. They're going to have this LBG thing passed in Nigeria. We might have all this outcry and outrage, but with the way we're going, based on what we just heard today and what I've known before prior, I think that it's gonna pass eventually. And when it does, they are gonna come out in their millions because now they have laws backing them up and supporting them. So you're gonna have them review their true self. People that have been married for years, suppressing these feelings, they're gonna come out, and in millions, I believe strongly. And it might even be from the north that we always thought to be super religious than the south. I mean, in terms of like cultural faith and stuff. But I think that's going to happen eventually. I think we are kind of hinting towards that as we go on. Like, share, subscribe. If anybody's buying options Monday, SPY 400, Tesla 150. That would be a call. All right. God bless everybody. Have a good night.
We want to do a session on that. I'm actually talking to Fidel about it, about stock trading and everything. So if we're able to put it together, then maybe you jump on board just to go beyond those politics all the time. Yeah.
Right. But yeah, that's my submission, one man. And let me know as we head towards the elections. I don't know if you've already made up your mind about how you want to cover it, maybe 2 or 3 days to it, or doing that session. Let me know at the time. So even if I cannot join you on audio, I can listen behind the scenes. But let me know how you want to do it.
All right, brilliant. Well said. So that's Babati, a prince, not a pauper, a prince. So thank you, Babati. So from Babati, the final word to the man with the data. Kulata. Have we lost Kulata? Look at that, and there it is. So there it is. I think we've lost Kulata. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Babati. And is Kulata there? Final call for Mr. Kulata. Are you in the building? No, you are not. All right. Thank you, Kulata, as well. So thank you, everyone. So let me switch the thing now. So thank you, everyone. I don't know why I've been switching on my camera recently. I think it's because I didn't iron my top. So thank you, everyone. It's been an odd session, as you probably saw. We kicked it off with politics. Even the reading in the beginning was labored, and I thought we were going to labor through just a half a session, but then we deviated into sort of like psychedelic areas, talking about matters that we don't really know much about, and it just turned into like not a beer parlor, because we are not beer parlor, more like a wine bar. It turned into like a wine bar sort of conversation. So at last orders, because the pub is about to shut. So the last orders are rounded off in this instance by the mighty Babati. So that was Babati who had last word there. Only to then acknowledge the people who have done the super chat. Desmond, who has been doing that with increasing frequency, does it in 2 instances. Joel of Nashville joined him as well. Solly from Amsterdam came in twice. Joel of Nashville comes back again. Prince chimes in, and then Bucci, he was this is the most ludicrous of super chats yet. Is super chatting $2 to say he wants to make a bet of $20,000. So instantly unconvincing and dismissed out of hand by Kulata. So there it is. So that Deepak comes in twice. Freedom Simple chimes in as well, and those were the super chatters. And of course, when we're going to the coffee space, you can all echo it together. It's only the usual traditional name in that space, which, as you know, as it appears on the screen now, is, drum roll, drum roll, Ayo. So there it is. Ayo keeping the super chat space 100%. So to the super chatters, the coffee buyers, the happy clappers, and the in-betweeners. Thank you one and all. We'll do it again tomorrow. You know we will. I will be here. Hope you will be as well. So I'll leave it here. Carry the conversation on within the comment section over here. I say this.